Naruto, I have Haki and Reiatsu. Chapter 1. In the ninja world, the hidden rain village, it rains all year round. The residents living here have long been accustomed to such a life. However, for Lin Xiang, it is not the case. It was a really experience. Lin Xiang lit a cigarette, and the rising white smoke could express his extremely melancholy mood at the moment. Just yesterday, he was still living a very peaceful life. But he didn't expect that he had just finished his meal and was about to go out for a walk. As a result, as soon as he opened the door, he directly transmigrated to the hidden rain village. Moreover, just after transmigration, he happened to meet a rebel ninja. The other party was obviously the kind of bloodthirsty type. When he saw him, he rushed over and wanted to kill him. But he was lucky. He was saved. And the person who saved him was Konan of the Akatsuki organization. After a little understanding, he was clear about his situation. He transmigrated to the world of Naruto. But it's okay. He had training system exchange system. Originally, he and Konan, who were rescued, could not speak the same language. However, this training system exchange system that appeared directly gave him a ninja language proficiency, and then, he understood everything. Then, after he communicated with Konan, he was taken to the hidden rain village by Konan to stay temporarily. Akatsuki organization. Although it looks like a villain organization. But, it does not mean that Nagato and Konan are bad people. Although the current leader of the Akatsuki organization, Nagato, is indeed a little extreme in his thinking at the moment, but yes, the other party's ultimate goal is just to bring peace to the world. So, he was basically safe and sound and was arranged to live. This is the second day. He himself is extremely melancholy. If possible, he doesn't want to transmigrate at all. What the hell? Compared to such an exciting thing as transmigration, he would rather live an ordinary life. He almost died when he just transmigrated yesterday. It can be seen that transmigration is still risky. However, he had already transmigrated. Even if he complains in his heart, there is nothing he can do. At this point, all he can do is to adapt to this ninja as much as possible. Everything in the world. The current time. It is 12 years after the Nine Tails Rebellion. Of course. Konan also told him about the time of the hidden rain village, but he couldn't judge the current plot progress based on this, so he asked about the time of the Nine Tails Rebellion. He got the result directly. 12 years. Damn, the protagonist Uzumaki Naruto graduated when he was 12 years old. Traveling through this time point. It means that it will only take 2 or 3 years for the Akatsuki organization to be completely destroyed. Once Shippuden begins, the Akatsuki organization will begin to become the protagonist's experience package. This can't help but make him feel a toothache. I have to act quickly. In the next 2 years or so, I have to improve my strength as quickly as possible. Otherwise, if the Akatsuki organization is finished, my shelter will be gone. Everything depends on oneself. Lin Xiang couldn't help thinking secretly. He immediately locked his eyes on his cultivation system exchange system. He spent some time to understand this system a little bit. The function of this system is actually to exchange the cultivation system of other worlds, and then he can get the power of the cultivation system of other worlds. As long as he exchanges, he can get it. Of course, the currency required for the exchange system here is cultivation system points. The way to get cultivation system points is to spread the cultivation system he exchanged and teach it to others. If others learn it, he can get a part of the feedback of cultivation system points. It is about 1/10. That is, 1/10 of the cost of exchanging a cultivation system. Therefore, he only needs to exchange a cultivation system, and then teach this cultivation method to others. If others learn it, he can get cultivation system points. If he teaches 10 people, he will get his money back directly. If he teaches more people, he will get more cultivation system points. In this way, he can exchange for a higher level cultivation system. Of course, the premise is that he has to take action first. He thought about it for a whole night. Finally, he decided on the cultivation system he wanted to exchange. In the cultivation system exchange system, there are too many cultivation systems to choose from. Cultivation system, domineering. Level, first level. Required training system points, 500. Cultivation system, breathing method. Level, first level. Required training system points, 500. Cultivation system, Heaven Shading Method. Level, First Level. Required Training System Points, 5000. In front of him, a light screen appeared. On it, a lot of cultivation systems were recorded. Here, there were not only One Piece, Demon Slayer, but also the Heaven Covering Method from the novel. When Lin Xiang first saw it, he was also shocked. If this was exchanged, it would be great. This time, the ninja era is really coming to an end. Lin Xiang also said after exhaling smoke. After he exchanged the Heaven Covering Method and perfected the method, he still needed to worry about the protagonist. Worry about the destruction of the Akatsuki organization? He directly ended this ninja era without any problems. Now, the ninja era has entered a countdown state. The cultivation system that has been passed down for thousands of years is about to enter its end. Chapter 2. Then, he also took a look at his data panel. Host, Lin Xiang. Level, 0. Ability, none. Exchanged cultivation system, none. Cultivation system points, 1000. This is his current data panel. It looks like a blank board. And the points of the cultivation system are actually just something like a newbie gift pack given to him by the system. Not much, only 1000 points. Compared with the 5000 points required to start the Heaven Covering Method, it is really too far away. So, at present, he can only focus on other cultivation systems. Of course, according to his current situation, his favorite is still the domineering cultivation method from the pirate world. After all, this is the Naruto world. He has to consider various reasons before making a decision. Various reasons, of course, must consider the difficulty of learning and the degree of dissemination. If he exchanges a cultivation system, but it is not passed on, it will take several years for the other party to enter that realm. Then first of all, how many people are willing to learn such a cultivation system? It is certain that there will be absolutely not many. After all, no one will continue to persist after seeing no hope. At least, even if there are, such people are extremely few. Only choose the easier ones. In this way, after seeing the results quickly, he can attract more people to learn. In this way, he can quickly recover the cost and earn more points for the cultivation system. System, exchange for the first level domineering power. Lin Xiang thought to himself. First level. In fact, this is the level of strength in the universe. 0 level, first level, second level, third level, fourth level, and so on. 0 level. It corresponds to the level of ordinary people. First level. It corresponds to the level of people with some strength, who can fight 10 people alone. Of course, here it refers to fighting 10 ordinary people. Second level. It corresponds to people who have reached a certain level of strength, and in terms of strength, they can fight 3 first level people alone. And so on. In short, the higher the level, the stronger the strength. From what he knows, if it corresponds to the ninja system in the Naruto world, it should be like this. 0 level corresponds to ordinary people, first level corresponds to genin, second level corresponds to chunin, third level corresponds to jonin, fourth level corresponds to cage level, fifth level corresponds to super cage level, sixth level corresponds to 6 paths realm, and then. That's what will happen next. At the same time, as he spoke, the system prompt sounded in his mind. Ding! Consume 500 cultivation system points first level domineering, exchanged successfully. Instantly. The cultivation system points on his data panel directly shrank by half. Of course, he still had 500 cultivation system points left, but he was not going to use this money for the time being. If possible, he hoped that in this short period of time, he could directly make back the money he spent this time. As long as he taught this first level domineering, then, as long as 10 people learned it, he would get his money back. So, he had to find a time and a way to teach this first level domineering. However, at this moment, his memory suddenly appeared with the cultivation method of the domineering he exchanged. In addition, his physique, almost in an instant, went from sub-healthy to strong, with clear muscles on his body, giving people a sense of sturdiness at a glance. This state lasted for a few seconds and then retreated. After coming out of the state, Lin Xiang also lifted his clothes and looked at his abdomen. Hiss! He took a breath of cool air. At this moment, he only wanted to say one word, cool. It was really cool. In just a short while, for him, it only consumed 500 training system points. He went from having 1 abdominal muscle to having 8 abdominal muscles. He didn't need a lot of exercise or training to get such a strong physique. This time, he was really satisfied. So happy. There is also Haki. 3 types of Haki also appeared in my mind. However, only armament Haki and observation Haki can be cultivated. King Haki is completely based on the person, and is basically innate. But it is enough. If I teach it to others, as long as one person learns one kind of domineering and reaches this level, I can get points for the training system. Lin Xiang said in his heart. At this moment, not only his physique has become stronger, but also regarding domineering, he has directly mastered 3 kinds of domineering. They are Domineering Haki, Observation Haki, Armament Haki. He has mastered all 3 kinds of domineering, but this is only the most basic mastery. Among them, only Armament Haki and Observation Haki can be learned through training. Domineering Haki, that depends on the person. System, open my data panel. Lin Xiang thought to himself. Then, in his sight, a refreshed data panel belonging to him appeared. Chapter 3. Host, Lin Xiang. Level, First Level. Ability, Primary Armament Haki, Primary Observation Haki, Primary Conqueror Haki. Exchanged Cultivation System. Domineering System, Level 1. Cultivation System Points, 500. This means that his strength has successfully entered a new realm. From level 0 to level 1. This is also a small step forward. However, this small step is a big step for him. This means that he is no longer a powerless rookie in this Naruto world. Level 1. Corresponding to the ninja system in the Naruto world, it is at the level of Genin. Moreover, after he exchanged it, he not only learned this level 1 Haki, but also mastered a lot of combat skills. These things are like they are directly engraved in his body and mind. As long as he fights, he can attack instantly. However, now that he has exchanged for the first order Haki, he can start to think about how to spread it. Yesterday, he had already thought about it. The best way to spread the method of cultivation is to spread it through the ninja village. After all, this is the world of Naruto. The cultivation system here has been fixed in the current era. All of them study in the ninja school in the ninja village and finally graduate. He is currently in the Hidden Rain village, so of course he has to spread it in the Hidden Rain village. It's not that he didn't think about going to other ninja villages to spread this cultivation system. But, if he, a person without an identity, went there, the biggest possibility is that he would be suspected and even arrested as a spy. Especially in the Hidden Leaf village, the secret techniques of the Yamanaka family are not to be underestimated. If he went there, his memory would be seen, and he didn't want this to happen. Therefore, he could only reluctantly give up the huge number of people in the big ninja village and start from the Hidden Rain village. In the Hidden Rain village. In the current era, Nagato's Pain is the leader, and Akatsuki is the pillar of the Hidden Rain village. Although he doesn't understand the people in the Akatsuki organization, he believes in the current Akatsuki organization. Nagato and Konan should be very clear that force is the basis for establishing peace. If there is a brand new power, they will not refuse, but accept it. Haki system. This is a new version, oh no, a brand new version. Armament Haki enhances defense and attack power. The defense can even reach the effect of resisting weapons. If the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village learn it, then the survival rate of the Hidden Rain village will be greatly increased. Then the observation Haki. It can even sense the next attack. It can also greatly increase the survival rate of the Hidden Rain village. Once these two abilities are combined. He doesn't believe that Nagato and Konan will not be tempted. Then, he went to make arrangements. However, it was still very difficult to meet Konan and Nagato. After all, the two were very high in the Hidden Rain village. Since the Akatsuki organization took over the Hidden Rain village, the Hidden Rain village has become more and more peaceful. At least, it is no longer the scene before, where even a small war would turn the Hidden Rain village into a battlefield. However, at least he was rescued by Konan. Only one day had passed. The ninja who arranged his residence in the Hidden Rain village knew him. What's more, he said that he had something important to find Konan. Although the other party was skeptical, he still went to report. But this process took a long time. He waited for a full half day before he saw Konan. I heard you were looking for me? What's the matter? Konan said in a slightly arrogant tone. However, Lin Xiang simply ignored the tone of the other party. There was nothing to worry about. He knew very well that Konan had experienced more, so his personality was a little colder than before. There was no need to worry about it. Thank you for saving me yesterday. Lin Xiang thanked him. Yesterday was too exciting. So, after he was arranged, he came to his senses a little bit. But he forgot to thank Konan. As a polite person, when he saw the other party again, of course he would thank the other party first to express his gratitude. After all, if it weren't for the other party, he would really die yesterday. If it's just a small matter like this, you don't have to waste your time. I just saved you. Konan looked at him calmly and said. Of course, I want to find you not to thank you, but to cooperate with you. Lin Xiang said. With Konan's attitude, he was worried that if he didn't get to the point, the other party would just walk away. After all, this possibility is still very high. Cooperation? Just you. Konan looked at him and said. This sounded a bit sarcastic. But Lin Xiang felt that it was not really sarcastic. After all, he was really in a mess now. He was alone with only this set of clothes and nothing else. Konan was very clear about this. So, the other party said this. It was like a beggar going to the richest man to ask for cooperation. The other party would only smile because he did not have the ability to cooperate with him, and the beggar might think that the laughter was mocking him. However, it was not the case. Yes, I can do it. Lin Xiang said seriously. He held the trump card of domineering system in his hand. He believed that as long as the other party was not stupid, he would not refuse. Unless the other party was really crazy or his head was hit by the door. In my hand, I hold a special training system. This special training system can greatly enhance the combat power of your hidden rain village. I think you guys should have this intention. Lin Xiang said slowly. Chapter 4. Enhance the combat power of the hidden rain village. Konan's face also became serious. After looking at Lin Xiang carefully for a long time, she continued, you can tell me, if it is really beneficial to the hidden rain village, I can consider cooperating with you. She looked at Lin Xiang's serious eyes, and first of all, she directly ruled out the possibility that Lin Xiang was lying. Of course, even if Lin Xiang was lying, she was not worried at all. Akatsuki organization, would it still worry about a liar coming to deceive people? If the other party is really a liar, then, as long as he dares to deceive Akatsuki organization, the end will definitely be miserable. Domineering system, this is what I am working with you on. Lin Xiang said slowly. Domineering system. Konan's face was full of confusion. She had never heard of this kind of cultivation system. It was natural for her to be confused. Yes, the domineering system, a special training method, will not conflict with the ninja system. If they learn the domineering system on the basis of being a ninja, it will greatly enhance their strength. Lin Xiang said slowly. This is not bragging, it is the fact. Of course, he also asked the system in advance to confirm that the domineering system will not conflict with the ninja system. Otherwise, he would not choose to exchange the domineering system as the first training system for him to earn more training system points. Of course, no matter how much you say, it's not as good as seeing it with your own eyes. Lin Xiang laughed. Then, he stretched out his right arm. Under Konan's puzzled gaze, he slowly opened his mouth and said. First of all, there are 3 types of haki. The first type is armament haki. Let me show you the effect of armament haki. The most direct effect of armament haki is that it can enhance personal defense, just like invisible armor. Then, Lin Xiang directly used his armament haki to cover his right forearm, covering it completely. Then, he took out a kunao. He borrowed it from the guard at the door when he came in, and the other party generously lent it to him. Of course, the other party lent it to him. Maybe he thought that it was just a kunao. Even if Lin Xiang wanted to assassinate the angel of their hidden rain village, what could a kunao do? It was simply impossible. Then, Lin Xiang directly held the kunao in his hand, and under Konan's gaze, it fell directly on his own right forearm. Ding! It was like the sound of iron colliding. Even a little spark was struck. This scene made Konan dumbfounded. Is this your bloodline limit? Konan subconsciously attributed Lin Xiang's ability to harden his body to bloodline limits. After all, in this ninja world, most of the more special abilities are bloodline limits. I said, this is Haki, armament Haki, which can enhance personal defense, as if the armor is invisible. This is the most basic application of armament Haki. Hardening, after covering the body with armament Haki, the body can become harder than steel, which can improve its own defense and attack power. Beyond hardening, there are also realms such as entanglement, externalization, and internal destruction. This is not a bloodline limit. This ability can be learned by everyone. Lin Xiang said slowly. His words instantly made Konan's eyes light up. She only had a slight understanding. She knew very well how much benefit it would bring if she learned such an ability. It greatly increased the probability of casualties when the ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village were on missions. In addition, it could also increase the strength of the ninjas of the Hidden Rain Village. Just relying on this ability alone, she already had the basis for cooperation with them. In addition to armament Haki, there is also observation Haki, which can make one's five senses sharper, and can detect the breath and emotional changes of surrounding creatures. It can also be used to predict and avoid danger. Possessing the Haki of observation, one can detect all changes around him without even using his eyes. If the observation Haki is cultivated to the extreme, one can even see the future briefly. Lin Xiang said. First of all, he must of course blow up his bargaining chips. Otherwise, how can he negotiate a deal with the other party? The more he blows, the more the other party will be tempted. The probability of cooperation will be greater. Of course, what he said is also an ability that can only be possessed after cultivation to the extreme. Foreseeing the future? In the world of pirates, only Katakuri can do it, which shows how difficult it is. As for the Hidden Rain Village, he is not belittling it. It is just that it is estimated that it should be impossible to achieve that level. His words made Konan's eyes light up. Great! How can this ability be bad? Anyway, just these two abilities that Lin Xiang said, if they were placed in any ninja village, they would be eager to verify the authenticity and directly arrange them for the ninjas of their own village. After all, to enhance the strength of the ninjas of their own village, it means that the overall strength of their own village will increase. What about the last domineering one? When Konan saw that Lin Xiang didn't continue, she couldn't help asking. The last domineering is the domineering color domineering. The premise of possessing this domineering color is that it is innate, and it cannot be obtained through practice. However, people who have the domineering color domineering can use it perfectly. Even if it is just a passing by, it can also make a battle-hardened warrior fall to the ground directly. Lin Xiang said calmly. The domineering color domineering. In the final analysis, it is a kind of spirit. Only by constantly becoming stronger can the domineering color domineering be improved. And those who open the domineering color domineering, basically, are born. Chapter 5. Therefore, it is impossible for me to teach you the domineering Haki. Lin Xiang said with his hands spread out. He had no way to do this. So that's it. Konan suddenly realized. She understood. But just these two abilities of the other party are enough to prove that the other party is indeed capable of cooperating with the Akatsuki organization. You are indeed qualified to cooperate with us. Tell me your conditions. Konan looked at Lin Xiang and said. My condition is that if you want to join the Hidden Rain Village, I want to open a gym in the Hidden Rain Village, and all the ninjas in the Hidden Rain Village can come to my gym to learn how to practice domineering. Lin Xiang said seriously. This is something he had considered carefully. Originally, he wanted to be the principal of the Rain Village Ninja School. But after thinking about it, he gave up the idea. Because he didn't know ninjutsu. Even if he became the principal of the ninja school, all he could teach was just domineering. Moreover, his own strength was not enough to overwhelm everyone. It was estimated that if he became the principal, he would definitely be opposed by some Rain Ninja teachers. He was too lazy to care about such things. So, he took a step back and opened a gym. This way, it would be more convenient for him. Those who are willing to learn can come in. Those who are unwilling to learn can leave. He doesn't have to waste his time on those intrigues, because his time is limited. This year is the 62nd year of Konoha. The year when the plot of the Naruto world begins. The mouth-to-mouth master Uzumaki Naruto is about to graduate, and the Fourth Ninja World War will be launched in a few years. That devastating attack, let alone in the Rain Village, even in Konoha, he was panicking. If he was not careful, his appearance would flap the wings of the butterfly. As a result, an accident would happen. A tailed beast ball of the 10 tails would fall on his head. then he would really die unclearly. So, even though Konan in front of him was very, very beautiful. Much more beautiful than any female star he had seen. But he was still not moved. Because what he should consider at the moment is his own strength. He would not go back to consider other things until his strength was raised to the 5th level. That is, to the level of the Super Shadow in the Naruto world, Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. But his words surprised Konan. Originally, she was prepared for the other party to ask for a huge sum of money. Money. It was nothing in front of her, the richest woman in the ninja world. A few 100 million, billions, she could also casually tell Lin Xiang that she agreed to this request. However, the request made by the other party, she was a little overwhelmed. Could you please repeat your terms again? Konan said. My condition is that if you want to join the Hidden Rain Village, I want to open a gym in the Hidden Rain Village, and all the ninjas in the Hidden Rain Village can go to my gym to learn the training method of domineering. Lin Xiang said seriously. He knew that his conditions were a little low. But he didn't care. All of this was for himself. In order to survive in this Naruto world that was about to go berserk. On behalf of the Akatsuki organization, I agree to your conditions. Let's have a happy cooperation. Konan also stretched out her hand and said. With such a small request, she decisively agreed. In her opinion, this condition was not a condition at all. She even suspected that the other party came for her. After all, she was not bragging. If there was a ranking of female beauty in the Hidden Rain Village, she would definitely be ranked first. However, after she looked at Lin Xiang carefully, she felt that it should not be the case. The other party's eyes were so clear. There was no trace of obscenity. Even after Lin Xiang shook hands with her, he immediately let go of his hand. This made her even more confused about what Lin Xiang was going to do. This was simply a philanthropist who came to their Hidden Rain Village. Of course, regarding the gym, I hope it's bigger. Besides, I also hope that Akatsuki can give me enough funds. After all, if you want to learn Haki, it will cost a lot of money. I hope you can be prepared. Lin Xiang said slowly. Practice Haki. First of all, you have to improve your physique. If everyone is as weak as Kakashi, then what's the point of learning Haki? There is absolutely no problem. Hearing this, Konan also said seriously. She knew very well. Ninja schools also require a lot of capital investment, no matter which ninja village is placed. After all, ninja is the military force of a country. If there is no ninja school, then it means that there will be a lack of successors. Only investment can bring rewards. She still understands very well. The Hidden Rain Village is not only supported by their Akatsuki organization. In addition to their Akatsuki organization, there are also many rain ninjas in the Hidden Rain Village. Even after they took control of the Hidden Rain Village and cleaned it up, the number is still not less than that year, and even more. Chapter 6. The speed of Akatsuki's action was still very fast. In just a few hours, the location and decoration of Lin Xiang's gym had already begun. Both manpower and financial resources were fully prepared. Of course, the reason for this must have been approved by Nagato. This kind of thing. Nagato is the leader of Akatsuki after all. It is basically impossible for him to say that he didn't know. 3 days later. Zushin Dojo. This is the name Lin Xiang gave to his dojo. Of course, at first he wanted to name it a sect, a fairy gate, a holy place, etc., but at first glance, it was so one-sided. If he took a name like that, the prestige would definitely plummet. So he gave up. So he simply chose such a name. Zushin. This means that his place will teach the Zushin cultivation system. Of course. There is no so-called opening ribbon cutting or anything like that. He is not opening a store. He does not need a chicken feather ribbon cutting. He is not interested in that kind of thing. As long as the dojo can be opened smoothly and there are students, it is enough. The teaching of domineering. It is a relatively long time. Of course. Among the Haki system he has obtained so far, he has only exchanged for first-level Haki. At this stage, for the pirate world, it is actually only the level of elementary Haki. It is nothing at all. The study of elementary Haki does not require 2 full years like Luffy. That is not necessary at all. Rayleigh teaches Luffy. During that time, Luffy learned Haki more and more deeply in 2 years. It didn't take 2 years to learn a basic Haki. Basic Haki is still relatively simple. And add one more thing. That is his understanding of first order Haki. The Haki system exchanged from the system is of course very complete. In fact, it can be said that the first order Haki is analyzed very thoroughly. It is precisely because of this. If he teaches others armament Haki and observation Haki, he will be faster than Rayleigh. The reason is because he understands it more thoroughly and knows more clearly from which angle to teach Haki so that they can master Haki more quickly. For this level of basic Haki, according to his judgment, if someone has qualifications in Haki, it is estimated that he can learn it in 1 month. However, if a person has average qualifications, he can also master one armament Haki and observation Haki in 3 months. Of course, he also has a golden finger. That is his secret weapon. When the door opened today, the first people to arrive were from the Akatsuki organization. This really surprised Lin Xiang. Tendo Pain, Konan, Deidara, Sasori, Zetsu, Haiden, Kakuzu, Uchiha Itachi, and Kisame, these 9 people were all present. Of course, there should be one from Orochimaru. Unfortunately, he left the team. After that, there was still one Obito, Uchiha, who was not here. Perhaps, it was because the other party did not want to show up yet. But no matter what, the appearance of these people showed how much Nagato and Konan valued him here. Come on. Konan came over and said to him. In her opinion, although it is still unclear why Lin Xiang joined them, the other party's domineering system did make them very envious. For the time being, they hope that Lin Xiang will join them sincerely, and it would be best if he could teach some people who can be domineering. In that case, they can basically eliminate Lin Xiang's suspicion. This is a formal member of our Akatsuki organization. Let me introduce him to you. Konan also introduced the formal members of the Akatsuki organization to Lin Xiang one by one, which shows how much she values Lin Xiang. The members of the Akatsuki organization also responded indifferently. In fact, without Konan's introduction, he also knew these people. The famous Akatsuki organization, those who have seen Naruto, know who the members of the Akatsuki organization are. It took a while to introduce them. However, the members of the Akatsuki organization did not care much about Lin Xiang, but they did not want to make trouble. After all, this is a person that the leader values. It's okay to make trouble, but afterwards, it depends on whether the leader can deal with it or not. After a round, Lin Xiang could naturally see the attitudes of these members of the Akatsuki organization. However, among them, there was a member of the Akatsuki organization who looked at him with an unhappy face, and the word unhappy was almost written on his face. And this person was Kakuzu. Regarding this, Lin Xiang was puzzled. Because he couldn't understand why the other party looked so unhappy with him. Logically speaking, this was just the first time they met. There was so much hostility. After Konan whispered something to him, he instantly understood. As for your matter, Kakuzu thought it was not necessary at all and did not want to spend a dime on you, so his attitude was a little bad. Chapter 7. Lin Xiang suddenly realized. Kakuzu is the financial director of Akatsuki. Moreover, his interest is to make money. People who like money are often stingy. Kakuzu is the stingy person. His gym is not small at all in the local area. It is precisely because of this that the expenses are also a considerable amount. Secondly, Akatsuki still needs to inject capital into his gym, and the funds must not be cut off. The food expenses, material expenses, and other expenses are added together. That is a considerable amount every month. Moreover, his Zushin gym must not have been open for only 1 or 2 days. The accumulated expenses over time are very shocking. How can Kakuzu, a miser, tolerate such a thing? So, at the meeting of Akatsuki, he directly denied Lin Xiang's cooperation plan. Of course, it was of no use. The leader nodded. And without damaging their interests, the other members also said, it doesn't matter, whatever the leader says is what it is. I agree with it. Like this. The decision was made. Kakuzu was very unhappy about this. He was so angry that he wanted to hit someone. It was too infuriating. These people who were not in charge of the family had no idea what the daily necessities were. With this expenditure, he would have to kill 1 or 2 Sarutobi Asuma to make it back. Hey! Boy, are you interested in believing in the evil god? At this time, Fei Duan also spoke up. I'm not interested. Lin Xiang refused directly and decisively. Believing in your evil god? It's meaningless. For him, there are also methods to cultivate evil gods. For example, in the cultivation system of his system, there is a magic potion system, but by matching some special materials, and finally, by swallowing and acting, and finally becoming a god. The level of this god is not low at all. Compared with the illusory evil god that Fei Duan believes in, his here is real and can be taken. But the first level potion of the magic potion system requires 1000 points of the training system to redeem. For him, the remaining points of the training system on hand were not enough. So, his first priority was to focus on teaching the students and recover the cost he spent first. Then, he set his sights on these members of the Akatsuki organization. System, check the data. Lin Xiang thought to himself. Then, the data of these people appeared in his sight. Name, Diadera. Training Index, Armament Haki, 71, Observation Haki, 85. Name, Kakuzu. Training Index, Armament Haki, 73, Observation Haki, 82. Name, Uchiha Itachi. Training Index, Armament Haki, 91, Observation Haki, 90. Name, Haiden. Training Index, Armament Haki, 88, Observation Haki, 66. The data screens of these people appeared in his sight one after another. This thing actually helped him to peek into the data of these people. With the help of the system, he could see which people were more talented in practicing. The number in the brackets at the end was actually the talent score. The lowest was 0 and the highest was 100. Some people might only be suitable for practicing a single type of domineering, for example, Armament Haki or Observation Haki, and they were more talented. This was the so-called partiality. Of course, the talents of these people were clear at a glance under his data investigation. This was his secret weapon. He could easily see the talent level of others in that aspect. In this way, he could see more clearly which one was more suitable to learn and cultivate, and he didn't have to waste time on abilities that shouldn't be wasted. However, to his surprise, Uchiha Itachi's talent was so strong. The practice of Armament Haki and Observation Haki both reached more than 90 points. Such a high value. According to the other party's talent, it is estimated that he can learn Armament Haki and Observation Haki in a very short period of time, and quickly reach the level of Elementary Haki. Similarly, what surprised him was Itachi's qualification for Armament Haki had reached 88 points. This high score is incredible. The judgment here in the system is 60 points pass, excellent level. 70 points have some qualifications, excellent level. 80 points are very qualified, which is considered a genius level. 90 points are particularly qualified, the level of a genius among geniuses. 100 points is needless to say, the ancestors are chasing after him. Because of this, he is now looking at Uchiha Itachi with shining eyes. With such a genius among geniuses in front of him, it is really difficult not to be tempted. If the other party is willing to learn, he can basically be sure that it won't be long before he can earn back 1/10 of the training system points he has consumed. Chapter 8. Uchiha Itachi, are you interested in learning Haki? With your talent, under my guidance, you will definitely be able to master Armament Haki and Observation Haki within 1 or 2 months. Lin Xiang looked at Uchiha Itachi with shining eyes and made an invitation. He didn't care what kind of experience the other party had or what kind of person he was. What he cared about now was more. People are selfish. He didn't deny it. In this strange world, he wanted to gain stronger power so that he could protect himself more effectively. Me. Itachi Uchiha was a little surprised. He just noticed that the other party was looking at him straight, but he didn't expect that the other party would ask such a thing as soon as he opened his mouth. Invite him to join the gym to learn Haki. He couldn't help but ponder this. Haki. Regarding this topic, he had already learned something a few days ago. Armament Haki and Observation Haki. It is a brand new system. Just like the fairy arts of the 3 holy places. It is a completely different training system from Chakra. It is impossible not to attract his attention. It's just that he didn't show that much excitement. Originally, he was also prepared to wait and see what kind of power this so-called Haki is. After all, he is a genius who has comprehended the so-called wall of fire at a young age. The man who personally overthrew his entire family. If the power of this Haki is really as said in the meeting, then he must start to consider how to obtain the training method of Haki, and then send this training method to Konoha. After all, this is all for Konoha. You have great talent, do you want to learn? Lin Xiang said seriously. Okay. Uchiha Itachi also thought about it and nodded in agreement. If the other party's Haki really has an effect, then he must secretly find a way to obtain it. Instead of doing this, it is better to agree to learn from the other party openly. In this way, he can also clearly feel what kind of power the Haki the other party is talking about. Hey, hey, hey! Boy, what do you mean by this? You don't think that Itachi is the only one with talent, do you? Your uncle Deidara will show you what it means to have a talent stronger than Uchiha Itachi. Deidara shouted. He was very uncomfortable that Lin Xiang only invited Uchiha Itachi and then ignored him. In the beginning, he joined the Akatsuki organization because he was defeated by Uchiha Itachi. Otherwise, why would he join the Akatsuki organization? Comparing and competing is what he likes to do. Childish! Said the scorpion beside him. Shut up, you rotten wood! Believe it or not, I will let you see the real art. Deidara immediately retorted. True art is eternal. Scorpio said. Shut up, explosion is the real art, your art cannot compare with mine. Deidara said angrily. He looked like he was going to take out clay and use explosion style to teach Scorpion how to behave. Fighting is prohibited in this place, said Konan. Her words stopped the conflict between Sasori and Deidara. If the two of them started fighting, what would happen? This gym would probably be razed to the ground. If you want to learn, I welcome you at any time. However, the practice of Haki mostly depends on aptitude. Although most people can learn it, people with limited aptitude cannot go far on the road of Haki. Lin Xiang smiled and said. He didn't care about this conflict. If other people in Akatsuki wanted to learn his Haki, he would definitely agree with it. After all, he had just checked the data of the members of Akatsuki. They were all qualified. One of the two types of Haki was even considered high. If these people learned Haki, then he would almost get back the points he invested in the practice system this time. Let me learn from you too. Kakuzu said. No way, Kakuzu, aren't you only interested in money? Haiden looked at Kakuzu in disbelief and said. Obviously, he was very surprised that Kakuzu would stand up and say that he wanted to learn this behavior of Haki. I just want to see if the investment is worth it. If it's not, kid, I will definitely take your heart. Kakuzu looked at Lin Xiang coldly and said. This can be said to be a threat. Of course. Lin Xiang said he didn't care. After all, he was very clear about the power of his Haki system. For ninjas, Haki is undoubtedly the best aid. Ninjas are physically fragile, so if they have the ability of armament Haki, they can even directly resist some weapons, and even increase their attack power in close combat. Observation Haki further enhances the ability to dodge. Kakuzu's threat is useless. Once the opponent learns Haki, he will definitely be attracted by the power of Haki. Chapter 9. It's too early to be laughed at. Kakuzu glanced at Lin Xiang and said. In response, Lin Xiang did not answer him. However, for this wave, Uchiha Itachi, Deidara, Kakuzu, Haiden, and Konan all chose to stay and learn Haki. Of course, for them, it just took more time. Everyone had their own thoughts. However, for Lin Xiang, he didn't care what these people thought about learning Haki. He only cared about how many people could learn the Haki he taught and let him get rewards. Akatsuki Organization. 5 people chose to stay and learn Haki. Lin Xiang's data reconnaissance, after looking at the data of these 5 people, they were all qualified in terms of qualifications, and even many of them could be regarded as geniuses, even geniuses among geniuses. Name, Deidara. Training Index, Armament Haki, 71, Observation Haki, 85. Name, Kakuzu. Training Index, Armament Haki, 73, Observation Haki, 82. Name, Uchiha Itachi. Training Index, Armament Haki, 91, Observation Haki, 90. Name, Haiden. Training Index, Armament Haki, 88, Observation Haki, 66. Name, Konan. Training Index, Armament Haki, 81, Observation Haki, 98. This is the qualification data panel of these 5 people. Among them, Konan's qualification for practicing observation haki is the highest, which surprised him. He didn't pay attention to Konan beside him just now, but when the other party suggested that he stay, he took a look at Konan. Unexpectedly, Konan's qualification for observation haki was as high as 98 points. This is outrageous. It is only 2 points away from the full value. This qualification, Lin Xiang has to say that he really picked up a treasure. The higher the qualification, the further they can go on the road of haki. For example, people with a qualification of 60 points who have just reached the qualified standard. It is estimated that learning haki can only learn the level of elementary haki at most. If you want to master intermediate haki, it will be very difficult. And people with a qualification of 70 points. It is almost the same to learn intermediate haki. And people with a qualification of 80 points. Reaching advanced haki is basically capped. And people with more than 90 points can even practice haki to the top level. So, qualification. What is determined is how far one can go on the road of haki, therefore, it is very important. The reason why he invited Uchiha Itachi to learn haki is because the other party's qualifications are enough to cultivate haki to the top level. In the world of pirates, haki is divided into 4 levels: primary, intermediate, advanced, and top. These levels correspond to the first, second, third, and fourth levels of the heavens and the worlds. Primary is only the first level. At that time, he will also exchange for second level haki, third level haki, and fourth level haki. At that time, if he wants to make a profit, he either harvests a large number of qualified people who can learn first level and second level haki and wins by quantity. Or, he wins by qualifications and selects people with high qualifications. As long as 10 people can achieve it, he will definitely be able to make a profit. If there are more qualified people, he can make a small profit. However, compared to winning by qualifications, he still prefers to win by quantity. After all, there are always a small number of qualified people, while most people with general qualifications are many. He had to do both. He had to take both paths at the same time, so that he could maximize the value of the cultivation system points he obtained. After the Akatsuki organization, it was the ordinary ninjas of the Hidden Rain village. Of course, he couldn't teach everyone with all his heart and soul. He could only select qualified people. So, under his data investigation, he locked in the Rain ninjas with qualifications of at least 60 points, not to mention that the qualifications of armament haki and observation haki were all above 60 points. As long as there was one, he would be qualified. Only qualified people were qualified to practice haki. Others were directly eliminated by him. It was not that he wanted to do this. It was just that the qualifications did not reach 60 points or more. It could basically be said that it was a waste of time. The lower the qualifications were, the smaller the chance of successfully practicing haki. Instead of letting them waste their time on this, it would be better to let them deepen their practice of ninjutsu. That would be more effective. Perhaps, these eliminated people might not really be eliminated. It can only be said that these people were only temporarily eliminated in the haki system. When the time is right, he will have enough points for the practice system. He would exchange for other cultivation systems. At that time, perhaps those who were not qualified in the Baki system would show different qualifications in the cultivation of other systems, and perhaps even more talented. Of course, the premise was that he had enough points in the cultivation system. Chapter 10. The people who stayed behind, including the formal members of Akatsuki, totaled 70. It is impossible for the Hidden Rain village to have only so many ninjas. However, if they want to learn, they have to come in batches. Otherwise, if so many people come to learn haki at once, the order of the Hidden Rain village will be broken in an instant. You know, the Rain ninjas are not just patrolling. There are many things that need to be handled by the ninjas. Missions, reconnaissance, maintaining order, and many other things must be handled by the ninjas personally. So, that's it. In terms of time, the number of people that can be vacated seems to be a little small. Although the Hidden Rain village is just a small country, but in these years of development, the number of ninjas, including the 3 categories of Genin, Chunin, and Jonin, is also more than 1,000. This time, the ones mobilized are only Genin among the many Rain ninjas. Of course, this is still an order issued in the name of Nagato God. For the order of God, all ninjas naturally obeyed such orders unconditionally. So, the first batch of Genin, there were as many as 200 people. Unfortunately, only 65 people were selected by Lin Xiang and successfully stayed. The other 135 genin were all eliminated by him because none of their qualifications in armament haki and observation haki reached the passing line of 60 points. This was also a helpless move. After all, compared to wasting time on these people, he was more willing to spend his time on people with at least qualified qualifications. His approach, in fact, just made it so that these unqualified people don't have to waste time. So many people were eliminated. Is the domineering training so picky? Konan looked at the 65 remaining rain genin, and then looked at the rain genin who were eliminated and left, and couldn't help asking. Her words also made the other 4 members of the Akatsuki organization prick up their ears and listen. In response, Lin Xiang smiled and explained. Those who stayed behind had no problem with their qualifications. At least, they could learn one of the 2 types of armament haki and observation haki. Those who were eliminated. It's not that they can't learn to be domineering, it's just that the chances of them learning to be domineering are smaller than these people. Instead of letting them learn haki from me, it is better to let them deepen their training in ninjutsu. This way, at least we won't waste time. This is his explanation. Konan frowned after hearing this. How can you be sure that those people are not qualified? Can qualifications be seen with the eyes? Konan said. Obviously, she didn't believe what Lin Xiang said, that they were not qualified. Of course. Konan's question was also within Lin Xiang's prediction. Just like the Uchiha clan's Sharingan and the Hyuga clan's Byakugan, I, of course, have my own special features. My eyes can see a person's aptitude in certain aspects. I wonder if you are satisfied with this answer. Lin Xiang said slowly. He could only use this excuse to evade Konan. He couldn't explain it clearly. But there are such eyes. Konan looked at him in surprise, with a look of surprise on her face. Obviously, she believed it a little. Perhaps, the main reason was that Lin Xiang said that with confidence, giving people the feeling that he was not lying. It was also because of this that Konan believed it. Similarly, Uchiha Itachi, Deidara, Kakuzu, and Haiden also looked at him in surprise. Then tell me, what are my qualifications? I must be better than Itachi, right? Deidara's eyes lit up and asked. This Lin Xiang is really a little hard to say. Strong? I really can't say it. If you compare your talent with Itachi, then you are still far behind. Don't make it difficult for him. Now that the person has been chosen, it's time for him to practice his domineering spirit. Konan rescued Lin Xiang, who was in a bit of a dilemma, and said. Konan is right. I'd better prepare to start practicing my domineering skills first. The sooner you practice, the sooner you can learn domineering. Lin Xiang said hurriedly. Of course, there was another sentence in his mind, that is, if you practice earlier, as long as one of you learns a kind of domineering, he can get a return of 1/10 of the 500 practice system points consumed when exchanging for first-level domineering. One person can provide him with 50 practice system points. He wished that these people would practice quickly. In this way, he could get practice system points. You know, his next goal is second-level domineering, and the cost is still a lot short of him at present. In this regard, he couldn't help but take a look at the purchase page of second-level domineering. Cultivation system, domineering. Level, second level. Required training system points, 1000. The required cultivation system points are doubled compared to the first level. And he only has 500 cultivation system points in his current account. So, as long as 10 people can learn hegemony first, the 500 cultivation system points he invested previously will be recovered, and he will have enough money to buy second-level hegemony. Everyone, from now on, the practice of domineering has officially begun. Lin Xiang stood up and loudly announced to the rain ninjas who were puzzled. At this moment, the domineering system. In the Naruto world, it officially set sail. Chapter 11. The practice of domineering has officially begun. There are 70 people in total. As long as all of them are successfully taught to be domineering, then he can get 3500 practice system points. In this way, plus the 500 practice system points in his account, his practice system points can reach 4000. It is an amazing number. By then, he will be able to get more things. The so-called domineering is inseparable from one thing, that is, spirit. The stronger the spirit, the easier it is to learn domineering and master it. Of course, it does not mean that spirit represents everything. Learning domineering also depends on aptitude. It depends on your comprehension. Some people understand it immediately, while others cannot understand it even if you tell them thousands of times. This is comprehension. Lin Xiang said slowly. He has learned the 3 colors of Haki, and the system has thoroughly analyzed Haki and transmitted the memory to him. Therefore, Haki is within his understanding. In fact, it is an extension of will. Whether it is armament Haki, observation Haki, or domination Haki, they are all based on spirit. Then, they are guided out through training. Domination Haki is spirit plus courage. Observation Haki is spirit plus perception. Armament Haki is spirit plus physical strength. Because of this, even Uchiha Itachi, who was physically weak, had such high qualifications. Among them, there was his comprehension, and the other party's spirit was also very high. And Konan's observation Haki was so high. Perhaps, most of it was because of his comprehension. Of course, he did not delve into it so much, because it was meaningless. He only knew that these people had enough comprehension in learning Haki. However, there were still some people with partiality. For example, people with qualifications for a single Haki. They were directly divided out by Lin Xiang. All of a sudden, the field was divided into 3 groups. Those who studied armament Haki alone, those who studied observation Haki alone, and those who studied armament Haki and observation Haki together. Those who studied both together. At least, both qualifications reached the level of 60 points. At this stage, it is only the learning stage of the first level Haki. As long as it reaches 60 points, you can learn it. So, there is no need to separate students who have serious bias in subjects, such as armament Haki, 88, observation Haki, 66, from hidden. However, if he exchanges for second level Haki later, he will remind him to focus on cultivating armament Haki and observation Haki. With his qualifications, there is no need to focus on that. When practicing, it always seems very cruel, boring, and tedious. Lin Xiang took the lead and explained some detailed explanations of armament Haki and observation Haki to these people. Just like if they want to learn something, then he must first explain these 2 abilities clearly. In addition, some matters that need attention are clearly stated. In case some students take a detour and affect his ability to earn practice points, affect the future of these little flowers in the hidden rain village, that would be bad. He said that he definitely did not explain it in such detail in order to make these students graduate quickly and earn practice system points quickly. He is a good teacher and will definitely be responsible for the future of his students. On the first day, it was obvious that learning this aspect was not that easy. Even Konan, whose observation Haki aptitude was 98 points, had no brains at all under Lin Xiang's training. Time passed little by little. Half a month had passed. Inside the Zushin dojo. Calm down. What you need to do is not to see with your eyes, but to use your spirit to amplify your perception, so that your 5 senses become extremely sharp. As long as you can achieve this level, there will be signs of observation Haki. Lin Xiang held a paper fan in his hand, stood behind Konan, and then fell towards Konan. Observation Haki is the easiest to understand kind of Haki. The fusion of spirit and 5 senses. Thus, it promotes the extreme amplification of one's own 5 senses, to an extremely sharp point. Simply put, if someone fired a shot in the dark from 100 meters away, you would not be able to detect it with your naked eyes. However, as long as you learn observation Haki, then, when you are pointed at by the muzzle of a gun, observation Haki will sense the crisis. The body reacts quickly and the bullets can't hit you. This is all very normal. After all, Luffy became a master 2 years later. The laser attack of the pacifist can be easily avoided, which shows how strong the perception of observation Haki is equals. Snap! 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 However, after Lin Xiang's paper fan fell, Konan dodged a few times, but was hit by Lin Xiang again. Then he started over. Continue. Start over. Continue. Just keep going like this. This is also the fastest way to practice observation Haki. Get beaten. In this way, the body will remember. Who would like to be beaten all the time? Therefore, it stimulated their desire to avoid this attack. It also made them work harder to learn observation Haki. Master Lin is really partial to me. After looking at Lin Xiang for a while, Fei Duan sighed. Chapter 12. If you were a woman, maybe Master Lin would show mercy to you. Haiden, do you want me to buy you a set of women's clothes? You put them on and dress up to see if Master Lin will show mercy to you. Deidara suggested. But when Haiden heard this, he felt a chill all over his body. Wearing women's clothes? He would never wear women's clothes. But he also took a look at the tool he and others used to learn armament haki. A wooden stick as thick as an arm. This thing made them want to beat them to death. The women in the Zushin dojo used paper fans to train their observation haki. It was completely different. That's why he complained. Deidara, if you want to wear women's clothes, go ahead and don't involve me. Haiden said. Tisk. I am a man who knows what the ultimate art is. I can't wear women's clothes. I will never wear women's clothes in my life. Deidara said. However, their words did not escape Lin Xiang's ears. You guys, stop being lazy. Don't think I won't scold you just because you're members of the Akatsuki organization. What are you talking about? Hurry up and train. Don't you see there are so many juniors watching you train? As a senior, don't you know how to set a good example for the younger generations? How can you be a senior if you are like this? Lin Xiang said angrily. Women's clothing? Stop disgusting him. Damn you little brat, do you want to experience my art? Deidara said angrily. Konan. Lin Xiang took 2 steps back decisively and retreated behind Konan. After hearing this voice, Konan also took off the black cloth covering his eyes and looked towards Deidara. This made Deidara flinch. I was just joking. I, Deidara, will never attack my own people. Deidara said with a serious face. There is no way. He can't afford to offend the other party. Konan's strength is not weak at all. The main thing is that the person standing behind Konan is the leader of the Akatsuki organization. So, ninjas. Ninjas, just bear with it. Seeing this, several people hurried to practice. For more than half a month, they have already invested all their time in practicing haki, which can be said to have seriously affected the progress of the Akatsuki organization's mission. But there is no other way. Since they are here, if they give up halfway, wouldn't the time they spent practicing haki be wasted? For example, the download progress of the game has been downloaded about 50%, and suddenly they feel that the download is too slow and they don't want to download it anymore, but if they really want to cancel the download, they are always reluctant. This is the reason why they continue to stay here to train. Master Lin, I want to see your armament haki again. Uchiha Itachi came over and said. Okay. Lin Xiang nodded and agreed to the other party's request. He knew what the other party wanted to do. Nothing more than to use the Sharingan to cheat. Normally, having a Sharingan is equivalent to having a cheat. You can cheat openly. Why don't they do it? Kakashi and the second pillar, they like to use their Sharingan to copy the enemy's ninjutsu and taijutsu. Especially Kakashi. It can be said that he is a role model of cheating in the ninja world. He directly displayed the armed color domineering on his right forearm, and then, Uchiha Itachi opened the 3 Megatama Sharingan without hesitation and fell directly, staring at his armed color domineering. As for why he didn't open the Mangeki Sharingan? This is of course because his body really doesn't allow it. Although, at this moment, he is not as weak as he was in the Shippuden period, but his current condition is not very good. The Mangeki Sharingan is too much of a burden for him. Now, he tries to reduce the use of the Mangeki Sharingan as much as possible. After a long time, about a minute, Uchiha Itachi also closed his Sharingan. Seeing this, Lin Xiang also withdrew his armament haki. The armament haki he possessed is also limited, just like when Luffy fought Mingo, after using up the 4th gear, he still needed to rest for a while before he could re-enter the 4th gear state. It's just that the consumption of armament haki is too great. It takes time to recover. At this time, Uchiha Itachi suddenly reached out his hand. Under his control. Armament haki hardening. Armament haki was successfully displayed by him. In an instant, Uchiha Itachi's outstretched fist turned dark. This also made Lin Xiang's eyes flash with a hint of surprise. Good guy. After letting you use the Sharingan for 10 days, you really copied the armament haki. Damn it. He even wanted to get a pair of Sharingan to play with. Very good ability. After using the armament haki for a while, it dissipated. However, a trace of surprise flashed across Uchiha Itachi's usually calm face. Only by using it personally can one feel the effect of armament haki. Although it has not been put into practice yet, some time ago, when Lin Xiang was explaining and training them, he personally demonstrated armament haki and observation haki, so they all knew what kind of ability and effect it was. Chapter 13. Zhao. Damn it! Itachi learned it first. Deidara directly used the words that Lin Xiang usually used to scold them. They all had to say it. This word was really exciting to say. However, he originally came here to learn haki to prove his talent. But now, Uchiha Itachi has already learned the armament haki. However, he has not mastered even one kind of haki. Doesn't this mean that he is not as good as Uchiha Itachi in disguise? He was dissatisfied with this. He just cheated with the Sharingan. Otherwise, with the normal progress of cultivation, with Itachi's physique, even if he had good aptitude, it would take a lot of time to learn. Lin Xiang said. Although this bastard's cheating device made him feel like he had met a god who was cheating. However, he had to agree that the other party's cheating was good. The other party cheated successfully. At this time, a voice from the system sounded in his mind. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering, congratulations to the host. Get 50 training system points. This time, Lin Xiang's account had 50 more training system points. It was considered to have earned back 1/10 of the consumption. This cheat. It was a great trick. If everyone could cheat like Uchiha Itachi, he would be able to fly directly on the spot. 1 day, Genin. 10 days, Chunin. 1 month, Jonin. Half a year, Cage level. 1 year, Super Cage level. Of course, this can only be dreamed of. After all, although there are many people here, not everyone has Uchiha Itachi's 90-point qualification, and not everyone has his pair of cheat devices called Sharingan. Itachi, what do you think of the effect of armament haki? Kakuzu came over and asked. Although it was only maintained for a while, if this power is exerted, it should be at the level of sea-level ninjutsu. Uchiha Itachi said. This is his truth. He did not lie. After all, the master who knows haki is here. It is useless for him to lie and trample haki down to nothing. As long as there is a second person who learns armament haki, he can expose his lie. However, this power did make his heart beat violently. He just mastered armament haki. At this stage, it is enough to have the level of sea-level ninjutsu. It can be seen that this armament haki is indeed a brand new training system. It does not use any chakra at all. The profession of ninja is not something that everyone can become. It is precisely because of this. In this world, most people are civilians. However, the emergence of this haki system made Uchiha Itachi realize one thing. If this system is thoroughly used in the Hidden Rain Village, then the strength of the Hidden Rain Village will increase dramatically. There are many people who cannot become ninjas. However, this new haki system cannot be used. It is the line of chakra. It is like, in a small village, out of 100 people, only 30 are suitable for practicing chakra and becoming ninjas, so, there are only 30 armed personnel in this small village. But when a new domineering system appears, a group of 30 people suitable for practicing this domineering system are selected from the 70 people who were eliminated. Then the armed personnel of this village directly increased from 30 to 60. This is the improvement of the overall strength of the village. This is crucial. It is precisely because of this. This made Uchiha Itachi realize that he must pass the practice method of this haki system back to Konoha. Otherwise, if people from other ninja villages obtain the practice method of the haki system from the Hidden Rain Village in the future, it means that Konoha will be one step slower than others. One step slower. Every step slower. As an undercover planted in the Akatsuki organization by the village, he must complete the undercover action perfectly. All this is for the village. Is it the level of sea-level ninjutsu? Then this is still somewhat useful for the Hidden Rain Village, but the effect is not that great. I think this investment is a loss. Kakuzu thought for a while and said. Lin Xiang. Show. You have just learned haki, how strong can your armament haki be? This is just the primary level of haki. Above the primary level of haki, there are intermediate level haki, advanced level haki, and top level haki. Just think about it, if your whole body is covered with armed haki, it means you are invulnerable to swords and guns. Moreover, the coverage of armament haki can enhance your own attack. At that time, the power will definitely be much stronger than sea-level ninjutsu. Lin Xiang said. How could he not know what Kakuzu was thinking? It's nothing more than that he was worried about the expenses during this period. But, according to what you said, training a powerful and domineering person with strength comparable to that of a jonin would probably cost a lot of money. I still suggest that the Zushin gym should be closed. Kakuzu said. He felt distressed. The training materials of Zushin Gym 6 are easy to buy. Once purchased, they can be used for a very long time. However, the food expenses are a big part. Because training domineering naturally cannot reduce the training of one's own body, so Lin Xiang also arranged physical training. The amount of exercise is not less. However, after a lot of consumption, a lot of energy must be replenished. Otherwise, the body cannot keep up with the consumption of physical training. So, the consumption of the food expenses really made Kakuzu's 5 big hearts a little bit overwhelmed. Chapter 14. Kakuzu, what has been decided will not end just like that, and the domineering system is already very qualified. Although it requires more expenses, it will really improve the strength of the Hidden Rain village. Konan said slowly. When she spoke, others did not choose to refute her. Because they also knew that what Konan said was indeed the truth. But the cost is too high. Jiaoda said. The food expenses for 70 people must be rich in fish and meat, and the nutrition must be sufficient. If the expenses continue at this rate, the food expenses for this group of people will be spent one by one. He, the finance manager, will have to watch helplessly. It hurts him to see it. You can only gain if you give up. Although we lost money, we gained the overall strength of Yuyan village. Isn't that great? Lin Xiang said on the side. You can only gain if you pay. If you only think about gaining, it is basically impossible. Damn kid. The corner of his eyes swept over Lin Xiang with displeasure. Anyway, no matter what, for him, he felt very unhappy looking at Lin Xiang. If it weren't for the appearance of this kid, there wouldn't be such a shocking expense. What kind of money is this? If you knew that Konan spent most of the money of Akatsuki on buying detonating tags, your heart would explode on the spot. Lin Xiang shook his head and said in his heart. Compared with him, Konan was the one who spent the most money in Akatsuki. As for the art of the 600 billion detonating tags in the future, Diodera would call him an expert after seeing it. The corners would cry after seeing it. Kakuzu's opinion was no longer important at this moment. Although he had objections, one person's objection was useless. The training continued. Uchiha Itachi successfully cultivated the armament haki. Although he used his family's ancestral cheating device, this success did motivate everyone in the Zushin gym. At the beginning, they were skeptical about this haki system. However, the leader of the Hidden Rain village had spoken. What else could they say? Of course they did it. Let's learn. But after more than 10 days, there was no progress at all, which deepened their suspicion. They even felt that Lin Xiang was a liar, so they didn't have any hope. But they couldn't help it. The other party had obviously fooled their angel. The angel was here to train with them. Even if they were dissatisfied, they dared not say anything. They could only follow and train together obediently. But now, Uchiha Itachi's success broke the doubts in their hearts. Now, they just want to practice haki as soon as possible. Time passed little by little. After 2 days, suddenly. Ding! Someone has learned first level haki, congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 training system points. A voice sounded in his mind. This is Konan has learned observation haki. This surprised Lin Xiang very much. As expected, he had a high score of 98 in the aptitude of observation haki training. Surprisingly, in such a short time, he had learned it from no foundation. It's a magical power. Konan still had a black cloth tied around her eyes, which covered her eyes. However, Lin Xiang waved the paper fan in his hand towards Konan again and again, but the other party seemed to have eyes on his back and avoided the paper fan that Lin Xiang waved at him from all angles. After a moment, Lin Xiang also stopped. Congratulations! Lin Xiang said to Konan. It was indeed worth celebrating that the other party could learn observation haki. Similarly, he also made a fortune. Now, the balance of practice system points in his account has reached 600. It is only 400 away from the second level Haki. 8 people. As long as 8 more people learn Haki, he will have 1000 practice system points, which can be exchanged for second level Haki. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glance at Uchiha Itachi. This guy. I don't know if the other party has sent the information about the practice of the Haki system back to Konoha. During this period of time, he told the other party in detail how to practice the 2 methods of Haki, observation Haki and armament Haki, and what points need to be paid attention to. Why is it so detailed? Of course, it is because he wants the other party to pass the Haki system to Konoha. Konoha is full of talents. He believes that according to Sarutobi Hiruzen's idea, if he knows the Haki system, he will definitely make great efforts. Development. By that time, he really earned cultivation system points by lying down. Of course, this thing has only benefits for him. Disadvantages? None at all. The cultivation system was leaked, but as long as this cultivation system is widely spread and learned by others, he can earn more cultivation system points. With more cultivation system points, he can exchange for other stronger cultivation systems. So, it seems to be spread. In fact, it is only the 1.0 version of the cultivation system that was spread out. When the other party was complacent about obtaining the 1.0 version of the cultivation system, his cultivation system version had already launched version 2.0, version 3.0, and version 4.0. They, no matter how they flattered, could not catch up. That's right. He didn't worry at all about the cultivation system he exchanged being spread. On the contrary, he was very happy for this situation to happen. As long as the other party spread it faster and more people practiced, then the version of his cultivation system would be updated faster. Chapter 15. Konan successfully cultivated the observation Haki. This undoubtedly successfully stimulated the rain ninjas who were still learning. Originally, after working hard for a few days, there seemed to be no progress in the practice of Haki. This made them a little frustrated. Therefore, they were a little negative in the practice of Haki. But this time, their enthusiasm was re-stimulated. They were full of energy and training. They all wanted to train a few minutes longer than others. Konan was also congratulated by other members of the Akatsuki organization. Compared with the envy of others, some of them wanted to ask Konan what the secret of understanding the Haki of observation was. However, although Konan said that he would tell them, it might not be really effective for them. After all, some things cannot be understood by just saying them. After asking, Deidara, Kakuzu, and Haiden went to practice in silence. They were holding back their anger. They were all members of the Akatsuki organization. However, it was okay for Uchiha Itachi. The other party cheated by opening the Sharingan. Although the other party learned the Haki of armament Haki first, in their opinion, they were not so jealous of the other party. At most, they just envied the other party's pair of Sharingans. It was really enviable to have a cheat. However, the next Konan learned the Haki of observation with his own real materials. This made them feel a little dissatisfied. They were all members of the Akatsuki organization, why were you so outstanding, but they didn't even master a trace of Haki? With this dissatisfaction, they started to practice with their heads covered. At this time, mouth cannons were useless. They should practice it. Quickly learn a Haki and prove themselves. Otherwise, if some young people among the group of Rain Ninja Genin learn Haki before them, then they, the seniors, will lose face. You have already mastered the basics of observation Haki. All you need is a long period of training to master it. Lin Xiang said slowly to Konan. When your observation Haki begins to encounter a layer of shackles, I will guide you on how to break through to the next level of Haki. The other party's aptitude is very high. However, according to his judgment, based on the other party's speed, it should not be so fast to cultivate to the limit of the primary observation Haki. When the other party reaches that limit, he should have already exchanged for second level Haki. At that time, he will continue to guide the other party. Only after you have personally experienced your Haki system, you will clearly know how powerful Haki is. I will consider talking to the leader about improving your status in the Hidden Rain Village. Konan looked at Lin Xiang deeply and said. She, who had learned observation Haki, knew what the power of observation Haki could do. To be frank, with this power, plus the power of armament Haki that she knew, as long as she could cultivate a rain ninja who was proficient in two-color Haki, it meant that she could almost cultivate a genin level ninja. Of course, the genin level here refers to normal genin, not the cheaters like Naruto and Sasuke. Moreover, even if it is not a person who has learned two-color haki, just learning one kind of haki is also a great power. At least, it is far beyond the ranks of ordinary people. If ordinary people learn observation haki, then, as long as they go through a period of combat training, they can rely on the power of observation haki to easily defeat 10 ordinary people with 1 against 10. Moreover, the most important thing is that the training during this period made her clearly feel that her physique has also been strengthened a lot. Perhaps, it will really be as Lin Xiang said. This haki system will take a different path in this ninja world. Next, during this period of time, Lin Xiang has been focusing on these people's training in domineering. Gradually, time seems to pass quickly. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days. In the blink of an eye, another full month had passed. During this month, Lin Xiang's ears naturally rang with system prompts. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Of course. It has been a full month and a half in total. Following Uchiha Itachi and Konan, Deidara, Kakuzu, Haiden and others have also learned one of the armament haki and observation haki one after another. They successfully provided Lin Xiang with 150 training system points. His value of 600 was raised to as much as 750. However, next, there will be another period of time without income. But fortunately, Lin Xiang is still a little patient. At worst, he can just wait a little longer. Among this group of Rain Ninja Genin, the one with the highest talent is only 78 points. There are a total of 65 people, 2/3 of whom have qualifications between 60 and 69, and another 1/3 of whom have qualifications between 70 and 78 points. Although not as good as Konan, Uchiha Itachi, Deidara, Kakuzu, Haiden and others. But they are also qualified. In terms of learning haki, this Xiren has to spend a little more time. In order to bear fruitful results, he is still patient. Chapter 16. Konan successfully cultivated the observation haki. This undoubtedly successfully stimulated the Rain ninjas who were still learning. Originally, after working hard for a few days, there seemed to be no progress in the practice of haki. This made them a little frustrated. Therefore, they were a little negative in the practice of haki. But this time, their enthusiasm was re-stimulated. They were full of energy and training. They all wanted to train a few minutes longer than others. Konan was also congratulated by other members of the Akatsuki organization. Compared with the envy of others, some of them wanted to ask Konan what the secret of understanding the haki of observation was. However, although Konan said that he would tell them, it might not be really effective for them. After all, some things cannot be understood by just saying them. After asking, Deidara, Kakuzu, and Haiden went to practice in silence. They were holding back their anger. They were all members of the Akatsuki organization. However, it was okay for Uchiha Itachi. The other party cheated by opening the Sharingan. Although the other party learned the haki of armament haki first, in their opinion, they were not so jealous of the other party. At most, they just envied the other party's pair of Sharingans. It was really enviable to have a cheat. However, the next Konan learned the haki of observation with his own real materials. This made them feel a little dissatisfied. They were all members of the Akatsuki organization, why were you so outstanding, but they didn't even master a trace of haki? With this dissatisfaction, they started to practice with their heads covered. At this time, mouth cannons were useless. They should practice it. Quickly learn a haki and prove themselves. Otherwise, if some young people among the group of Rain Ninja Genin learn haki before them, then they, the seniors, will lose face. You have already mastered the basics of observation haki. All you need is a long period of training to master it. Lin Xiang said slowly to Konan. When your observation haki begins to encounter a layer of shackles, I will guide you on how to break through to the next level of haki. The other party's aptitude is very high. However, according to his judgment, based on the other party's speed, it should not be so fast to cultivate to the limit of the primary observation haki. When the other party reaches that limit, he should have already exchanged for second level Haki. At that time, he will continue to guide the other party. Only after you have personally experienced your Haki system, you will clearly know how powerful Haki is. I will consider talking to the leader about improving your status in the Hidden Rain Village. Konan looked at Lin Xiang deeply and said. She, who had learned observation Haki, knew what the power of observation Haki could do. To be frank, with this power, plus the power of armament Haki that she knew, as long as she could cultivate a rain ninja who was proficient in two-color Haki, it meant that she could almost cultivate a genin level ninja. Of course, the genin level here refers to normal genin, not the cheaters like Naruto and Sasuke. Moreover, even if it is not a person who has learned two-color Haki, just learning one kind of Haki is also a great power. At least, it is far beyond the ranks of ordinary people. If ordinary people learn observation Haki, then, as long as they go through a period of combat training, they can rely on the power of observation Haki to easily defeat 10 ordinary people with 1 against 10. Moreover, the most important thing is that the training during this period made her clearly feel that her physique has also been strengthened a lot. Perhaps, it will really be as Lin Xiang said. This Haki system will take a different path in this ninja world. Next, during this period of time, Lin Xiang has been focusing on these people's training in domineering. Gradually, time seems to pass quickly. 1 day, 3 days, 5 days. In the blink of an eye, another full month had passed. During this month, Lin Xiang's ears naturally rang with system prompts. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Of course. It has been a full month and a half in total. Following Uchiha Itachi and Konan, Deidara, Kakuzu, Haiden and others have also learned one of the armament Haki and observation Haki one after another. They successfully provided Lin Xiang with 150 training system points. His value of 600 was raised to as much as 750. However, next, there will be another period of time without income. But fortunately, Lin Xiang is still a little patient. At worst, he can just wait a little longer. Among this group of Rain Ninja Genin, the one with the highest talent is only 78 points. There are a total of 65 people, 2/3 of whom have qualifications between 60 and 69, and another 1/3 of whom have qualifications between 70 and 78 points. Although not as good as Konan, Uchiha Itachi, Deidara, Kakuzu, Haiden and others. But they are also qualified. In terms of learning Haki, this Xiren has to spend a little more time. In order to bear fruitful results, he is still patient. Chapter 17. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Another half month has passed. During this period, some people gradually entered the domineering aura. In addition to Konan and the other 5 people, there are 5 more people who have entered. This naturally brought Lin Xiang a generous reward, 250 training system points each. In addition to his own, he already has 750 training system points. Currently, there are a total of 1000 training system points in his account. This value made Lin Xiang fall into deep thought. He took a look at the people who were practicing hard. He knew that under the supervision of himself and the members of the Akatsuki organization, these people were already practicing very hard. However, sometimes their qualifications determine that even if they practice desperately, they still need a lot of time to learn. This is the difference in qualifications. Geniuses with high qualifications may only need 1 day to learn. And those with low qualifications need 10 days to learn. Looking at such a slow progress, Lin Xiang just felt annoyed. Now, he has 1000 training system points, and he has collected enough training system points to exchange for second-level domineering aura. However, just exchanging for second-order Haki would only have a limited effect on his strength. According to the training progress of these students, let alone 2 years, he felt that it would take at least 10 years for him to gather enough points to make his strength reach the Super Shadow level. If that were the case, the Fourth Ninja World War would have ended many years ago. So, he was in a dilemma now. Because what he could exchange here was not just the training system, but also some auxiliary items for training. Item, 10x Training Speed Up Card. Duration, 1 month. Price, 1000 Cultivation System Points. Item, 100x Training Speed Up Card. Duration, 1 month. Price, 10,000 Cultivation System Points. Item, 1000x Training Acceleration Card. Duration, 1 month. Price, 10,000 Cultivation System Points. This is what can be exchanged here in the system. This item is simple and clear. Just as it is literally shown, it can double the speed of cultivation. Moreover, the duration is 1 month. Moreover, this thing can be said to be effective in his Zushin Dojo, but the effect of this practice acceleration card will only be reflected in the cultivation system he exchanged. In other words, only in his Zushin Dojo, if you practice Haki, you can experience the effect of this practice acceleration card. If you practice Chakra, it will not have any effect, because Chakra is not the system he exchanged, and Haki is the cultivation system he exchanged through the system. Originally, he didn't want to exchange it. But after this period of time, he looked at the progress of these guys' cultivation. Only Konan, Uchiha Itachi, Kakuzu, Haiden, and Deidara have the fastest cultivation speed, followed by some students with slightly worse qualifications. However, for academies with even worse qualifications, it will take even longer to learn. According to the progress, wait until all these people have learned. He estimated that he would have to wait 1 to 2 months before he could harvest this wave of leaks. Now, out of the 70 students, including members of the Akatsuki organization, he had already harvested 10 of them as leaks, and he also got 500 points of the training system as he wished. But this was far from enough. So, he thought about it and finally, at the cost of almost cutting off his own flesh and blood. System, exchange for a 10x training acceleration card. Lin Xiang gritted his teeth. It took him more than a month to collect 1000 training system points, and just like that, he spent them directly like water. Ding! Consume 1000 cultivation system points 10 times cultivation acceleration card, exchange successfully. The system's voice sounded in his ears. He just felt that this voice was so annoying. Originally, he was going to exchange for second level domineering. But now, he can only exchange for a 10 times cultivation acceleration card. There is no reward without hard work. If I pay 1000 points in the training system, I can be 100% sure that I can earn 3000 points in a month. Lin Xiang said in his heart. He comforted himself in this way. The effect was not bad. At least his pain was relieved a lot. As long as the remaining 60 people learn to be domineering, each of them will bring him 50 points in the training system, and a total of 3000 points in the training system will be earned. When there is an effect, then it is worth it. System, use the 10x training acceleration card. Lin Xiang said directly. Ding! The 10x training acceleration card was used successfully. Range, Zushin Dojo. Duration, 1 month. As the system's voice sounded beside Lin Xiang's ears, the 10x training acceleration card also began to work. Now, it's time to cheat. Chapter 18. At this time, all the students who were learning Haki in the Zushin Dojo felt that their understanding of Haki became clearer at this moment. There were also students who were training and felt that the effect of their training seemed to be more effective. Dear leeks, please grow up quickly so that I can harvest you. Lin Xiang saw that the students' efficiency seemed to have improved a little, and he was very pleased. He felt very sorry to spend the 10x training acceleration card and the training system points. But if he could see the results, then these 1000 training system points would be worth it. 10 times the effect. It is equivalent to practicing for 1 day equals practicing for 10 days. And the effect of his 10x training acceleration card lasts for a full 30 days. 10 times of 30 days. This means that they practiced for 30 days and got the results of 300 days of practice. It only takes more than 2 months to make up a year. If you round it up, it can be said to be the result of 1 year. Look at Luffy. He has practiced for 2 years. The 3 colors of domineering are so superb. Although the other party is the protagonist and very qualified, but he, Lin Xiang, has opened up all these students. In this 1 month. I don't ask you to be awesome. But, there should be no problem in practicing domineering to the peak of the first level, right? If you can't do this, Lin Xiang can consider beating these guys to death. In the next few days, the speed of practicing heroic aura was visibly improving. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. However, within a few days, several people have already entered the realm of Haki, and Lin Xiang naturally gained a lot of points in the training system. He was very satisfied with this. It was considered that his investment was beginning to pay off. However, the people who gained the most results here were naturally the members of the Akatsuki organization. With the help of his 10x training acceleration card, they can be said to have made rapid progress during this period of time. After all, they were already very talented. With another 10x training acceleration card, how could this be possible? If it were Luffy, he would be able to become a master in more than 2 months. Time passed little by little. Only 10 days had passed in these 30 days. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Ding! Someone has learned first level domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. These people have entered the land of immortals. They have learned the first level of domineering. The effect of the 10 times training acceleration card is really good. So good. Although he spent the 1000 training system points. But now, in a very short time, directly increase the amount of training system points in his account to 3000 points. This really makes him feel very happy. Satisfied. However, it has only been 10 days. The duration of the 10 times training acceleration card is only 1/3 over, and there are still 2/3 of the time, which cannot be wasted. So, system, exchange for second level domineering. Lin Xiang said silently to his system in his room. Then, the system's prompt sounded the next moment. Ding! Consuming 1000 cultivation system points second level domineering, exchanged successfully. After the 1000 cultivation system points were spent on his account, the memory fragments were directly stuffed into his mind. His body, under the flow of a hot current, became stronger. Not long after he completely absorbed the memory fragments that poured into his mind, his domineering was upgraded from level 1 to level 2. His physique also became more powerful and amazing. He can say without hesitation that it is not a problem to fight 1 against 100. And after this expenditure, his 3000 cultivation system points also became 2000. At present, it is enough for him to use to exchange for the second level domineering. The first reason is that he needs to improve his strength, so that he can feel at ease. The second reason is that during this period of time, ordinary students have only learned the first order domineering, but compared to the members of the Akatsuki organization, 10 days? With the blessing of the 10x training acceleration card, it basically takes 100 days to practice. Originally, they were not bad in aptitude. In these 10 days, they have reached the peak of the first order domineering. It is only 1 step away from the second order domineering. Of course, these people have their own advantages. It is not that both the armed color domineering and the observation color domineering have reached the peak of the first order domineering, but that a single domineering has reached the level of the first order peak. This only requires him to guide them again, and with the blessing of the 10x training acceleration card. It is not necessarily difficult for these people to reach the peak of the second order in the remaining 20 days. Therefore, he exchanged for the second order domineering. He really felt the effect of this second order domineering. It is really good. Chapter 19. Then, Lin Xiang also took a look at his data panel. Host, Lin Xiang. Level 2. Ability, Level 2 3-color domineering. Exchanged cultivation system. Domineering system, Level 2. Cultivation system points, 2000. The only change is that his strength has been raised from level 1 to level 2. He is proficient in the three-color domineering. If it is a one-on-one fight, he can beat the ninja. After all, the three-color domineering combined can be said to restrain the ninja. The ninja is fragile. One punch will make the opponent fall to the ground and cry. However, this does not mean that the ninja is weak. The system. Level 1 means having the power to fight 10 at one time. Level 2 means having the power to fight 100 at one time. Level 3 means having the power to fight 1000 at one time. Level 4 means having the power to fight 10,000 at one time. Level 5 means having the power to destroy a natural disaster. Level 6 means having the power to destroy satellites and moons. Level 7 means having the power to destroy planets. Level 8 means having the power to destroy stars. Level 9 means having the power to destroy galaxies. Level 10 means having the power to destroy the universe. Genin is almost at the level of first level. Chunin is at the level of second level. Jonin can reach the level of third level. Cage level is at the level of fourth level. Super cage level is only Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, who are strong enough to deform the map of the ninja world. It is the level of fifth level, like a natural disaster. Six paths level, this is Uchiha Madara who entered the six paths, and Otsutsuki Kagaya, six paths sage, etc., a series of people who have reached the six paths level, have the strength of sixth level. Of course. For this ninja world. At present, the strongest person in the ninja world has reached the level of sixth level. There is no higher level. It can be seen that ninjas are still very powerful. Moreover, later, it should be said that when it comes to the six paths level, the mountains collapse and the earth cracks. At this level, is it fragile? Maybe, but the opponent's damage is also high. But let's not talk about these for now. For the time being, what Lin Xiang has to do is to teach these people the second level of domineering. At least. Konan, Uchiha Itachi, Haiden, Kakuzu, and Deidara. As long as these four people have one level of Haki at level 2, the cost of exchanging for level 2 Haki this time can be recovered by half very quickly. Time seemed rather hurried. During this period of time, Lin Xiang naturally continued to teach the entry methods of the second level of domineering to all those who had reached the peak of the first level of domineering. In the final analysis, this thing is not very difficult. It is just that the skills on it require a little effort to learn. Even if he does not teach carefully, these people can figure it out after spending some time. In this way, under his supervision, the strength of these people has naturally improved by leaps and bounds. The remaining 20 days had passed completely. At this moment, the effect of Lin Xiang's 10x training acceleration card also completely disappeared after the last day. In a month, these people finally entered the level of second level of domineering. Of course, some people only entered the level of second level of domineering with the blessing of the 10x training acceleration card at the critical moment of the last few days. Moreover, it was a single domineering that entered the second level. But for them, it can be said that it is enough. After more than a month of training, it is already amazing to have such results. Among these 70 people, 5 are members of the Akatsuki organization. At present, they have reached the peak of second level of domineering. Of course, there are also people who practice both armed color domineering and observation color domineering together. However, the practice of 2 domineering is more time-consuming than 1. Even with the blessing of the 10x training acceleration card, they only broke through to the second level of domineering and mastered it, but they did not reach the peak. For Lin Xiang, 70 people reached the second level of domineering. This means that his harvest this time is gratifying. Ding! Someone has learned level 2 domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 training system points. Ding! Someone has learned level 2 domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 training system points. Ding! Someone has learned level 2 domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 training system points. During this period of time, whenever such a system prompt sounded, he was very pleased. Of course, he was just pleased that these students were really working hard, and he was very happy. Originally, he consumed 1000 practice system points to exchange for the second level domineering. As long as someone learns the second level domineering, he can get 1/10 of the practice system points. Everyone who learns it can get 100 practice system points. This time, these 70 people have reached the stage of second level domineering, which also made him a lot of money. A total of 7,000 practice system points were earned. In addition to the 1,000 practice system points spent on his account last time, there were still 2,000 practice system points left. With this income, he currently has a total of 9,000 practice system points. It's a pity. After he took a look at the practice system wall, he secretly regretted it. What a pity. Because he was just a little bit away from buying the third level domineering. In that practice system wall, the price required for the third level domineering was clearly marked there. Cultivation system, domineering. Level 3. Required training system points, 10,000. He just happened to be short of 1,000 training system points to redeem the third level of domineering power. Chapter 20. If he had not exchanged for the 10x training acceleration card, then after teaching all these people, he should have 10,000 training system points. Unfortunately, he was just a little short, and he felt very sorry about this. But there was nothing to regret. If it weren't for the 10x training acceleration card this time, if he wanted to teach the first batch of Zushin Dojo members to the second level of domineering, it would probably take him a year to see the effect. He doesn't have the leisure to take it slowly for such a long time. Time waits for no one. After all, this year is the day for the protagonist to show off. No, it's graduation day. The plot is also about to start flowing. At present, he doesn't know in which month Uzumaki Naruto will graduate, but for him, what he can do now is to quickly earn more training system points. In this way, he can keep exchanging for higher level training systems. After he has the ability to protect himself, he can breathe a sigh of relief. Otherwise, he really can't feel at ease. Today is the graduation time. Of course, it can also be said that it is the time for the first batch of students of the Zushin Dojo to leave the academy. After all, these students have already learned the level of second order Haki. With their qualifications, if they want to reach the level of third order Haki, no, for them, even if a single type of Haki reaches the peak of second order, it will take 3 to 5 years. Even if their qualifications are at the passing line, he observed, those students may have to spend about 10 years to reach the peak of second order Haki. Not to mention, it is also an extremely important process to break through from second order Haki to third order Haki. This process can be entered in a few months for those with good qualifications. For those with slightly worse qualifications, it is estimated to take 1 or 2 years. If the qualifications are even worse, then it is estimated to take 3 to 5 years. Therefore, this first batch of students can graduate. The physical fitness improved during this period. And then these students have mastered a second order Haki, combined with their own chakra, ninjutsu, etc., this strength, in a one-on-one fight with Zhong, the winning rate is almost 90%. Unless, either he was courting death, or he met a Konoha genin like Uzumaki Naruto and Uchiha Sasuke. Of course, he wanted to exchange for the third level Haki to teach. But later, after careful consideration, he decided to put this idea aside for the time being. First of all, he only needed 1,000 training system points to exchange. He needed to earn so much money to exchange for 1,000 training system points, and then he would probably be a little short of the training system points. After all, although the price of the third level Haki is 10,000 training system points, if one person learns it, he can instantly recover 1/10 of the cost, but the premise he wants is that he must be able to completely recover his cost. At present, Kakuzu, Deidara and Uchiha Itachi practiced the two Hakis, Armament Haki and Observation Haki, together. With the help of the 10x training acceleration card for 1 month, these people did reach the second level. But the cultivation of two kinds of Haki together took too much time. If they practiced one of them more deeply, they should have reached the peak of the second level of Armament Haki like Itachi, while the Observation Haki was only at the level of proficiency of the first level. All cultivation systems have a process at each stage. Entry, Mastery, Proficiency, Peak. These 4 stages. Kakuzu, Deidara and Uchiha Itachi only reached the second level of 2 kinds of Haki, and only Uchiha Itachi mastered both Haki to the proficiency stage. But the other 2 were much worse. For example, Kakuzu's Armament Haki was only the entry level of the second level, while the Observation Haki was at the level of mastery of the second level. So, it can be said that they have their own progress. However, the gap between them is just a little bit. When these people practice only one of the Armament Haki or one of the Observation Haki in the second level Haki to the peak of the second level, it is estimated that he will have to pay a 10x training acceleration card. Therefore, for Lin Xiang, he is currently short of 1000 cultivation system points to exchange for the third level domineering. Secondly, if he exchanges for a 10x cultivation acceleration card, then he is 2000 cultivation system points away from exchanging for the third level domineering. During this process, he is not sure how many students he can recruit for the second batch. If the number of people is too small, he can only make a small profit at most. By then, it is estimated that after he has just collected enough cultivation system points for the third level domineering, he will exchange them, and then teach them out. Only 5 people can learn. If they want to learn, he will have to exchange for another 10x cultivation acceleration card. Otherwise, who knows how many months it will take for these people to reach the third level domineering. By then, he has spent tens of thousands of cultivation system points. In the end, he only got back 5000 cultivation system points. This is a blood loss. Therefore, the matter of the third level domineering will be shelved for the time being. Even if he wanted to exchange it, he would have to have at least 30,000 to 50,000 points in his cultivation system before he would start to consider this issue. So, he first set his sights on other cultivation systems. If there were not enough people practicing the domineering system, he could choose to reap the benefits from other cultivation systems. In this way, why not? Chapter 21. There are many cultivation systems that can be exchanged in the cultivation system mall. However, the special features of some cultivation systems will cause the price to be several times more expensive than the general cultivation system, even dozens of times. For example, the Duki cultivation system, or the Jishin cultivation system, the perfect cultivation system, the Hongwang cultivation system. Although they are all at the level of level 1, and the corresponding power is just like that, the price of the other party is much more expensive than the Beiki cultivation system. Therefore, he first put these expensive cultivation systems aside for the time being. This is of course because he is too poor. Exchanging those cultivation systems is tantamount to bleeding. Moreover, he has also asked about this system. Those fantasy cultivation systems are not something you can practice if you want to. It's like a world with an upper limit of only 100 energy. The common cultivation system is popular here. Everyone who learns it will only absorb 0.000001 of the energy in this world. However, the cultivation systems of some high-level worlds are different. Because the energy absorbed by those cultivation systems, the starting point may be to absorb 1 energy. 1 cake. 1 person can eat enough. But what about 10 people? 100 people, 1000 people. The situation is completely different. So, the energy of this world is not enough to support him to spread those fantasy cultivation methods and myth cultivation methods. Unless this world is promoted. The world is also divided into levels. The higher the level of the world, the more powerful people can be born. And the world level. From low to high, it is level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6, level 7, level 8, level 9, level 10. Divided in this way. And each level corresponds to the strength of level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, level 5, level 6, level 7, level 8, level 9, level 10. The upper limit of the world of level 1 is that it can give birth to people with level 1 strength. The upper limit of the world of level 2 is that it can give birth to people with level 2 strength. Level 3 world, and so on. And there is only one way for the world to be promoted. That is, a genius who can break through the world limit and reach a higher strength is born in the world of the own. Just like the world limit of the level 1 world is a person with level 1 strength, but in this level 1 world, a genius is born, relying on his own efforts, he breaks through the level 1 limit of the world limit and reaches the level 2 strength. Then, this level 1 world will be promoted to the level 2 world because of this person's strength breakthrough. And when promoted, this world will also have some very magical wonders. But if the opposite is true, suppose that a level 5 world has been slow to break through to the level 6 strength, and the overall strength has declined, and even people with level 5 strength have not been born since then. There are even only people with level 4 strength. Then, after a period of time, the level of this level 5 world will directly fall from the level 5 world to the level 4 world. This is the situation of the promotion and fall of the world. And similarly, those mysterious and fantasy cultivation methods, or prehistoric cultivation methods. These special cultivation methods can even be said to be the skills created by people in the level 7, 8, and 9 worlds. But if you practice in a level 4, 5, or 6 world, then it is very likely that even if you absorb the energy of the entire world, it is estimated that it will be difficult to make the world break through. After all, the energy of the world is limited. The high-level world skills are placed in the intermediate world for practice. It is powerful, but the premise is that the energy of this world is enough for you to practice to a high level. Therefore, for Lin Xiang, such a situation does not allow him to choose a more advanced practice system. The most suitable ones are still those body-refining practice systems. Because these systems only require swallowing a large amount of food to replenish the energy needed by the body, rather than absorbing natural energy like the immortals in the 3 major immortal lands in the ninja world to improve their own practice methods. Therefore, Lin Xiang fell in love with a practice system at first sight. Cultivation system, breathing method. Level, first level. Required training system points, 500. This is the breathing method from the Demon Slayer world. This is a technique created by Tsugamaya Yuichiro in order to study how to fight demons with human bodies. Its main function is to strengthen the cardiopulmonary function, so that the blood can absorb a large amount of oxygen in a short period of time, which can greatly increase the body's ability in an instant, and thus temporarily possess physical strength comparable to that of a demon. It can be said to be a relatively alternative training system. But this is indeed a relatively complete training system. And in terms of price, it is the same price as the Haki system. That's why he set his sights on this breathing system. As for whether the breathing system is powerful, Lin Xiang said that in the training system mall, no matter what system it is, levels 1 to 10 can be exchanged. For example, the Haki system, in the pirate world, is capped at level 5 at most, but in the training system mall, he can even exchange for the training method of the 10th level Haki system. Is it strong or not? He doesn't need to say that. There is no comparison. In the final analysis, as long as the corresponding level system can be exchanged, it can be said to be very strong. System, exchange for the first level breathing method. Lin Xiang said secretly in his heart. He couldn't afford the third level domineering, but he could buy the first level breathing method for 500 cultivation system points if he wanted to, without having to think too much. Ding! Consume 500 training system points first level breathing method, exchanged successfully. As the system prompt sounded, the memory fragment was directly stuffed into his mind. The use of many breathing methods such as sun breathing, water breathing, flame breathing, thunder breathing, were directly imprinted in his mind, and were quickly absorbed and mastered by him. For him, it was a feeling of cheating. But it must be said that this feeling is really cool. He didn't need to bother to learn it, and he just mastered this power. Anyone who sees this situation will be jealous. After spending 500 training system points, there are only 8,500 training system points left in his account. After spending 500 training system points, he must select a group of excellent students from this group of leaks, the group of people in the Hidden Rain village, and strive to earn back his expenses as soon as possible. And it's better to earn more. In this way, he can then exchange for third level domineering to enhance his strength. Chapter 22. Soon, he also absorbed the memory fragments of the first level breathing method system that he exchanged for. His strength was slightly improved. This can only be said that his ability has become more comprehensive. Then, he also walked out of his office. It was time to say goodbye to these people. After all, these people can be regarded as the first batch of students in his Zushin dojo. They have earned a lot of points for his training system and can be regarded as qualified workers. Therefore, it is appropriate to say goodbye. Then he walked out. After he went out, he saw outside that all the students, including Konan, Uchiha Itachi, Deidara, Haiden, and Kakuzu of the Akatsuki organization, a total of 70 people, were all present. They stood straight and looked at Lin Xiang. At this moment, they were very different from the thin and malnourished appearance when they came in. Because, as a ninja, if you want muscles, some ninjas may not have them. After all, in the eyes of some people, it is enough to have strong ninjutsu. Therefore, they will miss the training of their own physique. But now it is different. In addition to the 5 people from the Akatsuki organization, the other 65 people present are all very strong. It can be seen with the naked eye that the muscles of these students are very strong. Those students who were slightly fat or very fat when they came in also quickly completed the fastest weight loss during this period. This is normal. After all, Lin Xiang opened a 10x training acceleration card. Although, what is cultivated is domineering. But the same. This effect is also added to the physical training and the absorption of food. After all, the physical strength and domineering are closely related. It is not advisable to throw away any one of them. Therefore, when the effect of his 10 times training acceleration card is exerted, these people directly lose weight. After all, exercising here for 1 day is the effect of exercising for 10 days. Stick to it for 10 days. Isn't this the effect of exercising for more than 3 months? If such training still can't lose weight, then, these people are definitely lazy. But with Lin Xiang here, how can he let these people have the slightest chance to be lazy? That is obviously impossible. After all, if you are lazy, it means cutting off Lin Xiang's financial path. Cutting off someone's financial path is like killing their parents. If you really dare to be lazy, Lin Xiang will definitely beat these guys to death. Therefore, during this period of training, after he found this situation, he immediately cut off this sign. Want to be lazy? Don't even think about it. You should just work for Lin Xiang honestly and risk your life. Workers soul, workers are the best. As long as you work hard enough. As the boss, I can exchange for the 3rd level of domineering. In this way, why not? Lin Xiang said, work hard, all workers. The first batch of students of Zushin Dojo, a total of 70 people, are all present. At this time, Konan, who was standing in the front of the Akatsuki organization, also spoke slowly in a calm tone. However, Lin Xiang could still hear the excitement in her tone that was difficult to hide. Regarding this, Lin Xiang felt it was very normal. After all, he had trained 65 second-level combat forces for the other party. If converted into the ninja system, that would be 65 Chunin-level combat forces. How could she not be excited? The Hidden Rain Village was originally a small country sandwiched between big countries. It has experienced too much. Although, because of the continuous rain all year round, the Hidden Rain Village was flooded everywhere, but at the same time, this also led to the extremely rich aquatic products in the Hidden Rain Village. As long as you know how to catch fish, it is basically impossible to starve to death. Of course, if you encounter a ninja from another country, you will probably be killed. However, even so, the Land of Rain is still a small country. After experiencing the Second Ninja World War, it has already been seriously damaged. At this time, although it has recovered a lot, it is not much in terms of the middle-level combat power of the village. After all, training a ninja, even a Chunin, is a considerable expense, and qualified people have to be found. Where did the Hidden Rain Village get so many talents? This is obviously impossible. Therefore, after the Akatsuki organization completely took over the Hidden Rain Village, more than 10 years have passed. The core combat force is still very small. However, Lin Xiang directly trained 65 talents with the strength of Chunin for her in this short period of time. This is not something that can be done with money. She is the Akatsuki organization. It is impossible to say that there is no money. But why is there only this few people in the Hidden Rain Village after so many years? That route. The reason is because of talent. Being a ninja also requires talent. People with insufficient talent cannot be ninjas, and the number of people in the Hidden Rain Village is even less than that of the 5 major countries. So, having money is good, but having money does not mean that more ninjas can be trained. This time, this batch of talents really made her see the excellence of Lin Xiang. She also looked at Lin Xiang with bright eyes. She felt that she had really made the most correct decision this time. At this time, Lin Xiang also coughed twice. After letting everyone's attention be on him. Today is the day for you all to graduate from the Zushin Dojo. As the owner of the dojo, I would like to say a few words to you at this final moment. Chapter 23. After 47 days of training, you have gained enough strength. At present, what is needed is not to bury your head in hard training, but to go out into the world and practice some actual combat, so that you can better integrate this strength. I, Lin Xiang, would also like to wish you all a prosperous martial arts. Lin Xiang is not good at speaking and can't say anything touching. He just said 2 simple sentences and then stopped. What he hates most is long speeches. Of course. There is one thing he did not lie about. That is, these people really lack practical training. They have the current strength, but they are far behind in actual combat experience. Only by experiencing life and death battles can these people gain more practical experience. But for him, his mission is over. These people have successfully graduated. Further training? It is estimated that they will have to practice for several days with the 10x training acceleration card. It would take months to reach the peak of the second level of domineering, and then, from the peak of the second level of domineering to the entry level of the third level of domineering. He could only say that he really didn't have the money. Letting them stay in the Zushin dojo would mean that these guys would eat for free. That wouldn't do. He knew very well that Kakuzu, the stingy man, had been watching them all the time. The expenses during this period were not less at all, especially the big fish and meat. The expenses for this month were equivalent to the normal expenses for 3 to 5 months. Kakuzu's heart was bleeding. If he hadn't seen the visible results, he would have probably used De Yuan Yu to kill Lin Xiang. Thank you for your cultivation. Thank you for your cultivation. Thank you for your cultivation. These students also said loudly. They also knew very well that if it weren't for Lin Xiang's careful cultivation of them, how could they have gained such powerful strength in such a short time? This kind of strength is completely different from what they had before they came in. Therefore, they were also full of gratitude to Lin Xiang. Go ahead, your leader will arrange your work next. Lin Xiang also looked at these people with complicated thoughts, saying that he regarded these people as leeks and tools, but at this time, his heart was inevitably a little complicated. After all, these were the leeks and tools he cultivated himself, they were the outstanding talents he cultivated himself. So, there were already several jonin from the Hidden Rain village coming here to lead people. Regarding the task arrangement, it must have been arranged early. Konan couldn't start arranging it when the time came, which was obviously unqualified, so she started to arrange the plan a few days before these people were about to graduate. These people. After going out, they also followed those jonin. Needless to say, the first thing these people did was, of course, to receive the genin forehead protectors from the Hidden Rain village. Then, become a rain ninja in a formal way. Of course. Rain ninja genin is just their starting point. No one can escape this process. Even if they have the strength of the second level, which is almost the combat power of the general chunin in the ninja world, they still have to start from the position of rain ninja genin, and then accumulate tasks, and finally, take the chunin exam, or be promoted by the leader of the Hidden Rain village. This is a process. After all, position is position, strength is strength. Maybe you have the strength to sit in that position, but your contribution to the village is not enough, or if you are lacking in something, then, you have to sit in a slightly lower position for a while. After the contribution and strength ratings are qualified, naturally, the upper level will notice and promote the genin to jonin. These people left very quickly. Not long after, they all left. The few people left here were only a few people from the Akatsuki organization. Master Lin, since the training is over, I'm leaving. The training during this period is really good. It's time to let people outside see my art. After saying this, Deidara was the first to go out. He was obviously a person who couldn't stand being alone. During this period, if his strength hadn't improved rapidly, he would have run away long ago. It was really not easy for him to stay until now. So, he can be regarded as a graduate from the Zushin dojo. Now, he naturally wants to go out and let himself go. The mission of Akatsuki organization is about to begin. After saying this, Uchiha Itachi left without changing his expression. However, in his heart, a storm had already been set off. A total of 65 Chunin level fighters were trained by Lin Xiang in just 1.5 months. It was simply out of this world. Even if the ninja school wants to train ninjas, it now takes 6 years of study to learn all aspects. Although it is more comprehensive than Lin Xiang's teaching. However, only a few geniuses within the palm of your hand have already possessed the combat power of the genin level when they graduate. Perhaps, they only need to practice some combat. They can reach the combat power of the chunin level in a period of time. But this is 6 years of teaching. And Lin Xiang is like this. Compared with the crash course training, it is simply amazing. Chunin. This can basically be said to be the backbone of a large ninja village. Moreover, in a small ninja village, they can be said to be a pillar. There are 65 of them. Chow. He couldn't help but want to swear. It's too outrageous. At this rate, it is estimated that in just 1 year, if the Hidden Rain Village has enough talents, it can train more than 500 outstanding ninjas with Chunin level combat power. Even if it loses about 30% of its combat power when it goes on a mission, then there will be more than 300 people who survive. According to this calculation, as long as it develops steadily for 10 years, the Hidden Rain Village can cultivate a military force that is as strong as a large ninja village. Chapter 24. Of course, this is just his calculation based on the current situation. However, he does not think that the Hidden Rain Village can have so many talents. The population of a country is limited, especially the Rain country, which is surrounded by big countries and has experienced a ninja world war. This is even more limited. Perhaps finding 1,000 talents should be possible. However, if you continue to add more, it will be a bit incredible. It is not just that simple. Population. It is really limited. Moreover, not everyone wants to be a ninja. More people still want to live a peaceful life like ordinary people. Fighting and killing are not suitable for them at all. Konoha has a large population. But how many people are sent to ninja schools to become ninjas? Among the civilians, how many people are willing to send their children to ninja schools to become ninjas, and then live a life of fighting and killing? It is better to live a peaceful life. After growing up, work part-time or inherit your family's shop. Fighting and killing? Forget it. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi was just secretly shocked by Lin Xiang's training speed. It was too fast. It shocked him. Even during this period of time, he had the intention to kill Lin Xiang and wanted to completely strangle Lin Xiang here. If the other party was alive, then, for Konoha, it would definitely be a threat. However, this idea was dispelled by him. He can take action. But this will also expose him completely. Akatsuki organization. It is not such a weak organization. If he dared to take action, and if he did it in the Hidden Rain Village, then there is a great chance that he will not be able to escape. After all, this is the base camp of the Hidden Rain Village. The reason why Orochimaru was able to escape is because Orochimaru is a coward. He has many ways to save his life. Moreover, when he escaped, he did not shout in the Hidden Rain Village, "I, Orochimaru, am going to defect from the organization." Then, he started to escape. When he defected, he did not say a word. Later, the Akatsuki organization realized that he had defected from the Akatsuki organization. Then they arranged people to hunt down Orochimaru. At that time, the person had already run away. Hunting? The premise is that you have to find the person. So, Uchiha Itachi gave up the idea of killing Lin Xiang and thus strangling the development of the Hidden Rain Village. Then, he also left. Here, there are 3 people left from Akatsuki. Konan, Kakuzu, and Haiden. Lin, I'm leaving first. If you want to believe in the evil god, remember to tell Master Feiduan. Master Feiduan can reserve a position as the deputy leader for you. Feiduan also carried his weapon and said carelessly, "I will watch you, Lin Xiang. If you report me the expenses carelessly, I will definitely kill you immediately." Judu said with a sullen face. He is a miser. The expenses of this month have made his 5 hearts bleed. Therefore, if Lin Xiang dares to embezzle 10,000 yuan from the expenses, he will definitely fight with the other party. I don't believe in religion. Lin Xiang said to Feiduan with a smile. Then he looked at Kakuzu. Don't worry, I won't give you the chance to kill me. He was used to Kakuzu's character. He was always saying harsh words. Some time ago, because he used a 10x training acceleration card, his expenses instantly went up, which instantly made Kakuzu, who was sensitive to money, discover the abnormality. He investigated it immediately. But the fact is that the training of these people is the same as usual, but the food supply has suddenly increased several times. This made him sweat profusely. After all, he is the one in charge of the finances of the Akatsuki organization. Such a sudden expense. He could only spend it silently, but he could do nothing about it. If it weren't for his 5 strong hearts, he would probably be ruined by his stingy nature. Ge was so angry that he died. And after this incident, the other party came to threaten him specifically. That's right. Kakuzu threatened him specifically because of this incident. Let him limit the spending of the students in Zushin Dojo. Otherwise, Kakuzu would get angry. But Kakuzu obviously didn't get angry. Because Lin Xiang really didn't take a penny, in fact, not a penny was spent on the first batch of students in Zushin Dojo. Even if Kakuzu was angry, he could only hold it in. After all, behind him, there are Konan and Nagato, the leader of the Hidden Rain Village, as his backers. You dare to touch me? If you have the guts, knock down Nagato, the leader of the Akatsuki organization first. Let's go, Haiden, and make some money. Kakuzu glared at Lin Xiang fiercely, and then angrily greeted Haiden, and then left Lin Xiang's gym. He had to hurry to make money now. The expenses during this period were too high. If he continued to stay, he really couldn't hold on any longer. So, he had to go out and make more money quickly. In this way, he could comfort his wounded heart a little. The departure of these two people. During this period of time, the Zushin Dojo, which was originally quite lively, suddenly became quiet. The empty appearance really made Lin Xiang a little uncomfortable. However, he believed that in a few days, his Zushin Dojo would soon have a large number of members enrolling. After all, he still had to continue to grow leeks. Otherwise, how could he earn points for the cultivation system? Thank you for your hard work during this period. On the side, Konan also said to him with a slightly grateful tone. This was naturally to thank Lin Xiang for his contribution to the Hidden Rain Village. The Hidden Rain Village is not without a ninja school, or in other words, every ninja village has a ninja school, but the scale of the ninja school in each ninja village is different. Some are big. Some are small. The big ones will have thousands of students in the ninja school. For the small ninja school, it is estimated that having dozens of students is already good. After all, the small ninja village is really limited in funds. Chapter 25. Although the scale of the Rain Hidden Village Ninja School is much larger than those of the smallest ninja schools with dozens of students, it is a bit small compared to those of the ninja schools of the big ninja villages. However, the scale of the Rain Hidden Village Ninja School also has hundreds of students. However, the number of Rain ninjas born here is much less than that of Lin Xiang's Zushin Dojo, and it takes several years to train them. And Lin Xiang has cultivated 65 Chunin level combat forces in just over a month. Sometimes, just by contrasting with his peers, the excellence of Lin Xiang is fully demonstrated. Compared with Lin Xiang's Zushin Dojo, Konan instantly wanted to close the ninja school in her village. It was too useless. It was not as good as Lin Xiang's Zushin Dojo, which had been training for more than a month. However, she still held back her anger. After all, the ninja school of the Hidden Rain Village has made a great contribution to their Hidden Rain Village. We can't let the ninja school of the Hidden Rain Village close down just because of such a small matter. It's okay, it's just a small matter. Lin Xiang shook his head and said. Of course he is not tired. He is happy about it. Because only by continuous training can he earn more points for the training system, and only when he has enough points for the training system can he exchange for a more advanced training system. After all, this year is the day when a certain yellow-haired protagonist will appear. If he doesn't hurry up, he will probably die suddenly on the street one day, and he will have nowhere to complain. Therefore, he needs to speed up and improve his strength quickly. He already has a plan in his mind. Before the start of Shippuden, he only needs to make his strength reach level 4. Is level 4 strong? It can be said to be very strong. It can be said to be at the level of Cage. Before the launch of Shippuden, with the level 4 combat power, it can be said that there is no problem in self-protection. After all, the real explosion of combat power was when the Fourth Ninja World War began. So, his plan is to reach the strength of level 4 before the launch of Shippuden. And before the Fourth Ninja World War begins, to reach the strength of level 5. Finally, after the Fourth Ninja World War is completely launched, he will make his strength reach level 6. In this way, he will be able to safely get through the plot of this ninja world. At that time, he can completely relax. Later, it doesn't matter if he takes it slowly. Do you need me to arrange something for you? Konan looked at Lin Xiang and asked. What arrangements? Lin Xiang was puzzled and looked at the other party in confusion. The other party's words were incoherent. If he could understand them, it would be a bit outrageous. Arrange a period of rest. I will prepare 10 million taels for you to take a good rest. How about that? You can rest as long as you want until you want to start working again. Konan looked at Lin Xiang seriously and said. She was worried that he was too tired during this period, so she let Lin Xiang have a good rest. In fact, this was just to give Lin Xiang a vacation time, and Akatsuki also arranged money for Lin Xiang. During the vacation, Akatsuki said that they would cover all the ways to play. After all, someone like Lin Xiang trained 65 outstanding talents with Chunin level combat power in just 1.5 months. Both Konan and Nagato were willing to be tolerant enough for this. They were even willing to worship him as an ancestor. In the future, it is estimated that the main combat power of the Hidden Rain village will have to come from Lin Xiang. Therefore, Lin Xiang must not be tired. So, there was Konan's intention to give Lin Xiang a vacation. However, for Lin Xiang, his first reaction to hearing this was not happiness. Instead, his face collapsed. And Konan, who had been staring at Lin Xiang, also noticed it immediately. Is there not enough money? It doesn't matter, just go out and have fun, we will cover all your expenses outside, just have fun. Konan thought that the other party thought that her offer of 10 million taels was too little, so there was such an obvious change on his face, and she said this quickly. An outstanding talent like Lin Xiang. No matter where he is placed, he can be said to be a national treasure. This is nothing at all. However, what she didn't know was that Lin Xiang didn't feel that the money was too little. It was that Konan actually wanted to give him a holiday. How could this be? Lin Xiang's face immediately turned bad. Can he take a holiday? No. A certain yellow-haired man has set off, and he still hasn't taken action to earn more points for the cultivation system. To improve his strength. By that time, he might be killed by the plot one day and lie dead. Can he rest? Can he take a holiday? He said that he absolutely couldn't. Anyway, he didn't have the time to rest, and he didn't have the mood to take a holiday, go out to play or something like that. For him, it would be a waste of time. No. For him, it was not just a waste of time, but a real waste of life. Therefore, he had to work harder. Rest? It was impossible for him to rest. He had to continue working and sweeping away everyone in the ninja world. No need. Lin Xiang shook his head at Konan and said. He did not doubt the benefits of what Konan said. After all, this was said by the richest woman in the ninja world, and the authenticity was absolutely high. However, work can reflect the value of a person's life, so he has to roll up. What is rest? In Lin Xiang's dictionary, there is no word for rest. Chapter 26. What I mean is, continue to recruit students, and there is no need to rest. How can you waste time on playing? This is a bad habit. Lin Xiang said righteously. He said it as if he was very righteous. However, he knew that he was just trying to cut more leaks and gain more points in the training system. As for hard work? If you don't work hard, there is a great chance that you will die. Who will not work hard in such a situation? Anyway, for Lin Xiang, he felt that he had no intention of resting or having fun. And on the opposite side of him, Konan was moved by his words. She couldn't help but feel a little moved in her heart. Because, what did the other party get after working so hard? That made the military strength of the Hidden Rain village even stronger. The ultimate beneficiary was the Hidden Rain village. And the Hidden Rain village was the hard work of her, Nagato, and the deceased Yahiko. How could she not be moved by the other party's hard work for them? She was really moved. Lin Xiang, there is no need to rush to the Hidden Rain village. You can take a good rest for a while, relax yourself, and then start working again. Konan advised. She was very touched by the other party's enthusiasm. However, she felt that she should let the other party take a good rest. After all, the other party has been working hard for a month and a half. He is already very tired. She has seen his efforts. People should learn to combine work and rest. They can't let such an excellent talent like Lin Xiang work hard without even taking a rest. They have to let him relax and take a rest. I said, no need, I have made up my mind. You don't need to persuade me anymore. Lin Xiang said stiffly. He directly rejected Konan's repeated persuasion. Rest? You are not making me comfortable, but harming me. If he rests for a month, he will lose a huge amount of thousands of cultivation system points. If he loses this, how can the other party compensate him? Ugh, it means he can't afford it. All right. However, I will arrange a medical ninja for you to keep an eye on your condition. If you are too tired, I will force you to rest. Konan also said so. Obviously, Lin Xiang's position in her heart is so important. Of course, this is not important in terms of emotions. It doesn't mean that Konan likes Lin Xiang, although Lin Xiang's body shaping is becoming more and more perfect after exchanging for the second-level domineering and the first-level breathing method. In terms of appearance, he is even more handsome. However, she, Konan, mainly because of the contribution he made to the Hidden Rain village, so she put him in an important position in her heart. Okay. Lin Xiang also nodded and did not reject the other party's proposal. He knew what the other party was thinking. But didn't he know his physical condition? He was too strong. What's wrong? That's impossible. However, since the other party arranged it this way, let's arrange it this way. Otherwise, if he refused, the other party would say a lot of things. However, if we continue to recruit students, we will probably have to wait 2 days. The Hidden Rain village still has limited manpower, and some positions need to be adjusted. Fortunately, we have 65 outstanding talents trained by you. Otherwise, if we want to transfer positions and ask the ninjas from the Hidden Rain village to come for training, it would be very troublesome and the time available would be too short. But now, as long as we do not exceed the limit, it should be possible to free up 1 or 2 months. Konan said slowly. Job transfer. This is a very troublesome thing. Last time, the first batch of people he selected were not ninjas, but students of the ninja school of the Hidden Rain village. Only these people can be trained by Lin Xiang. And those ninjas who have their own duties have their own things to do. If they are forced to arrange them, then, there will be vacancies in the positions in the Hidden Rain village. Therefore, no ninjas were arranged. However, the 65 outstanding talents trained by Lin Xiang this time can be temporarily placed in important positions, and then those selected by Lin Xiang can be arranged to the Zushin Dojo for strength training. After all, in the ninja world, strength is the most important thing, and this is beyond doubt. Both Konan and Nagato are very clear. Therefore, these people, one by one, as long as they have the qualifications to study in Lin Xiang's Zushin Dojo, then they must make time to study. That's good. Lin Xiang nodded secretly and said. The more people there are, the more leaks he can cut, and the more points he can earn in the training system. Therefore, for this kind of thing, he naturally thinks that the more the better. However, he will still calculate according to the qualifications. Those with a qualification of 60 are qualified. If the qualification does not reach 60, he can only express regret for this. At least, the qualification must reach 60 points. In this way, the training will be faster. Moreover, he can also have a 10x training acceleration card. It can be said that he can let these people become apprentices in almost 1 month. 1 batch comes every month. He feels that in about half a year, he should be able to reach the strength of the 4th level. And before the start of Shippuden, there should be no problem at all to reach the 5th level. Maybe, before the start of the 4th Ninja World War, he can reach the strength of the 6th level. However, this is just a calculation in his mind. To what extent he can actually achieve it, it depends on how many talents he has actually trained. However, in the system's mall, there are not only 10x training acceleration cards. In addition, there are 100x training acceleration cards, and 1000x training acceleration cards. The highest is the 10,000x training acceleration card. If it doesn't work, he will just use these training acceleration cards to smash it. A pig can be smashed to the level of the 6th sage by him. Chapter 27. Next, you are still going to teach Haki, right? Well, I told the last batch of students from the ninja school not to come. Konan said slowly. Last time, those people were eliminated. Even if they come again, they will only get the same result. Therefore, she is not going to ask those people from the ninja school who have come once to come again. But, no, let them come again. Lin Xiang said. Why? Konan looked at Lin Xiang in confusion and asked. What I teach this time is not only the domineering system. In addition, I am also going to teach the practice method of another cultivation system. The people who were eliminated last time may not have enough aptitude to practice the domineering system, but they do not necessarily have poor aptitude to practice another cultivation system. Lin Xiang slowly explained the reason. The qualifications of the domineering system are the qualifications of the domineering system. And the qualifications of the breathing method system are the qualifications of the breathing method system. There is no relationship between the two. Therefore, The people who were eliminated last time, if they come again, who knows, they may be able to find a lot of talents with good qualifications in the breathing method system. As for the qualification line of the breathing method system, he is still prepared to use 60 as the passing line as last time. As long as the qualifications reach 60, he is ready to recruit them. As long as 10 people are recruited, it means a return on investment. If more are recruited, it means that the cultivation system points that can be seen with the naked eye are coming towards him. If he lets them go, wouldn't he, Lin Xiang, be a fool? Anyway, his points are definitely enough for him to exchange for a cultivation acceleration card. The speed of cultivation is too slow? It doesn't matter. He can still cheat for this group of young people. Cheating is fun for a while, and it's fun to cheat all the time. This is the truth. Another training system. Hearing this, Konan trembled all over. She didn't expect that Lin Xiang would come up with another training system. This made her feel that Lin Xiang was a bit unfathomable. At first, she suspected that Lin Xiang was a spy sent by other villages. But now think about it, it is obviously impossible. Haki system. Just the fact that she has reached the peak of the second level Haki of observation Haki is enough for her to know the power of this training system. Whose spy would take out such a precious training system just to sneak in as a spy? This is just like asking the Konoha ninja to take the Book of Seals and go to other ninja villages as spies. It is a bit of a brain twitch operation. She doesn't think there will be such a brain twitch person in the world who will show such an operation. Secondly, it is because Lin Xiang has demonstrated his teaching ability and directly trained 65 outstanding people with Chunin level combat power for her hidden rain village. Talent. Which spy would go to someone else's house and take the trouble to train talents for others? It would be good enough if he doesn't hold them back. It is impossible for him to train talents like this. Therefore, after she and Nagato analyzed Lin Xiang for a period of time, they immediately ruled out the possibility that Lin Xiang was a spy. If such a person is a spy, she, Konan, is the #1 spy sent by Konoha to be planted in the hidden rain village. Therefore, she is now very confident in Lin Xiang. However, this time, the other party took out a brand new training system, which obviously shocked her. Where did this guy come from? He actually has so many training systems in his hands. It's really outrageous. Konan thinks that Lin Xiang must have some extraordinary identity. However, if the other party doesn't say it, she would not know anything. But one thing is certain. The other party is absolutely trustworthy at the moment. This is enough. Breathing method system. Lin Xiang didn't pay attention to the surprised expression on Konan's face, but slowly explained it. It is mainly performed with sword skills. If you want to practice this training system, it is best to have a knife. In your place, the samurai sword seems to be called a sword. However, this cultivation system is quite special. In the later stages, it can be said that one is overdrawing vitality in advance in exchange for potential. But don't worry, if you have chakra, you can almost solve this problem perfectly. Lin Xiang said slowly. He just explained the pros and cons to Konan in advance to prevent the other party from causing trouble for him later. If it is as you said, then I will allow you to teach the breathing system to the rain ninjas in the hidden rain village. Konan obviously felt Lin Xiang's sincerity. After thinking about it, she immediately agreed. Since the other party explained the pros and cons to her so frankly, it showed that the other party was sincere to her. So, if she didn't express her attitude quickly in this situation, she would be a fool. I feel relieved if you are here. Lin Xiang also said so. In this way, he can teach the breathing method system with confidence. After that, Lin Xiang also had a brief exchange with Konan, and the other party also left. On the other side, after leaving, Konan also went to meet Nagato. She reported Lin Xiang's affairs to Nagato. The entire Yuyan village. The people in charge are Nagato and Konan. Therefore, it is necessary for Nagato to understand the situation here, and it was his suggestion to let Lin Xiang, the first batch of students, take a vacation for a period of time after graduation. Because of the results this time. As early as a few days ago, he received Konan's report. Naturally, he was very satisfied with this. In his heart, he already wanted to win over Lin Xiang, and train him as the core. After experiencing the incident with Hanzo, he is no longer as naive as he was before, so he clearly knows the importance of strength. Therefore, for such a person who can improve the military strength of their Yuyan village by several levels, This is undoubtedly a treasure given to them by God. If you don't cherish it, then, I'm afraid you will be punished by God. Chapter 28. After learning about what Konan reported this time, Nagato was also very satisfied with it. Such an excellent person who is willing to work hard is really too rare. This time, he saw it with his own eyes, and the other party is still helping his hidden rain village to cultivate talents. This also made Nagato's favorability towards Lin Xiang doubled. Of course, if Lin Xiang knew that a man had such a high favorability towards him, his first reaction would be to distance himself from the other party. Because he was very worried about the other party's sexual orientation. A breathing method school. Then follow your idea, Konan, and let Lin Xiang continue to select qualified students and continue the training. In addition, I have to make sure that he is satisfied. No matter what he wants to do, as long as it does not harm the interests of the Hidden Rain Village, then let him do it. I will be his strongest supporter. Nagato also said this. His supportive attitude towards Lin Xiang's actions is already very obvious. It can be said that as long as the other party does not do evil and does bad things that he cannot stand, he will greatly tolerate what Lin Xiang did in the Hidden Rain Village. Of course, he also does not think that Lin Xiang, such a hard-working and outstanding talent, will do anything that he cannot stand. If he wants to do it, he would probably have done it as early as when they gave him the right. After all, in many academies, there are not only male students, but also female students, and Konan has been training in the Zushin Dojo. All the students of the Zushin Dojo are trained together, and they are not separated by male or female, but trained together. Therefore, when Lin Xiang was instructing the female students, Konan saw it clearly. Although the other party may not have noticed it, Konan noticed it. When Lin Xiang was training female students, he would try his best to avoid physical contact. So, Lin Xiang should not be a lustful person. And greedy for money? That's even more impossible. This time, she said that she would give the other party a holiday, and the expenses would be covered by their Akatsuki organization. As a result, the other party didn't care at all. Instead, he rejected her proposal. This just shows that the other party is neither a greedy person nor a lazy person. This makes Konan feel that she really can't find the other party's weaknesses. For them, such a person is good. If he is a subordinate, then he is simply a subordinate who can't be faulted. But Lin Xiang is just cooperating with them. To say that he is their subordinate? This is impossible. Because, if you calculate carefully, Lin Xiang is not their subordinate at all. Therefore, this makes them who know Lin Xiang's excellence want to recruit him in some way, or to say that they are trying to please him so that he can be closely connected with them. It would be best if they were tied to the same chariot. But Lin Xiang is not lustful, not greedy, and not lazy. This really made it difficult for them to start. So, now they could only follow Lin Xiang's idea. Nagato and Konan also communicated for a while. Not long after, Konan also left here. And time passed quickly. One day. It passed very quickly. In this one day, the Akatsuki organization's money-making plan was also implemented with the return of several members. This was the first day of return. Uchiha Itachi took Kisame and went directly out of the Hidden Rain Village to do the mission. Of course. What others could not know was that the main purpose of Uchiha Itachi accepting the task assigned by the Akatsuki organization so quickly was not the so-called task. Instead, he needed to leave the Hidden Rain Village quickly. Because the Hidden Rain Village has the Rain Tiger Freedom technique performed by Nagato, so if there are any strange actions, it is likely that Nagato will be targeted. Therefore, Uchiha Itachi has been undercover in this Akatsuki organization for so many years. How could he make such a low-level mistake? Even if it is such a low-level mistake, the possibility of him being discovered is very low. But he didn't want to do it. So leaving the village is a very critical move. Only by leaving the village. In this way, he can get out of the range of the Rain Tiger Freedom technique. He had the opportunity to pass on the information of this period to Konoha, so that the people of Konoha would know what the situation was like here. Mainly, it was because the information this time was too important. A brand new training system, almost, it can be said that with training, the level of the unmarked ninjutsu is constantly improved. Of course, this is just his opinion. Although the consumption of the observation haki and conqueror haki displayed by the other party is not chakra. It can be seen that it has nothing to do with ninjutsu. However, he still thinks that this so-called haki should be regarded as a peculiar unmarked ninjutsu. Creating a brand new system. He really dare not even think about it. It's too outrageous. But mainly, he wants to pass on the information of the haki system. He still wants the people of Konoha to pay more attention to Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang is the key person in this haki system. The other party does not know what kind of magical power he has. In just 1.5 months, he directly trained 65 young people with Chunin level combat power for the Hidden Rain Village. These people, perhaps, those who are qualified will gradually reach the combat power of the Jonin level over time. This is enough to prove how terrifying Lin Xiang is. The other party only took 1.5 months to train so many people. If they are given a little more time, then, what will happen to the Hidden Rain Village? Chapter 29. Uchiha Itachi and Hoshigaki Kisame were on a mission. Their actions were under the order of Akatsuki. Naturally, no one would think that there was anything noteworthy about this. After all, Uchiha Itachi was disguised quite well in Akatsuki. At least, it is estimated that only Uchiha Obito and Zetsu knew about this identity of Konoha undercover. Others would not pay special attention to such things. 2 days later, Itachi Uchiha found an opportunity, and when Kisame Hoshigaki was not noticing, he used illusion to control an ordinary person. For him, it was as easy as drinking water. In this era, he could be said to be at the top of the level in illusion attainments. Therefore, using illusion to control ordinary people and let them help him pass on information was simply too easy. However, his movements could not be too big. He just stuffed the important information he recorded on the scroll to the ordinary person when Kisame Hoshigaki was not around, and then, with the help of the other party, he sent the information back to Konoha. This kind of thing was not the first time he had done it, so he was very skilled at it. In a few moves, he finished the information transfer this time. During this process, Kisame Hoshigaki did not move at all. Hidden Rain Village. Lin Xiang is here. Under the arrangement of Konan and the others, the following series of orders were naturally completed very quickly. People went to Lin Xiang's Zushin Dojo in batches. 50 people in a batch. Lin Xiang looked at each batch at a time. In this way, as long as the cultivation qualifications of one of the haki system and breathing system reached the passing line of 60 points, the other party would naturally be admitted by him. This is quite like taking a college entrance examination. And these people were extremely nervous when facing Lin Xiang's decision. They didn't know much about Zushin Dojo. They could only say that they had a vague understanding. That is, Zushin Dojo taught them moves comparable to B-level ninjutsu for free. Anyway, this is how it is spread outside now. The reason is mainly because the first batch of graduates of Zushin Dojo said this from their mouths, but it was also true. After one of their haki reached the second level, if it was armament haki, then the power, if it was said to be B-level ninjutsu, it would be almost acceptable. After all, the function of armament haki can be defensive or offensive, which is an excellent ability. So, what these students said were all true. Under Lin Xiang's selection, some were happy. And naturally some were disappointed. The happy ones were naturally because they were selected. And the disappointed ones were because they were not selected. They missed the opportunity to learn a move comparable to B-level ninjutsu. It was free. They could learn it in a month. As a result, they missed it. It really made them feel very unwilling. However, many people came this time. One after another, just the ninjas who had become rain ninjas, including the middle ninjas and jonins of rain ninjas, all of them added up to more than 500 people. This number is already considered a lot. After all, the Hidden Rain Village is not a big ninja village that can easily pull out thousands of ninjas. You know, the villages in the Rain country are not just the Hidden Rain Village. In addition, there are many small villages. In order to ensure the safety of these places, they will naturally send their own rain ninjas to take charge. If there are no ninjas in charge, these small villages are likely to be in trouble. After all, the Rain country is just a small country, and there are robbers, bandits, and bullies. If you don't go there to guard it, then a village may be gone at any time. So, it is very necessary to let the ninja go there to guard it. This is why almost all the ninjas in the Hidden Rain Village were mobilized for Lin Xiang to observe the number of their qualifications, and there were only more than 500 rain ninjas. The reason is that more than half of the rain ninjas were sent out. However, this time, the qualifications of the two training systems were checked together. Naturally, there were more people selected. However, too many people were still swept away. 500 ninjas came. In the end, only 180 people were admitted by Lin Xiang. And the students who came from the ninja school. Under his detection, in the end, 70 people were admitted. Adding the two together, it was just right to make up 250 people. When I saw the number of admissions, Lin Xiang's feelings were also very complicated. Why was it such a coincidence? Or was this number of admissions hinting at something? Chapter 30. However, he was very satisfied with the fact that he had recruited a large number of students. 250 people. Even if they only learned the first level domineering and the first level breathing method, the two together could bring him 100 points of the cultivation system. With 250 people, he would have to earn 25,000 points of the cultivation system in this wave. At that time, he would have no problem exchanging for the third level domineering. Even more, he could exchange for the second level breathing method and the third level breathing method. However, he didn't think he would only earn that little. He had planned it all. The 10x cultivation acceleration card must be arranged, so these people, even if they only learned one of the domineering and breathing methods, would be enough. After all, some people's qualifications did not mean that they had both. Moreover, with the blessing of the 10x cultivation acceleration card, it would be best to practice a single cultivation system. In this way, some people with qualified qualifications could be trained to the second level in a month, which was not a problem at all. Therefore, he had to harvest the leeks. But he had to harvest them according to the situation. He was not a fool. The reason why Konan and the leader Nagato cooperated with him was because he had trained a group of students with rank 2 strength before, which made them see his value. Otherwise, how could they cooperate with him so actively? So, when he was harvesting leeks, he had to consider his current situation here. Based on this situation, he could then consider how to harvest leeks. If these students with both qualifications were allowed to practice both cultivation systems together, it would undoubtedly squeeze out the time. Even if they were divided equally, it would still take half a month for each system to practice. However, from the first batch of students, he basically understood that it would take almost a month for everyone to reach rank 2 even with the support of his 10x cultivation acceleration card. Of course, there were also some students with amazing qualifications, and it was estimated that they could practice both at the same time and reach the rank 2 level in both cultivation systems. However, it would still drag down his mastery of the two systems, which was somewhat lacking. It was estimated that he would stop completely at the entry level of rank 2. Therefore, he had to let these students take a single path first. 2 cultivation systems or something. There would be time for that later. When he had enough money to easily buy a 100x cultivation acceleration card, let alone 2 cultivation systems, 3 or even 4 cultivation systems could be developed simultaneously. So far, it is still the path of a single system. However, the number of students in this batch is really too many. This leads to a situation. His Zushin Dojo really wants to accommodate these 250 people to practice together, and there is really not enough space. Therefore, his Zushin Dojo began to renovate and expand. There is no other way. I guess. At the beginning, Konan also casually built a dojo for Lin Xiang, mainly to test the waters. Who would throw all his capital into it? That would be stupid. But now after seeing the results, Konan is even more eager for Lin Xiang to recruit more students, and even let all the ninjas of the Hidden Rain village be sent to Lin Xiang's Zushin Dojo for training. She absolutely supports it. After all, a student like Lin Xiang who can learn quickly and has no side effects. Although, he only lacks a little practical experience. But who would not like a student who graduated in 1 month? Unless someone has a brain twitch. Anyway, Konan and the others did not have a brain twitch, so Nagato also expressed his full support for Lin Xiang's Zushin Dojo's recruitment of students. Look. The current Zushin Dojo is not big enough. Nagato agreed to expand it immediately, and Konan immediately arranged for people to come and handle it. Although this wasted several days of Lin Xiang's teaching time. However, he was still very satisfied with the expansion of the Zushin Dojo. Because, just from the design drawings, he could see how big the Zushin Dojo would be after the expansion. It could accommodate more students. How could he not be happy? He was really happy. Chapter 31. While the Zushin Dojo was expanding, during the past few days, on the other side, the information about Uchiha Itachi had already been sent out. And, that information had quietly reached the hands of the strongest Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha Village. Hokage Building. In the Hokage's exclusive office. Sarutobi Hiruzen held a pipe in his hand, and in the other hand, he held the intelligence this time. This time, the intelligence was obviously a bit more. Judging from the number alone, it was the most recorded intelligence. When Sarutobi Hiruzen began to look at the intelligence that Uchiha Itachi had passed on to him this time, the expression on his face gradually became solemn. He slowly put down the pipe in his hand and put it aside. He began to hold the scroll that recorded the intelligence with both hands. He opened it little by little. As he opened it more and more, he understood the content more comprehensively. The expression on his face became more and more solemn. Lin Xiang. A brand new training system. A domineering system. In a month and a half, 65 Chunin level fighters were trained. This information was really too scary. Even Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but want to type a few question marks after reading it. If Uchiha Itachi was in front of him, he would want to grab his neck and ask him harshly, "Why are you making up stories with me?" That's right. In Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, these information were too much of a daydream. In a month and a half, 65 Chunin level fighters can be trained? He, Sarutobi Hiruzen, has been a Hokage for decades. Speaking of the time he has been a Hokage, the first, second, and fourth generations have been in this position for a longer time than he has. So, he has seen a lot. Genius ninjas. There are also some who have appeared under his leadership. However, even if he went to school to graduate, and then became a Chunin the fastest, and then reached Jonin, there was only Hitaki Kakashi. Moreover, the other party is not the kind of person who started from scratch. The other party has a very powerful father, Konoha White Fang, Hitaki Sakumo. The reason why Hitaki Kakashi was able to go to school for a few months, and then directly graduate from the ninja school in the same year, and become a ninja the following year, and became a Jonin at the age of 12, is the fundamental reason. First of all, Hitaki Kakashi's qualifications are indeed good. Secondly, he has a powerful father who personally guides him, so he can rise so quickly. It is precisely because of this. Uchiha Itachi sent the intelligence this time, saying that in a month and a half, 65 Chunin level combat forces were trained. He expressed 99.99999% disbelief. However, he also thought of one thing. That is, Uchiha Itachi can be said to have been brainwashed by his will of fire at the beginning. He was for Konoha. The other party even sent his own father and mother to see the Six-Path Sage, not to mention that the relatives of the Uchiha clan were also killed in disguise with the help of Uchiha Itachi. Therefore, such a loyal talent. In theory, they shouldn't have sent him such outrageous information. Then, he also took a look at the back of the scroll, which recorded the so-called training method of the Haki system that Uchiha Itachi had obtained from the man named Lin Xiang. One is the Haki of observation. Another is the Haki of armament. All about training are recorded on it. These are all the insights of Uchiha Itachi on the training of the Haki system when he was practicing. However, in the eyes of Sarutobi Hiruzen, this thing is too unreliable. A brand new system? Impossible. Absolutely impossible. What can form invisible armor for defense? And what can clearly perceive all the happenings around without eyes? Damn it! After reading it, Sarutobi Hiruzen just felt that Uchiha Itachi was bragging to him. So, after reading it, he thought deeply. Finally, he sighed deeply. He sighed with deep emotion. Itachi, could it be that he has become a little mentally disturbed from being an undercover agent? This is what Sarutobi Hiruzen thinks about the information sent by Uchiha Itachi this time. Chapter 32. The format of this information was written in a serious manner. But the content on it. He really couldn't believe it. This was the first time in his life that he had seen such outrageous information. What a brand new training system! What a joke! Didn't Sarutobi Hiruzen have eyes? The history of the ninja world, although the history of the ninja village has only begun for a few decades, but the history before the ninja village is very long, that long time. In the end, the brand new system has never been born. Only the chakra training system has been passed down to this day. So, it would be strange if he believed it. Then he rolled up the information scroll and finally put it in his own drawer. He was not worried that anything would be discovered. because there has never been any signature on this information. In addition, the content inside only tells some things about Uchiha Itachi's name and so on, none of them appeared on it. So, even if it was now, at most, people will only think that someone has a brain injury and wrote such a thing. After all, what is written on this intelligence scroll is too outrageous. Even if it is thrown out, few people will believe it. This situation is like the richest man in the world teaching you how to make money, and a beggar teaching you how to make money. With such a choice, even a fool knows what to choose. The chakra training system is a system that has existed for thousands of years and has long been proven by time. This is the richest man teaching you how to make money, which convinces everyone. But this new domineering system in intelligence is simply unheard of. It's like a beggar teaching you how to make money. It has no credibility at all. After all, you are so poor that you have to be a beggar. Who would believe that you can help me make money? However, Uchiha Itachi didn't know that the training method of the Haki system that he carefully wrote down, as well as his recorded training experience, were thrown into the drawer by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't take it seriously at all. In the Hidden Rain village, several days had passed. The expansion of the Zushin Dojo was also completely completed. Although the expansion is very troublesome under normal circumstances, if there are enough people and funds, this kind of troublesome matter will become simpler, because money can solve most of the problems. The remaining small part is just that the price is not enough. The Zushin Dojo was also reopened. After the expansion, Lin Xiang was the first to go in and inspect the goods. After a careful viewing, he expressed that he was very satisfied with this expansion. The place is definitely big enough. It can accommodate about 1,000 people for training. For a small ninja village in the Hidden Rain village, this is already very good. Then, the materials inside, of course, with this expansion, all have been replaced with excellent ones. Compared with the last time, it is much better. It is estimated that this is the result of the 65 Chunin level combat power. Regarding this, Lin Xiang only paid a little attention to it and put it behind his mind. Instead of paying attention to this, it is better to quickly arrange the training for the second batch of students. Otherwise, it would be a waste of precious time to cut the leaks. Enrollment. A full 250 people. Compared with the first batch of colleges last time, it can be said that it is about 4 times the last time. He looked at these colleges with a smile. In his eyes, these people are all leaks with excellent growth. If they can harvest a wave, it will be very happy. He only needs to train this second batch of students to the strength of the first level, then each person will bring him 50 cultivation system points and these 250 people will bring him 12,500 cultivation system points. If they are all trained to the second level, each of these 250 people can bring him 100 cultivation system points and the total number of cultivation system points is 25,000. If the gains of the first and second levels are added together, it will be a full 37,500 cultivation system points. This harvest. At that time, he would have to exchange all of the third level domineering power, second level breathing method and third level breathing method together. In this way, his strength would be able to make a great progress. I am the owner of Zushin Dojo, and also your temporary teacher for the next month. Let me make something clear. In this Zushin Dojo, for the next month, all of you must listen to me. This is not to inform you, but to order you. If you are unhappy, you can go and argue with your god. Lin Xiang looked at the second batch of students and said loudly. These people are different from the last time. They are selected from the students of the ninja school of the Hidden Rain village. Some of them are not only students, but also genin and chunin who have become the Hidden Rain village, and even some jonin. If these people do the opposite of him, wouldn't it be a waste of his time? Even if it is 1 day, with the blessing of the 10x training acceleration card, it would be a waste of 10 days. Therefore, he needs to make it clear to these people. Obey orders. It's that simple. Everyone. You've already said this, what else can we say? Their god is the one who killed the former demigods and demigods of the Hidden Rain village. Going to argue with the god is like asking for a beating. After all, in their hearts, they are still full of awe for the god created by the Nagato. Now I ask you, do you understand what I said? Lin Xiang looked at the group of people and said. Understood. A rather scattered and weak voice also sounded. This made Lin Xiang feel a little unhappy. You guys haven't eaten yet. Your words sound weak. You all want to be ninjas, but with this level, do you want to play house with your enemies? I am still ready to play rock paper scissors with them. Damn it, let me ask you again, did you hear what I just said, did you understand? Lin Xiang said loudly. He directly scolded these people. Got it. Everyone was angry at what Lin Xiang said, and they all responded loudly in unison. The sound was very loud. Chapter 33. Sometimes, people's emotions can be aroused by simple words. The second batch of students were also awakened by Lin Xiang's words. They were like wild beasts, looking around for enemies, ready to fight at any time. I was worried that if these people made trouble, it would be troublesome if he couldn't control them. Now it seems that my worry was unnecessary. Konan was outside. She was going to wait and see if these students would cause any trouble. If something happened, she could stop it as quickly as possible. This worry still exists. After all, these people are from the Hidden Rain village. If they were just students, perhaps they were just a little dissatisfied. She felt that Lin Xiang should have no problem solving the problem. But now, this group of people is different from the first batch of students. This second batch of students includes a large number of ninjas who have become rain ninjas. Some of these ninjas have very high qualifications. If anyone comes to put pressure on them, no matter who it is, they will feel unhappy. This unhappy mood can easily cause conflicts in the communication with Lin Xiang. At that time, fighting is very likely to happen. That's why she is watching here. However, the current situation is still a good result. Last time, when the first batch of students were recruited, she wanted to prevent any conflicts between the first batch of students in Zushin Dojo and Lin Xiang, so she chose the idea of learning domineering together. The main reason for this was to protect Lin Xiang, which included most of the results this time. She didn't have to go in. Such a large number of people from the Hidden Rain village temporarily left their posts and entered the Zushin Dojo to study. This undoubtedly caused some problems in the operation of the Hidden Rain village. But fortunately, it was not a big deal. However, all of this still required her to spend a lot of time to deal with. Otherwise, who knows what would happen if things piled up. When the second batch of students graduated from the Zushin Dojo, it would probably take more than half a month to solve the accumulated things. Then, Konan took a look at the situation in the Zushin Dojo and went to busy herself with her own affairs. Inside the Zushin Dojo. Left. If he said that he didn't notice Konan outside, then Lin Xiang's second-level peak observation haki would be just a decoration. The cultivation system he exchanged. No matter what class it was in, as long as he exchanged it, he would directly comprehend the peak of the exchanged class. He didn't need to practice at all. This was the joy of cheating. Of course, he was very happy. If he could give himself 99.99 million cultivation system points when the system was first opened, he would be even happier. However, the speech was over. Next, of course, he should train the second batch of students well. He was now waiting for these students to learn it quickly, and then he could make money while lying down. Then, he also slowly explained. First of all, what he explained was of course domineering. He explained domineering in detail, and then began to tell these people how to learn domineering and where they needed to pay attention. Anyway, he said it in great detail, much more detailed than the last time. After all, this was also the accumulation of the first batch of students' experience. However, if the first batch of students heard such a detailed explanation, they would only feel very speechless. And they also want to say that what we heard was the free version, and the second batch of students paid, so they heard the version that is only available to VIP members. Then, he also talked about the breathing method practice system in great detail. After all, he had already made a cheat sheet. This explanation, it can be said that it was very detailed. So detailed that the 250 students were fascinated. This has to be said that Lin Xiang still has a talent for explanation. The explanation is over. Next, it is personal guidance for these 250 people. This is a necessary process. Teaching by words and deeds. For teachers, this is definitely an indispensable process in teaching students. But for Lin Xiang, well, he just personally guides these students. Other than that, he doesn't have the mind to teach these students anything, such as etiquette, rituals, loyalty, filial piety. After all, he just wants to cut leaks. Not teaching real disciples. System, exchange for a 10x training acceleration card. Lin Xiang said in his heart. Ding! Consume 1000 cultivation system points 10x cultivation acceleration card, exchange successfully. The prompt sound that only he could hear also sounded. System, use the 10x practice acceleration card. Lin Xiang also said secretly. Exchanged. Of course, it must be used. Otherwise, why did he spend such a large amount of practice system points to exchange for this? However, when he thought of the 1000 practice system points consumed by the exchange of this 10x practice acceleration card, he also felt a pain in his flesh. This is 1000 practice system points. This requires at least 20 people to enter the first stage before he can be considered to have recovered his investment. However, in order to earn more practice system points in the future, he also endured it. All these actions are for investment. This investment is also to be able to have a greater return. He immediately threw the idea of loss out of his mind, and quickly recalled the large amount of investment returns he would have at that time. Suddenly, his painful mood was much better. At the same time, ding! The 10x training acceleration card was used successfully. Range, Zushindaogwen. Duration, 1 month. The system prompt sounded. The exchanged 10x training acceleration card also began to take effect in this expanded Zushindaogwen. Chapter 34. The effect of the 10x practice acceleration card is still not visible at the moment. After all, Lin Xiang is just preparing to teach the second batch of students to start practicing. Then, after explaining the bunch of nonsense just now, of course, they started to learn. With this 10x practice acceleration card, Lin Xiang is sure that these people can learn domineering or breathing methods in a very short time. Under his careful teaching, time naturally ticked by little by little. Time passed quickly. During this period, Lin Xiang also carefully observed the learning progress of the 250 students and their learning. As long as there was a mistake, he would immediately point it out in front of the other party. Then, he carefully guided the other party to learn. Although this process is more troublesome and time-consuming for him, it can really allow these people to quickly learn domineering and breathing methods. Ding! Someone has learned level 1 domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 training system points. Ding! Someone has learned level 1 domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 training system points. Ding! Someone has learned the level 1 breathing method. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Of course, during this period, Lin Xiang's ears also naturally rang with the warm reminder from the system. Lin Xiang dared to say directly that there was absolutely no more beautiful sound in the world than this. Only 5 days had passed. Among the second batch of students of the author, more than half of them had already learned one of the domineering and breathing methods. The fastest ones had even reached the level of mastering the first level, and some with better qualifications had reached proficiency. However, in general, most people were still at the entry level of the first level. But for Lin Xiang, he was already very satisfied with this result. Such a result was already good. Next, there were 25 days of 10 times training acceleration cards, which should be enough for these students to reach the level of the second level. Even for some genius colleges, it was not impossible to reach the level of proficiency in the second level. After all, there were still some students with qualifications above 80 points. However, their qualifications were proficient in breathing methods. Some people were suitable for thunder breathing, some were suitable for flame breathing, and some were suitable for wind breathing. In short, there were candidates for various breathing methods among the students here. However, there was no one who could breathe the sun. Perhaps, this is really related to aptitude. But these are not important matters. After all, this will not hinder him from earning points in the cultivation system. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye. Another 5 days have passed. 1/3 of the time of the 10x cultivation acceleration card has passed. There are still 2/3 of time left. However, ding! Someone has learned the level 1 breathing method. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Ding! Someone has learned level 1 domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 training system points. Ding! Someone has learned the level 1 breathing method. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. During this period, the second batch of students, a total of 250 people, finally, all entered the level of the first stage. During this period, for him, watching his cultivation system points rise visibly, is there anything better than this? Anyway, Lin Xiang felt that there was no, unless all these people broke through to the second stage. This wave also allowed Lin Xiang to gain 12,500 cultivation system points. Adding the 7,500 cultivation system points he now has in his hands, his cultivation system points have directly exceeded 10,000, reaching a huge amount of 20,000. Seeing this number, Lin Xiang was naturally satisfied. At present, he can exchange for the third level domineering aura, and the money is enough. However, before exchanging for the third level domineering aura, he also needs to exchange for the second level breathing method. At present, in the Zushin Dojo, some students with excellent breathing method qualifications have reached the peak level of the first level breathing method during this period. If they want to take a step forward, they have to learn the second level breathing method. Therefore, Lin Xiang had to exchange for the second level breathing method, so that he could prevent these students from just stopping at the peak of the first level breathing method. System, exchange for second level breathing method. Chapter 35. System, exchange for level 2 breathing method and level 3 domineering. Late at night, Lin Xiang was in his room, thinking to himself. Ding! Consumed 1000 cultivation system points second level breathing method, exchanged successfully. Ding! Consumed 10,000 cultivation system points, third level domineering, exchanged successfully. 2 prompts from the system sounded. In an instant, he spent 11,000 points in the cultivation system. Originally, during this period of time, he finally broke through the 5-digit cultivation system points to a high value of 20,000, but now it has fallen back to 9,000 points. This wave is considered a big loss. However, there will be rewards for hard work. After he successfully exchanged, the memory fragments about the second level breathing method and the third level domineering continued to flow into his mind, and he absorbed them bit by bit. The second level breathing method. Compared with the first level breathing method, if the first level breathing method is standard definition, then the second level breathing method is 4K. In the final analysis, it is the difference between the rough outline of a painting and the delicate pores of a flower. This can also be said to be the completion of all breathing methods. The introduction to the second level breathing method. Just like the situation of Tanjiro Kamado after graduating from Sagari Mountain. And the third level breathing method. For Lin Xiang, he had already guessed what the situation was. Most likely, it should be the state in the full concentration. It can also be said that the breathing method is always on. Keep the breathing method at all times, including sleeping. This is also the standard for becoming a pillar of the demon killing team. Of course, there is no so-called demon killing team in this world. If it is just that simple. For Lin Xiang, he can learn by himself and reach the level of the third level of his breathing method. In that case, wouldn't he save the points for the cultivation system to buy the third level breathing method? But this is impossible. In this system, such shortcuts are not allowed at all. Because, if you want to get points for the cultivation system, first of all, you have to exchange the cultivation system here in the system, and then teach it to others and teach others to get it. And your understanding of the cultivation system, and reaching the next stage without the help of the system. This is possible. But at the same time, if you do this, then the stage you reach, teach it out, teach others to learn, and reach that level, you will not get points for the cultivation system. The reason, of course, is because he did not spend the cultivation system points to buy the genuine repair system from the system. If he doesn't buy it, what does it have to do with the system after you teach others? After all the right of interpretation belongs to the system. Therefore, he did not choose to learn by himself. If he has that time, he might as well teach these students more and let them learn the cultivation system he taught. In that way, the cultivation system points will come. The memory fragment with the second level breathing method was quickly absorbed by him. He also felt that his physique had improved slightly, but the improvement was not much. However, the next third level domineering memory fragment followed. This time the physical improvement was even more obvious. This is a powerful feeling. After a long time, he also came out of this improved state. Because he has finished the improvement. This time, there are also skills included. After Lin Xiang opened his eyes, a trace of surprise flashed across his eyes. He didn't expect that this time, when exchanging for domineering aura, he would also be given skills related to the pirate world. This surprised him a little. It was not like this in the previous times. And the skills given were the Navy 6 styles. This is an unexpected gain. Lin Xiang didn't know what to say. However, if you get it for free, then you earn it. Moreover, there are still some desirable moves in the Navy 6 styles. Of course, the iron block can be excluded. Who likes to stand and be beaten? Armament Haki is much more useful than iron block. And this time, he directly reached the peak level of the Navy 6 styles. In addition, there is the 6 styles secret, 6 King's Spear. The Navy 6 styles does not have so-called levels. Therefore, there are only entry, mastery, proficiency, and peak. He can be said to have mastered this skill directly to the peak. What kind of power he can exert depends mainly on his. The key point is how much power the body can generate. However, this time he exchanged for the 3rd level domineering aura, which was definitely a great gain for him. After all, even if his domineering aura has reached the 3rd level, it has indeed reached the peak level of the 3rd level, but he has only reached the 3rd level in terms of the power of domineering aura. In terms of combat skills and experience, it is estimated that it is not as good as the Navy 6 styles. After all, in battle, if you hold a Gatling gun but don't know how to use it, what kind of power can it generate? The Navy 6 styles is like giving you a pistol and teaching you various pistol usage skills. This is the difference between the two. However, it seems that I don't need to show off my skills here for the time being. Lin Xiang also thought of this. He will basically not encounter any danger in the Hidden Rain village. After all, if there are foreign invaders, they will be discovered quickly under Nagato's Rain Tiger Free technique. Danger? This is still very far away from him. However, with the 3rd level domineering, the 2nd level breathing method, and finally the Navy 6 styles, even if he has no chakra, he seems out of place in this ninja world. However, the combat power he can burst out should be at the level of the Jonin in the ninja world. Although it has not reached the level of Kage, at this level of Jonin, he should be invincible in terms of hand-to-hand combat. Now, he still doesn't know when Uzumaki Naruto will graduate. But now, he has reached this level of strength. 2 years later, when the plot of Shippuden begins, he will reach the 5th level of strength, and he will be on par with Uchiha Madara. There shouldn't be any problem in a 50-50 duel. This time, he had exchanged all the things he wanted to exchange. So, he went to bed with peace of mind. It was late at night. It was better to sleep quietly. Regain your energy. He still needs to guide these students tomorrow. What? Practice? Does this thing need to be practiced? Can't you just exchange it directly? What's the point of practicing? Who would like to work hard after experiencing the joy of cheating? He just tidied himself up. He lay on the bed. Then, he pulled the quilt. In a moment, he fell asleep. Chapter 36. The next day, Lin Xiang began to teach those who had reached the peak of the 1st order breathing method the practice method of the 2nd order breathing method. These people, with the blessing of the 10x practice acceleration card, naturally understood it very quickly. So, time passed little by little as he taught these students bit by bit. As time passed, the strength of each student improved very quickly. The effect of the 10x practice acceleration card was indeed so terrifying. Lin Xiang couldn't help but want to take a breath. However, the thing that made Lin Xiang most happy was, of course, that after the strength of these students entered the 2nd order, the pleasant prompt from the system. Ding! Someone has learned level 2 domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 training system points. Ding! Someone has learned level 2 domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 training system points. Ding! Someone has learned the level 2 breathing method. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 training system points. This voice was the most pleasant sound for Lin Xiang. Seeing that the cultivation system points in his account began to increase again, originally, it had dropped to 9,000 cultivation system points, but this time, it rushed back to 5 digits in a very short time. Seeing that the 1-month time of the 10x cultivation acceleration card was only the last 3 days. At this time, the 2nd batch of students, 250 people, had all entered the 2nd level. Some had a single 2nd level armed color domineering, some had a 2nd level observation color domineering, and there were also second-level water breathing, second-level thunder breathing, second-level wind breathing, and second-level flame breathing, etc. But no matter what, these people have entered the second level. They can be said to have a second-level combat power. At present, the only thing they lack is their actual combat experience. Actual combat experience is the most important. The richer the actual combat experience, the more handy one can be in the battle, the more handy one can be. However, in the last 3 days, there is no need to continue teaching. Because these people have all entered the second level, and the leeks he wanted to harvest have been harvested. 250 people have entered the second level. For him, that is the income of 25,000 cultivation system points. This is also the value that increased the amount in his account from 9,000 to 34,000. This value can already allow him to exchange for the third level breathing method. However, after thinking about it, he finally gave up this decision. At present, he has no need to exchange for the third level breathing method. Teaching students. The second level breathing method is enough for now. Next, he thinks it is better to save some. The reason is very simple. The price of the fourth level domineering power is 100,000 cultivation system points. With his current 34,000 cultivation system points, it is less than half of the cultivation system points required to exchange for the fourth level domineering power. Therefore, he thought that he should save as much as possible for now. Otherwise, it would take half a year to exchange for the fourth level of domineering. This was not his fantasy. The number of the second batch of students was as high as 250, which was indeed an astonishing number. However, this did not mean that he could recruit so many students for the third batch. You know, the qualifications for domineering and breathing methods have reached more than 60 points. Basically, they are here. I dare not say all. However, in the current Yuyan village, basically, people with sufficient qualifications are here, so if you want to recruit the third batch of students, you still recruit them in Yuyan village. Then, the number of the third batch of students can reach 50, which can be said to be a lot. Therefore, for Lin Xiang, he currently has only 2 ways to go. First, he continues to exchange for new cultivation systems, exchange for first and second levels, so that from those who have been eliminated, those who are qualified for the new cultivation system can be selected and recruited as students. In this case, the number of students in the third batch should not be so low. However, according to Lin Xiang's guess, even if it is not so low, it may not be so high. Therefore, this can only be said to be an act of quenching thirst by looking at the plum, and the use can only be said to be of little use. However, such a role will only become smaller and smaller. The second way. That is to send people from other villages in the rain country outside the hidden rain village to the hidden rain village, and then he will check whether these people are qualified. In this way, when recruiting the third batch of students, the number will not be so small. Each of these 2 methods has its own benefits. So, he is not ready to consider this issue at the moment. At present, he wants to take advantage of the last 3 days of the 10x training acceleration card to teach these people the 6 styles of the Navy that he exchanged for the third level domineering. Even if it is a gift for the upcoming graduation. Anyway, there is no point in hiding it. Chapter 37. The second batch of students in the Zushin Dojo were also gathered together by him. During this time, I think everyone can feel the results they have achieved without me saying anything. Lin Xiang first said this slowly. Then, he received praise from the second batch of students. We can gain such power thanks to the teachings of Master Lin. If it weren't for Master Lin, I would have to study in the ninja school for several more years before I could graduate. Master Lin's kindness to me, I will never forget it. If Master Lin asks for anything, I will go through fire and water for you without hesitation. A 10-year-old student, Daisuke Koyama, said to Lin Xiang with a grateful tone. In his eyes, Lin Xiang simply gave him the grace of rebirth, because, in the ninja school, although he was not the weakest, but in terms of grades and strength, he was not good. In fact, he was not even average, and could only be regarded as a lower-level student in the ninja school of the Hidden Rain village. Both his grades and strength can be said to be poor. He didn't want to be bad, but he was too limited on the road of ninja. His qualifications were not good. If he was not good at refining chakra and learning ninjutsu, then, if he had good grades, he could be a civilian, even if he was just a genin, and there was still a good possibility of promotion. But the problem was that he was not just a ninja. The aptitude of a ninja is not good, and his cultural achievements are also very poor. In this life, even if he becomes a genin, he might die on the way to a mission one day. After all, the mortality rate of genin is quite high. In this ninja world that emphasizes strength, he is weak. And he happens to be a ninja. If he fights with ninjas from other countries, then his lack of strength will have a very high chance of death. Unless, he does not want to be a ninja. Choose to be an ordinary person. Let his fate go with the flow. Maybe, if he is lucky, he will be an ordinary person in this life, and he will not be in any danger and will live a peaceful life. However, in his life, if there is another person like Hanzo who invades other countries and directly turns his country into a battlefield. Even if a civilian might one day be killed by a ninja from another country who accidentally breaks into his home. This kind of thing has happened before. In his memory, the older generation of the Hidden Rain village would talk to him about the Second Ninja World War. At that time, Hanzo invaded another country and declared war on a big country. As a result, the Rain country was directly reduced to a battlefield. When the war broke out, the most pitiful people must be ordinary civilians. Although, on the surface, the rules for ninjas are that ninjas are not allowed to attack civilians. But when the war breaks out, how many ninjas will abide by such rules? Didn't Nagato's parents die in the Second Ninja World War? The period of the Great War. Perhaps, there was the guidance of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu, but although the Konoha ninja who committed the murder said that it was a misunderstanding, would they suddenly realize their mistake after the misunderstanding and then commit suicide to apologize? Impossible. It's just that after killing someone by mistake, they felt guilty for a while. Then, they put the matter behind them and continued to join the battle. Later, this matter will be completely forgotten. After a few years, it has been forgotten by these people in some corner. Therefore, for Lin Xiang teaching himself like this and allowing him to gain such power. Daisuke Koyama's heart is full of infinite gratitude to Lin Xiang. It was the other party who made a huge turn in his life. Let him have the power to change his own destiny. Chapter 38. I am willing to go through fire and water for Master Lin. I am willing to go through fire and water for Master Lin. I am willing to go through fire and water for Master Lin. 250 people, right in front of Lin Xiang, said such words to him so loudly. Lin Xiang was a little touched by this, but more than that, he was a little confused. My goodness, I just opened my mouth and you guys got excited first. He always felt that these students seemed to have misunderstood. Don't thank me, I am just someone your leader invited to teach you. If you want to thank someone, thank your leader. Lin Xiang said this. This kind of thing is tantamount to usurping the throne. Of course, if Nagato knew, he probably wouldn't say anything, but Lin Xiang didn't think so, because he still hated trouble. If these people kept thanking him, it would be the most troublesome thing for him. He just wanted to be a young man who worked diligently to harvest leeks. Nonsense. I've said that your strength has reached the standard, but you still have 3 days in the Zushin Dojo. After 3 days, you will graduate. So, in this last bit of time, I'm going to teach you something, just as a graduation gift. Whether you can learn it depends on your luck. Lin Xiang said calmly, looking at the group of people in front of him. Navy 6 styles. This move is not so easy to learn. 3 days. With the blessing of the 10x training acceleration card, it can be said that it took a month to practice. At present, the age of this second batch of students has reached the second level. At the same time, the physical fitness of these students has also been improved during this period. It can be said that they have reached the standard for learning Navy 6 styles. Owner of Shelling. Owner of Shelling. Owner of Shelling. When everyone heard this, their eyes lit up and they thanked him one after another. New trick. After hearing it, they felt it was very reliable. They had been convinced by Lin Xiang during this period of time, and they knew almost everything about Lin Xiang. It was precisely because of this that they knew more clearly that the things they took out from the other party were definitely not simple things. The Navy's 6 styles are divided into 6 moves: shaving, iron block, paper painting, moon step, storm kick, and finger gun. The effects of these 6 moves are as follows. Lin Xiang explained the 6 moves clearly one by one. As for the 6 style secret, 6 king spear, he did not say it, nor did he want to hide it. It was just that these people only had 3 days left. If they learned 1 or 2 individually, perhaps they would have a chance to learn it. However, if they wanted to learn the 6-style secret, 6-king spear, it was absolutely impossible. At least, he did not see anyone with a high score of 90 points among these students. So, there was no need for him to say it. Next, he also demonstrated it. Shaving. In 0.36 seconds, the explosive reaction force generated by stomping on the ground dozens of times at high speed continuously was used to move at high speed. Of course, the speed of shaving is also fast and slow, and the main reason is related to the strength of one's own physique. Just like the shaving performed by Kobe in Water City and the shaving performed by Lucci of CP9, the effects of the two people were obviously very different. The fundamental reason is the difference in physique. The so-called 0.36 seconds, continuous high-speed stomping on the ground dozens of times, can be performed, that is only a 60-point pass out of 100 points. For example, Garp, he must have stepped on the ground hundreds of times in 0.36 seconds. So, there is a big difference between a person who only passes 60 points and a person who directly scores 100 points. Moon step. Paper drawing. Iron block. Finger gun. Storm kick. The 6 moves of the Navy 6 styles were also performed by him one by one. After watching the second batch of students, their eyes lit up. Master, can we learn all 6 Navy moves? The one who spoke was Daisuke Koyama, who had stirred up everyone's emotions just now. He looked at Lin Xiang with shining eyes, waiting for Lin Xiang's answer. Except for those who were learning armament haki who looked down on the iron block, the others were very coveted. I advise you not to aim too high. You only have 3 days left to learn. In 3 days, you can only master one of the 6 Navy styles at most. If you want to learn more, the end result may be nothing. Lin Xiang shook his head and simply stated the facts. 3 days. He didn't use a 100x training acceleration card, but a 10x training speed card. You still want to learn all the 6 Navy styles, you'd better go to bed quickly. Dreams can have anything. So that's it. The disappointment was visible on Daisuke Koyama's face. He wanted to learn all 6 styles of the Navy. After all, more skills are better than less. Learning 1 or 2 more skills would definitely be beneficial to ordinary people like them who have no background. However, Lin Xiang said this too much, and he suddenly came to his senses. Master Lin, can't you stay in the Zushin Dojo for a while longer? Daisuke Koyama asked what all the students present wanted to say. During this period of time, in Lin Xiang's Zushin Dojo, the effect of cultivation is beyond words. Every day's cultivation allows them to personally experience the gains from their cultivation and the improvement in their strength. This feeling is the first time in their lives. Therefore, if they can stay here a little longer, then they feel that their strength, even if it reaches the level of Jonin, will not be a problem. No. Lin Xiang refused directly. The time for the 10x training acceleration card will be over in 3 days. It will be useless even if you stay here for another half a year. Without the 10x training acceleration card, staying here is no different from going out after graduation. His words made everyone look disappointed. It is impossible to say that they are not disappointed. After all, in their opinion, this Zushin Dojo can be said to be a holy place in their hearts. The speed of training is really too fast. If possible, they really want to stay here until they improve their strength to the shadow level before going out. But Lin Xiang refused like this. What else can he say? Naturally, he can only obey obediently. However, I will consider allowing you students to come back again after graduation at an appropriate time to learn the 3rd level domineering and breathing techniques to further improve your strength. Lin Xiang said this. This kind of thing is inevitable. After all, he can't leave these leaks uncut. At present, the first batch of students and the second batch of students together have reached the 2nd level, and there are already 315 people. Of course, he excluded the people from the Akatsuki organization. He can't command the Akatsuki organization now. However, there are 315 people who have reached the 2nd level. For him, this is definitely a hidden wealth, waiting for him to open this wealth. 315 people. If all of them are trained to the 3rd level. He exchanged the 3rd level of domineering for 10,000 training system points. Everyone who learns the 3rd level of domineering, then he can directly obtain 1000 training system points. 315 people. This is 315,000 training system points. A huge sum of more than 310,000. Damn, Think about it carefully, Lin Xiang's heart is thumping, excited. If he can get this hidden wealth, then he will be rich directly. Level 4? Isn't it something that can be exchanged for 100,000 cultivation system points? As long as he gets this hidden wealth, he can easily exchange it for 2 or 3 level 4 cultivation system points. By then, it will really be a small amount of money, nothing at all. That's why he said this to these people. Chapter 39. Then, these students also started to learn the Navy 6 styles. Some learned shaving, some learned paper painting, and some learned storm kicks, and so on. However, when Lin Xiang saw those who wanted to learn iron block, he always looked at them with a hint of mystery in his eyes. Good guy, he actually dared to learn iron block. He is a brave man. 3 days passed in a flash. Graduation day has arrived. Very good, I won't say any more nonsense, I wish you all good luck in martial arts. Lin Xiang said to the 250 people in front of him. We are very grateful for the guidance of Master Xiaoling in the past month. The second batch of 250 students also said with gratitude. This is their sincere. Okay, stop talking nonsense, get out of here quickly, those who should go back to their posts, go back to their posts, those who don't have posts yet, there are people waiting for you outside, they will arrange for you. Lin Xiang waved his hand and said. It's not like we won't see each other again after today, so, moved? There is no need to be so sentimental. Then, these 250 people also walked out one by one. These people will become the backbone of Yuyan village in the future and protect this village. Of course, maybe it's not just that. Because, for him, these people will definitely be called back by him in the future. After all, the leeks have not been harvested yet. When the time comes, he will definitely have to harvest another wave. These people left one after another. Then, the only people left here were him and Konan beside him. Thank you, Master Lin, for training us a group of good talents. Now, the power of the Hidden Rain village will become stronger and stronger. Konan said to Lin Xiang. Although many of the second batch of students were originally ninjas, a large number of them were only genin when they entered the Zushin Dojo. And some people did not even have the strength of genin. So, Lin Xiang's teaching this time can be said to have trained hundreds of people and provided hundreds of talents to the Hidden Rain village. How could she not be grateful for what he did? This is what I deserve. Lin Xiang smiled and said. He did not take credit for himself. In his opinion, this was just a win-win situation. He got what he wanted. Originally, he only had the strength of the first level. But now, with the help of Nagato and Konan's Rain village, he has the strength of the third level. He has made a lot of money. Master Lin is really modest. Konan sighed after hearing this. The other party has already trained nearly 300 talents for her Hidden Rain village. However, Lin Xiang still said such modest words. So, for her, Lin Xiang's words can only be said to be very modest. Chapter 40. Just call me Lin Xiang. I'm not used to being called Master Linear. Lin Xiang said to Konan. Okay. Konan nodded. She just wanted to give the other party enough respect. Since the other party said so, she agreed. Regarding the recruitment of the third batch of students for the Zushin Dojo, what do you think, Konan? Lin Xiang asked Konan. He, of course, wanted to start recruiting the third batch of students for the Zushin Dojo right away, but he still had to ask Konan's opinion. After all, Yuyan village was theirs. Regarding this, in fact, if we recruit students in the near future, it is estimated that the third batch of students may not have many students. It's not that I don't want to, but the second batch of students from the Zushin Dojo has already brought everyone from the Hidden Rain village here, and only these qualified ones are left. Even if they come again, these people will be eliminated by you. Therefore, for the recruitment of the third batch of students, I suggest that it will be a while later. Konan said such a fact. It was true. The first batch of students were recruited from the ninja school, and Lin Xiang was asked to select them, and finally, the qualified ones were selected. After all, that stage was just a test. However, after Konan saw the results of Lin Xiang's teaching, she was 80% convinced of Lin Xiang's teaching level. So when the second batch of students were recruited, she expanded Lin Xiang's Zushin gym. So that the Zushin gym could accommodate more people, and even when the second batch of students were training, she also gave more funds to buy meat and vegetables, as well as training equipment, etc. The purpose was to ensure that there would be no problems with Lin Xiang's teaching. Just this month's cash flow really made Kakuzu cry after seeing it. 1 month. It's the expenditure of 1 Asuma. If this happens a few more times, Kakuzu will have to find a few more Asuma to kill in exchange for bounties. This is also the reason for the second batch of students. As a result, almost all the ninjas in the ninja school and the ninjas in the Hidden Rain village have been checked by Lin Xiang, and those who are qualified have been selected by him and have completed their training. Everyone has graduated. Recruit more? At most, find a dozen or 20 missed students. Unless the Hidden Rain village releases a message to recruit students from the villagers of the Hidden Rain village. Anyone who is willing can come. But this is obviously unrealistic. Because it has been several decades since the Second Ninja World War. Although the older generation still remembers it, the Hidden Rain village is now blessed by the Akatsuki organization. It can be said to be very peaceful. After the peaceful days, who still wants to be a ninja? As for Konan and Nagato, they can only be said to be average in managing the village. After watching this period of time, Lin Xiang couldn't help shaking his head and sighing. These two people. They simply regard themselves as the parents of the Hidden Rain village. In their eyes, the villagers of the Hidden Rain village are their children, so as parents, they must protect these children from harm. As for the actions of advocating to become a ninja and siege the country in the Hidden Rain village, they really did not do it. It is very sad for a country to only know how to enjoy peace but not know how peace comes. So, such a situation is undoubtedly making the Hidden Rain village step by step towards the abyss. No wonder, after the death of Nagato and Konan, in Boruto, the Hidden Rain village became like that. There is no talent who can take the lead. Then I will also give my opinion. Lin Xiang looked at Konan. He also knew what Konan meant. It was nothing more than the idea of delaying the recruitment of students. However, he didn't know how long the other party was going to delay. If he was delayed for a few months, how could he earn points for the training system? How could he improve his strength? Chapter 41. I think the third batch of enrollment plan for the dojo should be completed within 2 months. The second batch of graduates will replace the positions of the ninjas stationed in other villages in the Rain country, and let those ninjas return to the Hidden Rain village. At the same time, the enrollment information will be announced to the people in those villages. Those who are willing to study can sign up and return to the Hidden Rain village with the stationed ninjas, and finally undergo qualification tests. The qualified ones will stay, and the unqualified ones will be redeployed back. Ordinary people who are unqualified can also be temporarily transferred to the ninja school. In the future, when I teach other training systems, who knows, they may be qualified enough to learn. Lin Xiang said slowly. If we wait for the normal enrollment, it will take at least several months to arrange it. It will take about half a year to enroll students. But for him, he is naturally very reluctant to wait for half a year. It takes half a year to enroll students. Shippuden begins. It's only been a few half years? If he really plays like this, sooner or later, how can he improve his strength to level 6 during the 4th Ninja World War? So, he changed his mind and discussed with Konan. Although this operation will cause a lot of job transfers, it is the fastest way for him to get a large number of students in the third enrollment. This is troublesome, but it is possible. Compared with my idea, it really shortens the time a lot. Konan thought for a while and replied. How long will it take you to complete the third batch of enrollment? Lin Xiang asked. Konan. Why is she so enthusiastic about recruiting students? Why does she feel that they value the Hidden Rain village more than she does? Who is the real Rain country? Such thoughts flashed through her mind. However, she did not think much about it. After all, this was just a trivial matter that was not worth noticing. According to what you said, we can complete the third batch of enrollment within 2 months. Konan said. Then let's follow this plan, what do you think? Lin Xiang looked at Konan and asked. Okay. Konan took a deep look at Lin Xiang, and finally nodded in agreement with the other party's enrollment plan. Although she didn't know why the other party was so active. However, such a plan is of great benefit to her, the entire Hidden Rain village, or even the entire Rain country. Lin Xiang has trained such a large number of outstanding talents for the second batch of students. The third batch of students will not be bad in any way. Moreover, although the expenditure of Lin Xiang's Zushin dojo during this period is relatively huge, if you calculate it carefully, it is estimated that this so-called expenditure is about the same as the expenditure of the ninja school. It's just that Lin Xiang just changed the expenditure required for several years into the expenditure within 1 month. But for them, it is a real harvest of so many Chunin level combat power. This expenditure, after careful calculation, is nothing. After all, for Konan, the richest woman in the ninja world, this money is nothing at all. You can also have a good rest in these 2 months. You have worked hard during this period. Konan also said this to Lin Xiang. More than 300 Chunin level fighters have been trained in succession. Of course, for some ninjas, their own chakra and ninjutsu have already reached Chunin. However, this training has undoubtedly raised their strength to another level. At the Chunin stage, they can be said to have reached the peak. They are not far from Jonin. In a month, those who learn Haki have greatly improved their physical fitness, and have also learned a Haki. Of course, their strength has soared. And for those who learn breathing methods, the second level breathing method can temporarily improve their physical strength. If they really want to fight, they are also at the top of the Chunin level. You're welcome, but since you mentioned rest, I think it's time to take a break during this time. Lin Xiang smiled and said. During this period of time, just teaching students was indeed a bit tiring for him. Taking a break is also a good suggestion. Of course, this rest will naturally not exceed the time when the third batch of students were recruited. Everything still has to focus on earning points for the cultivation system. Chapter 42. Well, Lin Xiang, you should go out for a walk, relax, have some fun outside, and all the expenses will be charged to Yin village. We will pay for it. Konan said generously. If Kakuzu heard this, he would be so angry that he would vomit blood. After all, if the bill was put on the Hidden Rain village, it would be basically the same as if the Akatsuki organization paid for it. This, if you round it up, wouldn't it be spending Kakuzu's hard-earned money? Therefore, if Kakuzu knew about it, he would definitely threaten Lin Xiang severely, asking Lin Xiang not to spend his hard-earned money, not even a dime. Then I won't be polite. Lin Xiang did not reject the other party's proposal. After a careful calculation, he really had no money on hand. Therefore, if the Hidden Rain village did not reimburse him, then during this period of time, he would probably only be able to take a casual walk in the Hidden Rain village. Without money, it is difficult to move. This sentence is really not false. After all, eating, drinking, and having fun all cost money. Moreover, even if there is no fun, eating and drinking alone is an expense, and for him, a penniless pauper, if he goes out, he will really starve to death. Robbing ordinary people's food? Impossible. He is not to such an extent. At most, he can find a place to work. However, Konan will not let himself fall into such a situation. He also knows his current position in the Hidden Rain village. Suppose, if someone threatens to kill him, it is estimated that the first people to express opposition will be Konan and Nagato. After all, his contribution to the Hidden Rain village is obvious to all. I want to follow your Rain village ninja team to see how you ninjas do missions. Just like going out for a walk. When a mission is over, the third batch of enrollment should start soon. This way, we can do both without delay. What do you think? Lin Xiang asked Konan. After all, it was a mission from the Hidden Rain village. Missions were confidential. If he wanted to get involved, he had to ask Konan's opinion. After all, the other party was one of the people in charge of the Hidden Rain village. As for the situation of Konoha White Fang Hitaki Sakumo, he didn't know how he could make trouble after the mission failed and caused huge losses. It was still a hot topic among the ninjas. He could only say that the mission was confidential. If it was a major loss, it was likely an S-level mission, and even if an S-level mission failed, it could not be spread out at will. Huge losses? When this was said, it meant leaking secrets. This is just like leaking state secrets. How can the person who leaked the secrets still be alive to accuse Hitaki Sakumo? Moreover, he could accuse Hitaki Sakumo to the point of committing suicide out of guilt before the matter was brought to an end? This is ridiculous to think about. So, Hitaki Sakumo's death was really unjust. This kind of information like state secrets was leaked for so long, accusing White Fang to the point of committing suicide out of guilt. It is absolutely impossible for Sarutobi Hiruzen, the head of the village, to say that he didn't know. And Sarutobi Hiruzen only hastily settled the matter after Hitaki Sakumo committed suicide, and buried Hitaki Sakumo as a hero of Konoha. This is so ridiculous. Chapter 43. Of course. For Lin Xiang, Konoha's affairs have nothing to do with him. Sarutobi Hiruzen likes to do something fancy, that's his business, he just needs to do his best. After all, the other party is the strongest Hokage, relying on the illusion of the will of fire, so many people have been tricked, even the reincarnation of Ashura can't escape, this is such a powerful illusion. The first generation has come, and they have to admit defeat. Task. What's so good about this? Konan's expression of a cold and arrogant lady also showed confusion after hearing Lin Xiang's words. The mission of a ninja is nothing more than protecting, killing, and stealing secrets. In her opinion, this kind of thing is the most boring thing. Anyone with a normal mind would not have the idea of Lin Xiang, wanting to experience what a ninja's mission is like. I'm just a little curious. Lin Xiang smiled and said. Since he was resting, he would definitely take a look at the local characteristics. His time travel was not that of a tire travel. He had stayed here for more than 10 years and understood the local customs. Now, he had only been in this ninja continent for a few months. During these few months, 90% of his time was spent on cultivating outstanding talents. Therefore, he had no idea what the local customs of this ninja continent were like. Since he was resting, he also wanted to learn more about it. Yes, it's possible. Konan looked at Lin Xiang strangely. From the time he showed up to now, he wanted to see how ninjas perform their tasks. All these made her feel that Lin Xiang was like a child who had just been born into this world. It was very strange. However, she couldn't ask him. After all, no matter what, he had trained hundreds of outstanding talents for the Hidden Rain Village. He might have his own secrets in his heart. Some things also require choices. Crossing the line is not a good thing. So, she didn't ask any more questions. I will arrange some people to protect you. Konan thought for a while and said. This is the treasure of the Hidden Rain Village. If something happens, she and Nagato will be heartbroken. Therefore, it is necessary to arrange people to protect Lin Xiang. At least 3 jonin must be arranged. She has already secretly planned in her heart. No need, with my strength, I can escape even if I meet a cage-level enemy. Lin Xiang rejected Konan's kindness. Protection? Not possible. His current strength is already at level 3. Corresponding to the chakra training system, it is at the level of a jonin. Moreover, he knows 3 colors of domineering, and the 6 styles of the navy, and he is also a close combat. Ninjas are very fancy. However, as long as he is in close combat, he can blow up the opponent. Defense? Not everyone is Uchiha Madara, and not everyone has the amazing recovery ability of Senju Hashirama. I'll think about it. Konan frowned, and her expression made people want to reach out and smooth her frown. 2 days later, a team from the Hidden Rain Village also quietly left. This team had 5 people. Normally, when going on a mission, there would be a group of 4, a teacher leading the team, and 3 graduating students. In addition, there would be the employer of the mission. Of course, sometimes the employer would not travel with the team. But this time, there were obviously some accidents, and this accident was Lin Xiang himself. He originally wanted to see what a ninja's mission was like. So, Konan conveniently arranged him into this team. Master, I am so lucky to be able to travel with you. The 3 little ones in this team also blinked their big eyes and looked at him with excitement. Because, the 3 people in this team were the students who learned the breathing method system and the domineering system in his Zushin Dojo. After graduation, they were arranged to be the subordinates of this jonin. Coincidentally, this jonin was also a student who learned the domineering system in his Zushin Dojo. After seeing this, he didn't know what to say. It felt like, my apprentices are everywhere. Lord Lin Xiang, this time the mission is just to wipe out the bandits, so when the time comes, you just need to watch our performance. The leader of the team is called Shen Ziai. In this small rain-hidden village, he can be said to be one of the few senior ninjas. Now, after learning the domineering system, his strength has been further improved. He also said this slowly to Lin Xiang. Because, for him, he is not just to complete this sea-level mission. In addition, there is another order from the angel Konan, that is to protect Lin Xiang. You must ensure Lin Xiang's safety. Otherwise, if Lin Xiang gets into trouble, then he can die to atone for his sins. Therefore, he instinctively resists this kind of thing, but as a ninja, he naturally has to obey the orders of his superiors, and he can only do as Konan tells him. I see. Lin Xiang nodded and said. He was not a fool. From the other party's attitude towards him and the fact that he had only been out for half a day, the other party had been serving him with himself as the center, it could be seen that Konan had definitely said something to the other party. But he didn't care. After all, he was also aware of his position in the Hidden Rain village. It would be a bit abnormal to say that Konan did not provide any protection for him and let him out. In addition to the leading teacher, there were 3 students he led, Musashi, Ogawa, and Yuzhen. These 3 people were also very respectful to him. About this, he has become a little accustomed to it. In the Hidden Rain village, it is basically like this. Of course, this is only for people with ability. If you don't have the ability, others probably will just ignore you. Master, can I continue to learn about water breathing on the way? Musashi asked, looking closely at Lin Xiang. What he learned in the Zushin Dojo was water breathing. Although he had mastered it, he felt that he was far behind Lin Xiang. Therefore, if he could learn from Lin Xiang, he would surely make rapid progress. And me, I would also like to ask you, the master, for advice on the breath of thunder. Ogawa said impatiently. And my observation Haki. Yuzhen also hurriedly followed. This is a good opportunity. If you don't ask the owner for more advice, then wouldn't it be a waste of this good opportunity? On the side. Although Shen Ziyai didn't say anything. But his idea was the same. Although he learned both armament Haki and observation Haki, he focused on armament Haki. He only reached the level of level 2 in armament Haki, and he only entered level 1 in observation Haki. If possible, he wanted to ask Lin Xiang for more advice on the techniques of armament Haki and so on. In this way, maybe under Lin Xiang's guidance, he can make his level 2 armament Haki reach the level of level 2 proficiency. Moreover, Lin Xiang is also the first person to teach the Haki system. The other party must know more than him. He thinks. Something leaked out from Lin Xiang's fingers, then, for him, it is definitely a huge fortune. If you want to learn, I will teach you. Lin Xiang said slowly with a faint smile on his face. He did not dislike such active students at all, and he admired them very much. After all, for him, the improvement of these students' strength would make him gain. The more active they were in learning, the happier and more satisfied he was. However, at this time, he did not have the ability to cheat for these people. Because things like 10x practice acceleration cards must be used on buildings. For example, they can be used in his Zushin Dojo. After using it, as long as he practices the practice system he exchanged in the Zushin Dojo, he will get 10 times the practice speed, and the effect is gratifying. But now they are outside. Even if they use it, they can only use it on buildings, and they are here to complete tasks, not to find a place to vacation. After using it, they will stay for a day and leave. So, isn't it a waste for him to use it? Therefore, these people can't enjoy the joy of cheating. Chapter 44. Their target is the bandits. Or they can be said to be the roaming bandits. During this period of time, many people in Yuyan village have been attacked by this group of people when they went out. This group of people, about 20 people, robbed and killed people directly when they took action. To find their whereabouts, we can only trace the places where they robbed. Follow them in chronological order. One by one. Finally, according to the trajectory of the other party, we can determine where the other party will appear next. This is their way of finding. From this village, to this village, all the way to the place where the latest intelligence showed them, their next move should be around here. They are now under a protruding rock, a place where they are just not exposed to the rain, and Shen Ziyai took out his map, which had several red crosses on it. Those were the places where these bandits had robbed. At the same time, it was also marked with 1, 2, 3, etc. This is the order of the robbery of these bandits. The address marked by the red cross has the number 1, which means that this is the place where they robbed for the first time, 2 is the place where they robbed for the second time, and 3 is naturally the third time. This goes on until the last red cross is marked with the symbol 7. Obviously, this group of bandits has robbed for a full 7 times in the Rain country, and not only did they rob the things, they also killed all the people who were robbed. This is naturally a big deal. Finally, several villages learned about it, and several villages pooled some money for sea-level tasks and came to the Hidden Rain village to issue tasks. This is why Shenzi and his group took action. At the same time, Shenzi's finger is now pointing to a place on the map. It is surprisingly that it is the area where this group of people is likely to appear next time based on the order and trajectory of the robbery by the group of bandits. Lin Xiang took a look at it and felt that the other party's calculation was correct. Since this group of bandits has committed robbery and murder 7 times, it is 80% impossible for them to turn back when preparing for the 8th robbery and murder. Moreover, Lin Xiang took a look at the map. The place where this group of bandits first appeared was in the southeast of the Hidden Rain village. If they go back from that place, they will be in the territory of the Kingdom of Rivers. In addition, the appearance of this group of bandits was too sudden, and it can be said that there was no sign. Therefore, it is very likely that this group of bandits came from the Kingdom of Rivers. As for the route forward, although there are some bends, Lin Xiang can also see that the route of action of this group of bandits is relatively straight, just like on the map of the ninja world, from the Kingdom of Rivers, across to the Kingdom of Rain, and straight towards the Kingdom of Grass. The next moment, their goal is probably to go to the land of grass. They are just passing through our land of rain. Shenzi also said so. A Jonin is a Jonin. He has performed a lot of tasks in the Hidden Rain village. He is not the kind of student who just graduated from the ninja school. He will analyze these things by himself. Just by looking at the map, he can basically guess what the purpose of this group of bandits is. Bang! Suddenly, Shenzi slapped the rock wall. It was very sudden. The sound was also very loud. Moreover, it directly cracked the rock wall, and small fragments burst out. However, Lin Xiang glanced at the other party's hand, and the flash of domineering, he was not blind and could not see it. Good guy. Armament Haki, you are quite skilled. But you did this suddenly, it almost scared me to death. Lin Xiang couldn't help but want to say one word to Shenzi, that is, Chow. But he knew that the other party's actions must have their own intentions. So, he didn't choose to speak at this time. See it. The arrogance of these bandits. What do you think our rain country is? A place where you can come and go as you please. They committed 7 robberies and murders, and 53 people from the rain country died in their hands. I ask you, facing such bandits, are you prepared to do nothing and deal with this matter, or do you want to kill all these bandits who deserve to die and let them pay the price they deserve? Shenzi looked at Musashi, Ogawa and Yu Zhen calmly and asked. This is not the first time he has been a team leader. This is the 7th time. He has led quite a few students. Therefore, he can be said to have quite a bit of experience. It is precisely because of this. He saw that this was the first time to carry out the mission. His 3 students were a little sloppy along the way. To them, it was like they were out for fun. There was absolutely no attitude of doing the mission. So, he was a little annoyed. But he knew. This is a normal attitude of a graduate. It is not their fault, but he, as a teacher, has not taught them well. Therefore, he needs to teach them better. Let these 3 disciples correct their attitudes and let them realize that doing a mission is never about traveling, but about solving the troubles entrusted by those people in need. Old teacher, of course, they have to pay the price. Ogawa was a little stuttered by Shenzi's tone and expression, and his answer was also stumbling. What? Ogawa, you can't speak anymore? You seem to be traveling all the way. Are you worthy of the forehead guards you are wearing now? We accepted the task. Although many people accepted the task for the reward, as a teacher, I want to tell you that since the village has given you the right to accept the task and gave you the task, you have to complete the task. Then, don't let down the village's expectations of you, and don't let down the trust that those clients have in our Yuyan village. Think back to what you were doing along the way. We are not here to play. Think about it carefully. Those bandits killed 53 people. Each of them had his own family, his own parents, wife, children, and the relatives of the deceased are waiting for us to give them an explanation. If you come slowly like this, and if we are late, and the 8th robbery and murder happens again, then will these people die with regrets? Their souls may want to ask you and me why we didn't come earlier, so that they wouldn't have to die. So, you think that your attitude of traveling and enjoying the scenery is correct, right? I have finished speaking. Do you have anything else to say? Shenzi looked at the 3 disciples with a stern face. His tone was very calm. But even in this calm tone, one could hear his anger. He was educating. educating this group of children, letting them know that when dealing with a mission, they should be fully alert, instead of treating it with a leisurely and playful attitude. His words also made Musashi, Ogawa, and Yujin lower their heads and remain silent. They did not pretend not to hear. But they felt ashamed. Their teacher's words made them feel ashamed. In their opinion, their mission this time was nothing more than killing bandits. With their current strength, those seniors who had trained with them in the Zushin Dojo and had already become ninjas said that their strength had already reached the level of Chunin. It can be said that it is far beyond the level of those students who have just graduated from the ninja school. After getting the affirmation of the seniors, they naturally felt very proud. After all, in the final analysis, they are just children. However, in this era, becoming a ninja at the age of 12 is actually very merciful. In wartime, graduating at the age of 9 and going to the battlefield. This situation was very normal during the Second Ninja World War and even the Third Ninja World War. After all, there was a shortage of manpower during the war. Sometimes, there were not enough manpower. Some students who had not yet reached the graduation standards could only graduate early, become genin, and be pulled to the battlefield to be cannon fodder. War is so cruel. But for today's era, it is already very gentle. 12 years old. Compared with previous years, it is already a late graduation. The graduation age has been extended. Perhaps, it is precisely because of the peace in these years. So these people have been greatly relaxed in their hearts. Being praised, they became arrogant. If it were in the war years, who would tell you anything? After graduation, you would be assigned to the battlefield. But the words of Shen Ziyai directly woke them up from being praised a little. Teacher, I'm sorry. The three bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes. They also realized their mistakes. After becoming ninjas, they were too proud. You don't need to say sorry to me, you should say this to yourselves. I hope you can listen to my words. Being a ninja is not only about having great power, but also about protecting ordinary people who are defenseless. Said Shen Ziyai. We understand. The three of them nodded in unison and said seriously. I won't say any more nonsense now. Now, let's start the mission and prepare to completely wipe out this group of bandits who have committed many crimes. You guys should dress up as ordinary people and take these things with you. Walk in this area. If the bandits see you, they will definitely not let you fat sheep go. Wait until they show up, and when the time comes, kill them immediately, leaving no one alive, understand? Shen Ziyai also pointed to the location on the map of the Rain Country and said to the three people. I understand. The three of them nodded. Very good, take your things and go on the mission. Said Shen Ziyai, and pointed to the prepared props. The props were baskets of fish, which they caught temporarily. But with these, it was enough to disguise Musashi and the other two as ordinary villagers. Chapter 45. If the bandits see this kind of outfit, they will most likely take action. After all, among the 7 robberies and murders, some of them were just out fishing, but when they were encountered on the road, they were robbed of all their goods and killed. Musashi and his 3 companions also picked up the props, and then left here, preparing to go to the designated location, waiting for the bandits to take the bait. After the 3 left, only Shen Ziyai and Lin Xiang were left. Very wonderful education. Lin Xiang smiled and said. This is indeed a refreshing lecture. Just these words will definitely make Musashi and the other 2 remember it for a long time. Master Lin Xiang, you are too kind. Shen Ziyai smiled and said. I'm not praising you, I'm just talking about the facts. What you said just now is really wonderful. If all the ninjas in the Rain Country have the same ideas as you, the Rain Country will prosper. Lin Xiang said with a smile. There are many people in the world, but there are really few people who are as conscious as Shen Ziyai. I am not that great. Shen Ziyai shook his head and said. I have experienced the Second Ninja World War. I know very well what the Rain Country was like at that time. It was a mess. Even ordinary people had to live in fear, fearing that one day, when they were staying at home, the ninjas of the enemy country would suddenly rush in and wield the butcher knife against us. When he said this, Shen Zi's expression seemed to be lost in memory. If you don't want to tell the secret in your heart, you don't have to tell it. Lin Xiang glanced at the other party and said slowly. The other party's expression was obviously recalling his past. Since the war was mentioned, perhaps, it is very likely that in the other party's memory, this is not a good thing, but a sad and painful memory. Decades have passed, and it's no longer a secret. Just think of it as a casual chat between me and Master Lin Xiang. Shen Ziyai smiled and said. That year, I was only 5 years old. My father was an ordinary peddler who made a little money. My mother was an ordinary woman. She was very gentle. In my memory of them, even their appearance, has become blurred. But I will never forget that day. That day, the ninjas from Konoha broke into my house, killed my parents, and robbed my family of their money. After they found me, they wanted to kill me, but I was lucky. When they were about to kill me, the rain ninja arrived and I was saved. But that day, I became an orphan. So, at that time, I hated the Konoha ninja very much, so I chose to become a ninja. I didn't have much training time, just 3 months, and I was on the battlefield. I followed those rain ninja seniors into battle to kill the enemy, but because I was too young and as immature as a rookie, I almost died several times. Fortunately, I was lucky and survived. The Second Ninja World War also ended quickly. In the Second Ninja World War, Hanzo proved himself to the entire ninja world with his own strength, and I am still a genin. During this time, I saw how hard life was for countless villagers in the Rain country. At that time, I was thinking, how wonderful it would be if there could be peace, and everyone could live a happy life. However, it did not happen. After the Second Ninja World War, the Rain country still looked lifeless, like a seriously ill person who was holding on with his strong will, but still could not cure his illness. Hanzo is just an ambitious man. He doesn't care much about the villagers of Rain country. He cares more about whether his position will be more stable and whether someone will threaten his position. Fortunately, he died. I don't feel any regret for his death. People like him should have died long ago. He single-handedly dragged the Rain country into the meat grinder of the battlefield. Demigod? After the Second Ninja World War, in order to ensure that his position would not change, he began to wipe out the seedlings in his village. As long as there was a threat to his position, he would strangle the seedlings directly and not give them any chance. With Hanzo's death, the new leader of the Hidden Rain village and the angel Konan came. They suppressed the Hidden Rain village with absolute strength and put the Hidden Rain village into their hands, under their control. The appearance of the leader has indeed made the Hidden Rain village, no, it should be said that the entire Rain country has begun to develop in a positive direction. It is because of this that I see hope. I just want to hold on to this hope tightly and definitely let him escape. As for me, I have no talent and became a jonin at the age of 30. The only thing I can do is to cultivate talents with correct ideas in the village, instead of letting them think they are superior to others after they have power and regard ordinary people as grass. Shen Ziyai slowly told his story. His story. He narrated it in a very calm tone. But his life experience was really bizarre. My condolences. Lin Xiang patted the other person's shoulder and said. Master Lin Xiang, it's been so many years since the incident, I've let it go a long time ago. Shen Ziyai also smiled and said. After all, he is now in his 30s, and it has been more than 30 years since the incident in his family. In addition, his enemies were killed on the spot by the Rain ninja that day. Hate Konoha? He did hate it at first. After all, the people who killed his parents were Konoha ninjas, and it was natural for him to hate Konoha. Later, he let it go. Perhaps, part of the reason for his letting it go was that he was not talented enough. He simply didn't have the strength to take revenge on Konoha. This is the sorrow of the weak. In the ninja world, the weak ninja villages, when being bullied by the big ninja villages, can only choose to endure it. After all, they really can't afford to offend the other party. What if a war breaks out? Even if it is a personal revenge. But as long as they dare to attack Konoha and are caught, they will be directly accused of sending ninjas from the Hidden Rain village to assassinate the top leaders of Konoha, or even assassinate the Hokage. If this hat is put on, then the Land of Fire can completely rely on this matter to do its job. Take the opportunity to attack the Land of Rain and seize territory. This kind of thing. It's not that no one has done it before. The Fourth Reikage once sent people to fight with Konoha. When the Hidden Cloud village signed the peace agreement, they sent people to steal Hinata Hyuga, the eldest daughter of the Hyuga clan. As a result, the Kumo ninja who took action died at the hands of Hyuga Hayashi. They directly turned the tables and said that the people of Konoha village killed their messenger, and demanded that the culprit be handed over. It seemed that the Hidden Cloud village was very angry after knowing this and was ready to go to war with Konoha village at any time. Did Konoha village dare to go to war? They dared. But Sarutobi Hiruzen chose to give in. Big things became small, and small things were forgotten. In this way, things calmed down. Of course, they were not the wrong party, but they had to blame the other party for their mistakes. Paying a price, this is also because the Hidden Cloud Village has a big fist, and it is not only the Hidden Cloud Village that has a fist. If a fight breaks out, then, in Sarutobi Hiruzen's view, it may not be the Hidden Cloud Village that will participate in the war, even the Hidden Cloud Village, the Hidden Sand Village, the Hidden Mist Village, etc. Who may see this opportunity and attack Konoha together. Bit off a piece of fat from Konoha. So, Konoha's frustration at that time was inevitable. Because, once the battle between the 5 major countries breaks out into a war, it will require a huge investment of resources, and there may be huge losses. This is the sorrow of the week. Chapter 46. Afterwards, Lin Xiang did not say much. At this time, keeping silent is the best choice. At the same time, Musashi, Ogawa, and Hanko have also disguised themselves as normal fishermen. In the Hidden Rain Village, no, it should be said that in the Land of Rain, there are many fishermen. After all, there is too much water in the Land of Rain. It rains all year round. Normal vegetables, fruits, etc. have to rely on imports from other countries. The aquatic products in the Land of Rain are relatively abundant. Otherwise, in a place where there is nothing but bird shit, who would be willing to continue living there? It is also because of the large number of fish that the people of the Land of Rain have the ability to survive. 3 people were walking on the road carrying a basket of fish. They were waiting for the arrival of the group of bandits. According to the time calculation, if the other party walked faster, they should have arrived. Even if they walked slower, they should have arrived soon. And not long after, finally, the bait used by Musashi and the other 2 was obviously effective. In the drizzle, dozens of figures appeared in the sight of Musashi and the other 2. These people were slightly taller than ordinary people who were about 1.65 to 1.7 meters tall. They were only about 10 to 20 centimeters taller. Moreover, their figures seemed a little burly, much stronger than some thin ordinary people, so the raincoats they wore seemed a little big. Although, this group of people were wearing bamboo hats on their heads, but Musashi and the other 2 could already see the fierce look under these people's faces. As many as 53 people from their rain country were killed. Such people. It would be strange if it wasn't fierce. When they get within 10 meters of us, we will be ready to attack. Musashi and the other 2 walked side by side. At the same time, he also glanced at the bandits coming straight towards them, and said calmly to the 2 people beside him. They all carried weapons. Samurai swords. This is a common weapon in the ninja world. Of course, kunao and shuriken are more commonly used, which are the most commonly used weapons of ninjas. Samurai swords are more often used by samurai in the Iron Kingdom. However, some people who like swordsmanship also like to use samurai swords. Musashi and Ogawa. It's purely because they are learning the breathing method system, so they need to cooperate with samurai swords to perfectly display the sword skills of the breathing method. Of course, they also hid their weapons in a relatively concealed place. In addition, they were wearing raincoats and it was raining, so the bandits could not observe them carefully. Therefore, these bandits came directly to Musashi and the other 2. Be on guard? They felt that it was not necessary. There were dozens of people on their side, and the targets they wanted to rob were only 3 people. If they were still afraid of facing 3 people with dozens of people, then they could commit suicide out of shame. The distance between the 2 sides was also gradually shortened from hundreds of meters. 90 meters. 80 meters. 70 meters. 60 meters. You little devils, give me everything you have. Seeing that the distance was getting closer, the leader of the bandits also put his hand on the big knife on his waist, then pulled out his big machete, pushed up his bamboo hat, revealing the fierce face underneath, and said to Musashi and the other 2 fiercely. But just when he opened his mouth, 10 meters. This group of bandits. In the eyes of Musashi and others, they have reached the distance they estimated in their hearts. At this distance, the 3 of them should be able to solve all these people together and will not let these bandits run away. Hiss. First, Musashi and Ogawa directly let go of the basket of fish in their hands. The palm immediately rested on the handle of the knife, and then, they suddenly breathed, and they also entered their own breathing state. Breathing style. No matter what breathing style, it must be necessary to breathe to enter the state. Only after entering this state can one's body be rapidly strengthened several times and become very amazing. For Musashi and Ogawa, they have only learned the second-order breathing method. Their breathing method still needs a lead time. Simply put, their breathing method skill needs a pre-swing, but the pre-swing time is just a quick and rhythmic breath. The pre-swing is very short. If you don't want a pre-swing, then, they have to reach the third-order breathing method. The marking of the third-order breathing method. That is the basis for becoming a pillar in Demon Slayer, that is, full concentration always in the motion, that is, always maintain a state of breathing method, even in sleep. But they can't do it at the moment. But to deal with this group of people, that's more than enough. Water breathing first form water surface slash. Breathing of thunder type 1 thunderbolt flash. At this moment, Musashi and Ogawa also drew their weapons and rushed towards the group of people. At that moment, there seemed to be a clear sound of flowing water and a sudden sound of thunder. Chapter 47. Musashi, who entered the state of water breathing, had his physical fitness improved rapidly in a short period of time. He rushed towards the group of bandits with a sudden force on his feet. Almost in an instant, he crossed the distance of 10 meters. Then, he launched a straight slash on the plane. Although it was only one strike, the power was very amazing. Tear. In an instant, the bandit in front of Musashi was beheaded by him with a single blow. At the same time, when he made his move, Ogawa also instantly poured his strength into one of his feet, and then burst out in one breath, rushing directly towards the bandits at an amazing speed. Under the rain curtain, it seemed as if a thunder exploded. Ogawa was like a bolt of lightning, and in an instant he passed by a bandit, then he drew his sword, beheaded him, and put away his sword. This process was extremely fast. Fast. So fast that people could not see what was happening at all. A bandit died directly. In just a moment. 2 bandits. One of them was the leader of the bandits. He was beheaded and killed. He died so quickly that they felt the pain. They only saw their headless bodies. The other bandits around were stunned when they saw this scene. Then, they were all dumbfounded. Ninja, ninja, it's a ninja. Run, the rain ninja is here to kill us. Damn it. The leader was killed by them. Run away quickly, otherwise, we will be the next to die. After seeing the death of their leader, the group of people panicked and shouted. In their opinion, their leader was strong enough to fight 3 people at once, so they were willing to let him be the leader. But now, their leader was killed in one blow. This made them feel a huge fear of Musashi and his men. It was so easy to kill their leader, so only ninjas could have such fighting power. Thinking back to what they had done in the Rain Country during this period of time, they immediately understood that these people were coming for them. Killing them was the task of these people. So, after shouting, the group of people began to flee. Afraid. They were bandits, and of course they had killed people. But this did not mean that they would not be afraid. They robbed and killed people, and the reason they were not afraid was because they were strong, and the strong held the butcher knife, while the weak had only the fate of being slaughtered by the strong. So they were not afraid. But now, they were not the so-called strong men. In front of these people, they were more like weaklings, complete weaklings. Therefore, they had to flee in fear. Otherwise, their fate would be like the leader who was beheaded with a knife just now. They did not want to die. Therefore, they could only choose to run away. After a loud shout, everyone began to flee in all directions. This group of bandits immediately dispersed. But water breathing 3 forms flowing dance. Musashi moved quickly in an instant. This is a move that can be used for both offense and defense. This move can make the body move at high speed like a stream of water. Because the movement is too fast, it will leave after images wherever it passes. In this way, Musashi's figure directly passed through this group of people, leaving several after images under the rain curtain, but they lasted for 1 second and quickly disappeared. However, as he interspersed, he also launched an attack. In a short period of time, several people were killed by him. This process can be said to be as smooth as flowing water. Thunder breathing type 2 Inado. Ogawa was not to be outdone and launched an attack. This move was to cut out 5 lightning-shaped combos at the moment after entering the thunder-breathing state. This kind of power itself can be said to be far beyond the so-called ordinary people. These bandits. Although the strength of some people is indeed stronger among ordinary people, But if you want to talk about it carefully, any low-level ninja who has seen blood can easily defeat them. After all, the gap between ninjas and ordinary people is too big. Just like Uzumaki Naruto. During the mission in the Land of Waves, it was quite easy to defeat the thugs sent by Cardo to attack Dazna's daughter and grandson. At that time, Uzumaki Naruto had just graduated and was performing his first sea-level mission. At that time, Uzumaki Naruto's combat experience could only be considered barely adequate. It is just a genin of a certain level. It can be seen that although genin is very inconspicuous among ninjas, it is already very powerful for ordinary people. Therefore, Musashi and Ogawa attacked this group of people as easily as killing a chicken. Ogawa's attack was also extremely fast and killed several bandits. They died quickly. After all, their strength is not just that of genin, but has reached the level of chunin. With their unique breathing method, they can be said to be the best among chunin. Swish! Puff! However, the speed at which these two people drew their swords was so fast that Yuzhen, who practiced the domineering system, could not match their speed. Because when Musashi and Ogawa used the breathing sword technique, the speed of their instantaneous burst was too fast. Much faster than him. So he could only watch these two people fight like this. In a short period of time, he killed so many people, and he could only watch helplessly. When he took action, the people around him all ran away. However, he also threw shurikens to attack these people. The bandits who were fleeing did not consider this at all and were directly hit. Several people fell down one after another under Yuzhen's extremely accurate shurikens. And under his shurikens, it also made it much easier for Musashi and Ogawa to harvest. Without thinking too much, Musashi and Ogawa showed their strength one after another. Water-breathing 8th form Takitsubo. Thunder-breathing 4th form Distant Thunder. The two used exquisite sword skills. This exquisite sword skill also harvested the heads of bandits one by one. For bandits who killed innocent people, it can be said that they deserved death. Therefore, although it was the first time for everyone to see blood, before the battle, they had been mobilized by the Son of God, so at this time, the stimulation of seeing blood for the first time had been reduced to the minimum. Of course, part of this may be due to the weather in the rain country. On rainy days, even if the distance is very close, it can slightly block the line of sight and reduce the effect of seeing blood. However, this is only temporary. It was only temporary. But this temporary state was enough for them to get rid of this group of people. 1 minute later, dozens of bandits died one after another at the hands of Musashi and his two companions. 3 people with the combat power of Chunin level attacked together. It took 1 minute to get rid of them. This time was already a bit slow. If the first reaction of these bandits was not to escape, but to fight with them, they could have ended the battle 10 seconds earlier, or even 20 seconds earlier. However, this is already a good result. After all, for them, this is only their first mission. And none of these bandits escaped. After they dealt with these bandits, Lin Xiang and Shen Ziyai also came over. Good job. Although it was only the first battle, it was already very good to have such a performance. All the bandits should be here. I declare that this mission is completed. When we return to Yin village, I will treat you to grilled fish. Shinko Si said to Musashi and the other two with a smile on his face. Ah! Teacher, forget about the grilled fish. I almost vomited after eating it. I prefer to eat fruit. Musashi frowned and said. Shenzi's words also relieved the fear and excitement of killing people after the battle. As a reward for completing your first mission, the teacher will make an exception and treat you once. Shenzii did not reject this suggestion. Although, in the rain country, fruits are almost all imported from other countries, so this leads to the price of fruit is much higher than that of other countries, but for ninjas, if you do low-level tasks, you don't make much money. But if it is a high-level task, after executing it once, even if it is evenly distributed among the team, it is still a huge sum of money. There is nothing to be done about it. After all, ninjas use their lives to complete tasks. Whether it is the Hidden Rain village or the other ninja villages of the 5 major countries, they will not deduct the remuneration of ninjas. If they do, it is an act of cutting off their own roots. Therefore, for Shen Ziyai, he still has a considerable amount of savings. It's just eating fruit. He can still afford it. Great! I want to buy a box of apples. I prefer bananas. I am different. I try a little bit of each, so I can taste every kind of fruit. After Musashi and the other two received the reply that Shenzai would treat them, they laughed happily. The reward for this mission was not much for them. They only had this sum of money left to let the teacher treat them. Why not? At the same time, Lin Xiang, who was beside Shenzai, was also looking at the corpses. His face changed slightly. When he crossed over, a rebel ninja tried to attack him, but Konan appeared and killed the rebel ninja to save him. Although he had seen it once, the impression was not particularly deep. But this time, there were so many corpses here. It was obviously much more exciting. Chapter 48. Actually, for him, this time, he chose to follow Shenzai and others to see how ninjas perform their tasks during the period when the enrollment of the third batch of students needed a buffer period. The reason why he chose to follow Shenzai and others to see how ninjas perform their tasks was because he wanted to see with his own eyes what a life and death battle was like. After all, when he first crossed over, he was still a little confused at that time, so he didn't remember much. This time, there were so many bodies of bandits, some were beheaded, some died from kunai piercing their throats. There were many ways to die. For him, it can be said to be quite exciting. But precisely because of this, he had to take a look. Because, to some extent, he was actually similar to Musashi and the other two. He was also a rookie. A rookie who had never experienced blood. So, he proposed this to Konan because he wanted to see blood. After all, he had already crossed over to this ninja world. In the future, killing was inevitable. When the cultivation system in his hands began to spread, this time let everyone else clearly understand that whoever could get him would be like getting a priceless treasure. Therefore, because of him, there would inevitably be a fight. Although he was unwilling in his heart, he could not avoid such a thing. He naturally knew that he would be able to protect himself. After all, he now has the third level domineering and the second level breathing method, as well as the Navy 6 styles, which is enough to prove his strength. However, he still needs to see blood in advance. Otherwise, when a rookie meets a veteran, even if the rookie has strong power, the veteran has much more experience. It is possible that the rookie with stronger power will lose to the veteran because of insufficient experience. But no matter what, looking at the corpses all over the ground, Lin Xiang felt extremely sober at this moment. It was too exciting. Before crossing, if so many corpses appeared together, it would definitely be a big deal. Ordinary people could not see so many corpses at all. And now, he has opened his eyes. It really stimulated his little heart, and it was beating wildly. But it soon calmed down. Excitement is always only temporary. After a while of getting used to it, on the contrary, everything seems so dull. Perhaps, for Lin Xiang, his tolerance is a little bit greater than that of ordinary people. Lord Lin Xiang, are you okay? Shenzai stood beside him and asked with some concern. Lin Xiang was the most important person to be protected in this mission. Even if he gave up the mission directly, even if he died in battle, he had to ensure Lin Xiang's safety. So, he would naturally pay more attention to Lin Xiang. In his heart, he had enough respect for Lin Xiang. The other party had trained a group of outstanding talents for their rain country in a very short period of time. He saw it with his own eyes. It was because of this that he knew the importance of the other party to the hidden rain village and even the entire rain country. If Konan and the others were the hope of the hidden rain village, then Lin Xiang was the person who turned hope into reality. Therefore, Lin Xiang's safety was thousands of times more important than his. Seeing that Lin Xiang's face seemed a little bad, he immediately expressed his concern. It's okay. Lin Xiang regained his calm expression, and then shook his head at Shenzai. He had begun to get used to it. This could be considered a harvest. If Lord Lin Xiang feels uncomfortable, please tell me immediately. After all, Lord Lin Xiang's health is far more important than my life. Shenzai also knelt on one knee in front of Lin Xiang, lowered his head, and said. That's enough. I said I'm fine. Get up quickly. Lin Xiang also looked at Shenzai speechlessly and said. As you command. Shenzai also nodded, then stood up. Then, he personally took action to collect all the corpses. He used the sealing technique to seal these corpses in his scroll, so that it would be easier to carry. Otherwise, dozens of corpses would really have to be carried away on the back, or put in a bag. The scene would obviously be very exciting. If you meet any villagers from the rain country on the road, those villagers would be scared to death by the scene. However, this is much more convenient. And what is left here is just a pool of blood. But under the scouring of the rain, the blood here will be washed away cleanly without leaving any traces in a short time. Mission accomplished. This is a good thing for Shen Ziai and others. In the process, nothing unexpected happened, which made him feel good. After all, his first task is to protect Lin Xiang's safety. If there is any special situation, then it will be a big deal. If Lin Xiang is injured, even if he survives, he feels that he should die to atone for his sin. But fortunately, it is not only peaceful when he came out to perform the mission this time, but even on the way back with the things, nothing happened. For him, it couldn't be better. He wanted such a smooth mission. After returning to the Hidden Rain village, Lin Xiang also chose to return to his Zushin dojo. Shen Ziai and others who parted with him, of course, went to submit the tasks completed by their team. Of course, he also needed to report to Konan about Lin Xiang's safe return. After all, regarding Lin Xiang's safety, Konan specifically asked him to protect Lin Xiang and come back to report the situation, which was inevitable. Lin Xiang returned home safely, and immediately locked his eyes on the points of his own training system. At present, he clearly knew what he should do next and what the plan should be. The third batch of students will be recruited soon. So, he had to consider more than just the third batch of students. The number of people in the Rain country was limited. The number of qualified people was even more limited. Therefore, unless he exchanged for a new cultivation system, it would be difficult to select qualified people from those who were selected and eliminated. After all, he had already seen their qualifications in the domineering system and the breathing system. However, with the cultivation system points he had at hand, he gave up continuing to teach the new cultivation system. He couldn't chew too much. Therefore, in the teaching of the third batch of students, what he wanted to teach was still the domineering system and the breathing system, and then exchanged for a 10x cultivation acceleration card that could be exchanged for 1000 cultivation system points. That would be enough. This was not because he was stingy. Instead, his idea was to first recruit the third batch of students, and use the 10x cultivation acceleration card to train them to the second level strength like the first and second batches of students. Then, after the third batch of students graduated, let the third batch of students temporarily exchange the first two batches of graduated students. Bringing back all the first and second batches of students, it just so happens that after he trains the third batch of students, the cultivation system points on hand will definitely exceed 10,000, so, he can directly spend 10,000 cultivation system points to exchange for 100 times cultivation acceleration cards. In this way, within a month, the first and second batches of students can be directly forced to reach the third level of strength. You know, there are 65 students in the first batch, and 250 students in the second batch. Add up the two. A total of 315 people. He paid 10,000 cultivation system points to exchange for the third level domineering system and the third level breathing method system. And these people. If one person reaches the third level, then he can earn 10% of the cultivation system points spent on the original exchange. Each person can bring him 1000 cultivation system points. That is 315,000 cultivation system points. Can he give up this? This third batch of students is just a prelude. 4. Just let him find a way to earn this amazing amount of cultivation system points. So, for the training of the third batch of students, he actually only needs to prepare 1000 cultivation system points. At present, he has 34,000 cultivation system points. Among them, 33,000 cultivation system points can be used directly to improve his strength. He was originally going to save it first. But after thinking about it, he realized that if he saved it himself, it would not make money, and the system would not give him any interest, so what's the point of keeping it? See you on the road again. He thought about it and thought, it would be better to just use up the available cultivation system points directly to increase his strength. So, he directly looked at the things in the cultivation system mall in the system. First, the third order breathing method system. This must be exchanged, because after the third batch of students, he plans to recall the first and second batches of students to make their strength reach the third level, so the third order breathing method system is also what he wants to teach. If he doesn't exchange it, how can he teach them? Cultivation system, breathing system. Level 3. Required training system points, 10,000. He immediately found the exchange column for the third level breathing system he needed. The price was the same as the third-level domineering system, which could be exchanged for 10,000 training system points. System, exchange for the third-order breathing method system. Lin Xiang said directly to the system in his mind. Ding! Consume 10,000 cultivation system points, third-level breathing system, exchanged successfully. The system's voice sounded in his mind. Third-level breathing system. Exchanged successfully. Chapter 49. After he exchanged for the third-order breathing method system, the memory fragments about the third-order breathing method were immediately inserted into his mind by the system, which made Lin Xiang's mind swell, and then absorbed it bit by bit. At the same time, his physique also had some slight improvements. He had already exchanged for the third-order domineering system, and his own physique had been strengthened a lot. This exchange of the third-order breathing method system only strengthened it a little bit. It was not as obvious as the improvement from the second to the third level. However, for Lin Xiang, it was already good to be able to improve a little. This was just a bonus item for this exchange. After the exchange of the third-order breathing method system and absorbing the memory fragments that the system had inserted into his mind, he also had a clearer understanding of the breathing method. For example, he can now be said to have reached the level of full concentration Changzhong. This power can be said to be too easy to obtain. No, it is not necessarily that easy. After all, he has also paid during this period of time. But compared to normal training, that is indeed much easier. However, as the saying goes, cheating for a while is fun, and cheating all the time is fun. He only needs to keep cheating like this. That way, it will be fine. Then, after completely absorbing the memory fragments, he turned his attention back to the practice system wall. This time, he exchanged for the third-level breathing system, which consumed 10,000 practice system points. At present, there are only 24,000 practice system points left in his account. 1,000 practice system points are left to exchange for 10 times practice acceleration cards for the third batch of students. There are still 23,000 practice system points available. However, there are still many things in this practice system wall. What can be exchanged here is not only the practice system, but also some items in the practice system world. For example, the devil fruits in the domineering system's pirate world can also be exchanged in his practice system wall, but the price is more expensive. Item: Tremor fruit. Source world, pirate world. Required training system points, 80,000. Item: Flame fruit. Source world, pirate world. Required training system points, 100,000. Item: Fish fruit, mythical beast, blue dragon form. Source world, pirate world. Required training system points, 100,000. In the mall, the prices of basic devil fruits are unified according to their types. The price of superhuman devil fruits is 80,000 training system points, while the price of natural devil fruits is 100,000 training system points. As for animal devil fruits, they are divided into 3 levels. Ordinary devil fruits are 10,000 training system points, ancient devil fruits are 50,000 training system points, and fantasy devil fruits are 100,000 training system points. Of course, although he himself is a little interested in devil fruits, but his money is obviously tight. He has no interest in ordinary animal devil fruits. And he really doesn't have enough training system points for better devil fruits. So, he just glanced at it and gave up decisively. He was already thinking in his mind. In the future, he would recall the first and second batches of students who graduated to the Zushin Dojo. After his strength was raised to level 3, he would get the huge sum of money. He would definitely exchange for a good devil fruit. Of course, the kind that would allow the system to eliminate side effects. It's just that the price of the devil fruit without the side effects will be doubled. However, if he can earn more than 300,000 training system points, what's the problem with doubling it? Even if he chooses the most expensive devil fruit, he can afford it. But he didn't come to see this thing this time. There are only 23,000 training system points to use. Therefore, there are actually very few things that can be bought. He thought about it for a long time. For the items that can be exchanged in the world where the training system comes from, many worlds still rely on the power of the original training system world to activate them. Therefore, he can only focus his attention on the brand new training system that can be exchanged. In this case, let's choose the power of the God of Death. Lin Xiang thought about it and finally chose the power of this training system. Spiritual pressure system. This of course, comes from the world of the god of death. Zanpakuto, Shikai, Bankai, Godei 13, 10 Espada. The system in this world is still very powerful. The biggest point is, at present, for him, the domineering system and breathing system he exchanged, most of these two systems only increase his physical strength, and the improvement in energy is really very little. If the armed color domineering is taken out, then there is basically nothing. Therefore, he wants to choose a training system with energy. Spiritual pressure. This is the power in the world of death. A kind of power derived from the soul. As long as the spiritual pressure is strong enough, it can even make your opponent lie on the ground and unable to move. This is somewhat similar to the conqueror's haki. But it is not the same. But it must be said that this power is really suitable for him. I just don't know what will happen to a person like him with a physical body after he exchanges this power. But he is not worried about anything. After all, his system is still very strong. The cultivation system that did not originally belong to this world was modified by this system after it was exchanged. System, exchange for first, second, and third level spiritual pressure system. Lin Xiang said in his heart. At the same time. Ding! Consume 500 training system points first level spiritual pressure system, exchange successfully. Ding! Consumed 1000 training system points second level spiritual pressure system, exchanged successfully. Ding! Consumed 10,000 training system points, third level spiritual pressure system, exchanged successfully. The system prompt sounded. Then, after the exchange was successful, Lin Xiang clearly felt that there was a very special energy in his body. This energy should be the so-called spiritual pressure of the god of death. There will be no special changes because of his body problem. This spiritual pressure perfectly matches his body. This spiritual pressure. It was just a little bit at first, but soon it was also improved from a little bit to the level of level 3. According to Lin Xiang's idea, this spiritual pressure is only level 3, and it should not be able to reach the captain level. At least. During this time of improvement. He didn't know when he grabbed a weapon in his hand. This is the exclusive weapon of the god of death. Zanpakuto. This is his Zanpakuto. And at present, the memory he has in his mind is only about the ability of Shikai. As for Bankai, it is estimated that he has to exchange to the 4th level spiritual pressure system before he can obtain it. However, this is enough. Because of his uniqueness, his Zanpakuto is unique. Simply put, his Zanpakuto has many kinds of Shikai, and as long as he shouts out the corresponding release words when he starts to release it, he can release it into that Zanpakuto. For example, if he shouts out all things in the universe are reduced to ashes, Ryujin Jaka, the Zanpakuto in his hand can be released into the Captain General's Ryujin Jaka, and if he shouts out shoot him, Divine Spear, then his Zanpakuto can be released into Ichimaru Jin's Divine Spear. So, his Zanpakuto has no fixed power, but it has the power of all Zanpakutos. This makes Lin Xiang very happy. It's like finding a girlfriend who can be salty or sweet, mature or lowly, JK or black stockings, so happy. However, this exchange also cost him 11,500 points of the cultivation system. Originally, he had 24,000 points of the cultivation system in his account, but now, he only had 12,500 points left. Then, he looked at the things that could be exchanged in the spiritual pressure system. After reading it, he was silent for a while. Ability, Ghost. World of Origin, Death World. Required training system points, 100,000. Regarding the Ghost Path, when he exchanged the Reiatsu system, the system did not give it to him like the Navy 6 styles. Here, he still needed to exchange it. And the price of these 100,000 training system points made his heart throb. Forget it, I don't love it anymore. After taking a look, he decisively chose to give up. Although the Ghost Way is good, but his economic level is really not affordable. He also wanted to be like Aizen, saying the 99th of the Broken Path, Black Coffin, without even reciting the chant, and then directly kill a captain in seconds. Of course, there are no captains in this world. However, if he uses this on those cages and kills any cage of this era in seconds, it would be very pretentious. It's a pity. He can't afford it, really can't afford it. Therefore, he can only focus on other items. Ability, Flash Step. World of Origin, Death World. Required training system points, 10,000. This was one of the only two things he could buy at the moment. Moreover, if he used the skill of instant step well, he personally thought it would be much more convenient than shaving. At least, it wouldn't make such a loud noise when used. This also allowed Lin Xiang to not have to think about anything. System, exchange for instant step. Lin Xiang said directly. Ding! Consuming 10,000 cultivation system points, exchanging for instant step successfully. The system's prompt sounded. His account balance was finally reduced to 2,500 cultivation system points. Chapter 50. However, there is always a reward for every effort. He paid 10,000 points in the training system, and the reward he received was the skill of instant step. The memory fragments of this skill also directly poured into his mind, and he quickly absorbed and digested it, and completely mastered it and turned it into his own strength. Moreover, the skills exchanged from the system were of course mastered directly, skipping the entry, mastery, and proficiency, and then directly reaching the peak level. The improvement of strength is comfortable. This time, he spent a lot of points in the cultivation system, but his strength was improved again. This made him say it happily. Then, he also took a look at his data panel. Host, Lin Xiang. Level 3. Skills, Navy 6 Styles, Peak, Flash Step, Peak. Ability, Level 3 Haki, Level 3 Breathing Technique, Level 3 Reiatsu. Weapon, Zanpakuto. Exchanged Cultivation System. Domineering System, Level 3. Breathing System, Level 3. Spiritual Pressure System, Level 3. Cultivation System Points, 2,500. Currently, he still has 2,500 cultivation system points left. He really can't afford to exchange them now. At most, he can exchange them for a brand new first-level cultivation system, but that won't be a big improvement for him. This time, he arrived the next day, and it took him a long time to come back. But, in total, it was only 7 or 8 days. There is still a little more than a month before the third batch of students can be fully enrolled. This time is inevitably a bit difficult. However, this time is nothing. After all, sometimes, time flies very fast. In Yuyan village, Lin Xiang basically stayed in the Zushin Dojo most of the time. Occasionally, some graduated students came to see him with things, and asked him about some problems encountered in the domineering system or the breathing system. For this, Lin Xiang, who was originally very bored, naturally felt that there was something to kill time, so he taught these things to these visiting students without reservation. His domineering system and breathing system have reached the third stage. Naturally, he knows much more than these people. His guidance naturally made these graduated students consciously benefit a lot. And he was also in such days. Time passed little by little. In a blink of an eye, more than a month had passed. At this time, it was time for the Zushin Dojo to recruit the third batch of students. It took a month and a half to mobilize. Only then could the people from the villages in the Rain country except Yuyan village be enrolled. Domineering, qualified. Failure. Breathing method, qualified. Failure. Lin Xiang looked at the young men in their 30s and 40s, and the children as young as 10, and he said this. These people were all the third batch of students that Zushin Dojo was preparing to test for enrollment, but many of them were rejected, and many were accepted by Lin Xiang. He only took a glance. But that was enough. After all, he could see what the qualifications of these people were in which cultivation systems. Did they reach the passing standard of 60 points? Or did they fail to get 60 points? However, this time he only looked at the domineering system and the breathing system. In fact, what he wanted to see was not only the qualifications of the domineering system and the breathing system. He also saw a lot of people who had good qualifications in the spirit pressure system of the god of death. Unfortunately, it was like a single attribute. Most of these people either had enough qualifications in the domineering system, but not in other systems. So, he could only reluctantly reject all of them. This was his last resort. Because of the special nature of the spiritual pressure system, he could only eliminate these people. It was not because these people were not qualified enough. It was because his wallet was not thick enough. The spiritual pressure system. This training method was very special. First of all, you had to have a Shota, which was the previous form of the Zanpakuto. Before the connection with the Shota was completely formed, the Shota was just Shota. It was not the Zanpakuto. Only after the connection in the soul was completely formed, the Shota could be considered to have successfully become your own Zanpakuto. Only in this way, you can start to generate spiritual pressure through training, increase spiritual pressure, and start to become stronger. This is what happened after the system was modified. Otherwise, the original Shinigami died. Their own souls had spiritual pressure. They joined the Soul Society's Seireitei and received professional training before they could start to improve their strength. However, that kind of people basically had spiritual pressure. But the spiritual pressure system exchanged was completely different. This was a way to practice spiritual pressure with a physical body. Therefore, the cooperation of Shota was needed. Then, through Sword Zen, one can completely connect his soul with Asachi, so that Asachi can become his own Zanpakuto, and then through Sword Zen, he can tap into the power of his soul, that is, spiritual pressure, and improve it little by little. In the end, when the spiritual pressure reaches the standard, he will understand the name of his Zanpakuto. Then he can perform Shikai, and then, through continuous practice, he will understand Bankai. This is the way of practice. However, the premise is that everyone needs to hold an Asachi when they start practicing. And he only has a few practice system points in his account, and he can't afford so many Asachi. Chapter 51. Yes. Shallow strikes require cultivation system points to purchase. The price: 100 cultivation system points per strike. So, he really couldn't afford it. Just now, he looked at a group of people, and in total, there were more than 20 people who had the qualifications to cultivate the spiritual pressure system. He had only looked at about half of them. After looking at all of them, it is estimated that there are at least 30 to 40 people who have the qualifications for spiritual pressure. And he only has 2400 cultivation system points in his account. In addition, there are 1000 cultivation system points to buy 10 times cultivation acceleration cards, and the remaining cultivation system points are only enough to buy 14 shallow strikes. This is not enough to share. Could it be that they should break it into several pieces and then share it? What a joke! If this is possible, it would be outrageous. So, he can only temporarily eliminate this group of people who have the qualifications to cultivate the spiritual pressure system. But it is not completely eliminated. These people were just eliminated during the third Zushin Dojo enrollment. They were already recorded on the scroll. After he trained the third batch of students, he was going to bring back the first and second batches of students to train them. Perhaps, at that time, he could bring all of them over. Of course, if that didn't work, he could only choose the fourth batch of students to be enrolled at Zushin Dojo, and then re-enroll those who were qualified in the spiritual pressure system one by one. The enrollment time was not long. For Lin Xiang, it only took 2 hours to look at these hundreds of people. In the end, after eliminating those who were unqualified, there were only 185 qualified people. Among them, some were more inclined to the qualifications of the domineering system, and some were more inclined to the qualifications of the breathing system. For example, people who were qualified in both the domineering system and the breathing system, have not been seen yet. Of course, it is not to say that there are none. He did see a person who was qualified in 2, no, now it should be 3 systems. Even, the qualifications are very high. That is, this person obviously does not have the time to study. After all, Konan has to manage most of the affairs of the Hidden Rain Village. You know, Nagato looks so weak that it is difficult for him to drive the 6 paths of pain. Let him handle all the affairs of the Hidden Rain Village? If Nagato really did this, he would probably have died suddenly before the start of Shippuden. Therefore, the affairs, documents, and tasks of the Hidden Rain Village are all handled by Konan. As for the security of the Hidden Rain Village, it is naturally left to Nagato to handle. The enrollment was over. Lin Xiang also went to find Konan with the list of students to be enrolled. Obviously, after his first and second batches of students were trained, Konan already trusted him very much. She was responsible for arranging people to come over for the enrollment. The rest was up to him to handle. Of course, there were also some rain ninjas sent by Konan to help Lin Xiang maintain order. It can be seen that Konan trusted him. Knock knock knock. He knocked on the door of Konan's office. Come in. A cold voice came from inside. Creak. Lin Xiang also opened the door and walked in. The door also made a sound. This time's enrollment list. Lin Xiang took the scroll of the third batch of students list and walked to Konan's desk, then put it on the table. At the same time, he also glanced at the pile of documents on the table. Wow! Although the Hidden Rain village is not big, but these piles of documents. If you really want to deal with them, it will definitely be exhausting. This also made Lin Xiang look at Konan with some sympathy. He is simply a living office animal. This is what a leader needs to endure. This also reminded him of Konoha's third-generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. Konoha village is bigger than the Hidden Rain village. There were many more documents to be processed than what Konan had to deal with, but he didn't understand why Sarutobi Hiruzen was so greedy for power. He just sat there stubbornly and refused to step down. The fourth Hokage took over. At that time, the Third Ninja World War was over, but Konoha village did not get any good results, so Sarutobi Hiruzen, as the Hokage, naturally had to take the blame. Under the pressure of taking the blame, he stepped down from the position of Hokage, and Minato Namikaze took the position of the fourth Hokage. Otherwise, how to explain that Sarutobi Hiruzen refused to run for the fifth Hokage after 12 years after the death of Minato Namikaze? You know, although the Konoha village at that time was indeed very weak. But it was enough to select a Hokage. Insufficient strength? Not possible. Sarutobi Hiruzen himself was only an elite Jonin at the time, but he became the third Hokage. Therefore, there is a standard for strength to be a Hokage, but having the strength of an elite Jonin is enough to be a Hokage. Especially since this job is so tiring. The other party also. She refused to give up. You know, after Tsunade became Hokage, she resigned from the position not long after the Fourth Shinobi World War. With Tsunade's strength and physical fitness, she could have served for another 30 years. But Tsunade refused to do it. She gave the position of Hokage to Kakashi. Kakashi didn't stay in the position for long either, and then gave it to Naruto. It can be seen that the position is not good at all. On the contrary, for some people who are not interested in the position, they can only work for a few years. It's already pretty good. And someone like Sarutobi Hiruzen, who has been in that position for at least 40 years, is really rare. Oh no, it should be the second one in history. The first one is still the 2-day scale Onoki, who is stronger. After all, Onoki lived much longer than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Okay. Konan also stopped the document she was processing, responded, and picked up Lin Xiang's scroll, opened it, and began to read it. It was one thing that she had full trust in Lin Xiang. But as the person who managed the Hidden Rain village, she naturally had to take a look. What's more, the 2 batches of students taught by Lin Xiang directly had the combat power of the Chunin level after graduation. Some of them only lacked the experience of life and death battles. At present, these people are still genin in the Hidden Rain village, but when they have enough mission experience, she will also give these people the forehead protectors and vests of the Rain Ninja Chunin. 185 people, the number is much less than the second batch of students, but it is also expected. Konan looked at the number of people who were recruited this time, and she nodded with satisfaction and said, "This number is already good. They can graduate within a month and become the fighting force of the Hidden Rain village. What is there to complain about? I will ask the finance department to give you enough funds, 80 million taels, is that enough?" Konan thought for a moment and said, "More, 60 million taels is enough." Lin Xiang said, "The extra money will be your reward." Konan said indifferently. Instead, she took the opportunity to give the extra money to Lin Xiang. The other party helped the Hidden Rain village train so many Chunin level fighters. But he never asked her for any reward. It was very difficult for her. If the other party was greedy, she would give him money directly. She was the richest woman in the ninja world. If nothing else, she had plenty of money. But the other party was not greedy for money. Moreover, his daily life was very dull, which seemed to be disliked by women. She had cut off her idea of arranging a few female ninjas to go there. He was not greedy for money, not lustful, and he was not interested in status. If there is, it is estimated that the other party has revealed that he wants to take a high-level position in the Hidden Rain village. However, the other party has never thought about it. It is not even possible to mention it to her. She did mention it to the other party, but the other party refused without hesitation. So, such a person really makes her not know how to start. Tie the other party to the chariot of the Hidden Rain village. So far, she can only follow the other party's wishes. After all, there are many geniuses in the ninja world, but there are really too few outstanding talents like Lin Xiang who can train a group of Chunin level combat power in 1 month. No, it should be the first in history. Then I'll take it. Lin Xiang thought about it, but didn't reject the other party's kindness. He could see that the other party was trying to please him. He himself was saved by Konan when he transmigrated, so there was no need for him to reject the other party's kindness. It was actually okay to be tied to the Hidden Rain village. At least, it was better than going to Konoha village and being backstabbed by teammates when doing things. But what about the list of dozens of people at the back? Aren't they eliminated? Konan also saw the list of dozens of people recorded by Lin Xiang at the back of the scroll, and couldn't help but ask with some confusion. They were indeed eliminated from the enrollment this time, but I have another training system. Their qualifications are qualified, but because they are missing something, I cannot teach them for the time being, so I will record it first, and wait until the next time, I will gather the missing things and teach them again. Lin Xiang also explained the reason. He didn't need to hide anything from Konan. After all, if he trained this group of people, it would increase the strength of Yuyan village. For Konan, having dozens of preparatory students would definitely be a good thing that would make her laugh. Chapter 52. Okay, that's great. Hearing this, Konan nodded and said with satisfaction. This is a good thing. She has been worried about how to increase the number of students for Lin Xiang's Zushin Dojo. After all, she has come here over the years and naturally understands. In this ninja world, strength is the first. If you don't have enough strength, others can trample you on the ground and ravage you at will. Back then, it was because she was too weak that she was captured by Hanzo. If she had enough strength at the time, she would not have become a bargaining chip for the other party to threaten her friends. Yahiko would not die. Therefore, she attaches great importance to Lin Xiang's affairs. The other party can cultivate a large number of strong people for the Hidden Rain village. For a small village, the Chunin level combat power can be said to be the main combat power of the village. Jonin level combat power? There are not so many Jonin in a small village in a small country. As long as there is enough Chunin level combat power, it is not impossible to drag a Jonin to death. What is missing? I can find a way to get it. Konan said. In her opinion, as long as the missing thing exists, she can definitely buy it with money. If not, then it must be that the money she gave is not enough. As the richest woman in the ninja world, she said that she has too much money to buy it. Only I can make this thing, so you don't have to worry about it. Lin Xiang shook his head and said. A light fight will give you 100 cultivation system points. TMD, when he thought about it, he felt like his heart was bleeding. In that case, I won't interfere. Please take care of the rest. Konan said to Lin Xiang. Yes. Lin Xiang nodded and left without stopping. Over there, he was still waiting for him to deal with it. He didn't want to waste time here. He quickly trained the third batch of students, and then he could make a fortune. Zushin Dojo. System, exchange for a 10x practice acceleration card. After Lin Xiang finished explaining the practice methods of the two systems of domineering and breathing to these students, he was also preparing to start practicing, and was also preparing to start cheating for this group of people. Ding! Consume 1000 cultivation system points. 10x cultivation acceleration card, exchanged successfully. The system's voice sounded in his ears. This voice was only audible to him. Of course. With the exchange of the 10x cultivation acceleration card, his Zushin Dojo also successfully opened a wave of cheats. There are also 2500 cultivation system points in his account. After this wave of expenditures, now, there are only 1500 cultivation system points left. Next. It's time to concentrate on training this third batch of students. Hurry up and make back what you have spent from this batch of newly grown leaks, this group of lovely students. After using this 10x cultivation acceleration card, these people also officially started to practice. In a blink of an eye, several days have passed. Ding! Someone has learned the level 1 breathing method. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. Ding! Someone has learned level 1 domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 training system points. Ding! Someone has learned the level 1 breathing method. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 50 cultivation system points. With the help of the 10x practice acceleration card, these people, like the previous two groups, quickly entered the first level of their respective systems in just a few days. Lin Xiang himself naturally followed this group of people to enter the first level of domineering, or the first level of breathing method. He also made a fortune. 185 people entered the first level, each bringing him 50 practice system points, a total of 9250 practice system points. This wave, he directly earned back the cost of 1000 practice system points for a 10x practice acceleration card. Add the 1500 practice system points that he already had Indiana his account. Total, 10750 practice system points. It has only been a few days, and he has broken through his practice system points to tens of thousands, which is really a happy thing. However, this is not over yet. A month is a long time. But for Lin Xiang, it can be said that it passed very quickly. The strength of this third batch of students has also been visibly improved. It seems like a blink of an eye. A month has passed. At the same time, ding! Someone has learned level 2 domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 training system points. Ding! Someone has learned the level 2 breathing method. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 training system points. Ding! Someone has learned level 2 domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 100 training system points. These people have also entered the level of the second stage one by one. Similarly, these 185 people have also brought him an income of 18,500 cultivation system points. Adding the original value in his account. Total, 29,250 cultivation system points. Just a little bit short. He can reach 30,000 cultivation system points. However, it is enough to exchange for a 100-fold cultivation acceleration card. At that time, he can use this to let those students who have graduated and have the strength of the second stage come back. 1 month of cultivation is equivalent to 100 months of cultivation. Even if the qualifications are poor, with the blessing of this 100-fold cultivation acceleration card, 1 month of cultivation can be said to be 8 years of cultivation. More than 8 years. He doesn't believe that he can't push this group of people to the third stage. If it doesn't work, at worst, he will take out another 10,000 cultivation system points and throw another 100-fold cultivation acceleration card. If more than 8 years doesn't work, then more than 16 years, nearly 17 years of hard work. If this still doesn't work, then he could only say, give up, you have been cheated to this extent, and you still can't fly? A bunch of trash, what use are you? However, according to his idea, a 100x training acceleration card should be enough. After all, the students he recruited from the Zushin Dojo. In terms of qualifications, I dare not say that all of them are 80 or 90. But they have reached the qualified standard of 60. They are not the kind of useless people with only 10 points of qualifications. So, a 100x training acceleration card is enough. Master Lin, we will take these people away. A Jonin with a rain ninja forehead protector bowed respectfully to Lin Xiang and said. His eyes were full of respect for Lin Xiang. After all, when he first knew about Lin Xiang, who trained Chunin level combat power like a wholesaler, he didn't believe it. But later, the first batch of students trained in the Zushin Dojo had already explained everything with time. The power that is respected as Haki. In close combat, it can be invincible. Ninjas are more fragile. After all, not everyone is the third Reikage, the fourth Reikage, and the Senju Hashirama. The practice of the Haki system itself focuses on the self. Improvement of physical strength. The physical strength alone is already very strong. Add to that the armament Haki. A punch-out. When it hits the body, it really makes the opponent feel like his intestines are twisted. And the observation Haki is similar. It can sense the opponent's breath and actions, almost, it can be said that before the opponent wants to perform ninjutsu, it has already been detected. It is really difficult to attack someone with observation Haki. Therefore, it is precisely because of this that Lin Xiang naturally respects him very much. Because the opponent, the hidden rain village, and even the entire rain country, is becoming stronger at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yet, Lin Xiang also nodded. He had already gotten used to these people's respect for him in the past few months. This batch of leaks has been harvested. Next, it's time to talk to Konan about the first batch of graduates and the second batch of graduates coming back for another month of training. That's more than 310,000 points in the cultivation system. Can he let it go? Unless he has a brain seizure. Then, the third batch of graduates were also taken away. Naturally, someone will arrange their positions. Konan's office. After the Rain Ninjas took away the third batch of graduates trained by Lin Xiang. Lin Xiang came here directly. It was still raining outside. In the land of rain, there is no day without rain. Seeing his arrival, Konan's cold face also showed a smile. 185 Chunin level combat forces. If the mission experience was not enough, she could directly upgrade this group of people to Chunin. Thank you for your hard work. In less than half a year, you have trained 500 ninjas with the strength of Chunin for us. I don't know how to thank you. Konan said to Lin Xiang with a faint smile. If it was to her subordinates, she would naturally be more cold. However, Lin Xiang has trained 500 ninjas with the strength of Chunin for her. How could she be cold to him? This is not important. Lin Xiang shook his head indifferently, and then continued, I am here to discuss with you the enrollment of the Zushin Dojo. There is no need to talk about the leaks that have been cut. He is not interested. Unless he is asked to continue to cut a wave of these cut leaks, then he will still have some interest. What about the enrollment of students at Zushin Dojo? If you want to continue recruiting students, you really can't recruit enough people. Most of those people have been eliminated by you. It is not easy to recruit students for the Rain country. Besides, it has only been a short time. Even if we want to continue recruiting students, we will probably have to wait another half a year. Konan heard this and quickly said to Lin Xiang. Chapter 53. As soon as Lin Xiang mentioned the enrollment problem of Zushin Dojo, her first reaction was that Lin Xiang wanted to recruit students again. This was definitely something that Konan felt troubled about. After all, the 3 batches of students accumulated had already allowed the Hidden Rain Village and even the Rain country to sign up, and the qualified ones were selected. Of course, it doesn't mean that there are only 500 people in the entire Rain country. It's just that the people whose qualifications have been checked by Lin Xiang and who have reached 60 points and are qualified, are only 500. At the beginning, there were thousands of people mobilized. The first, second, and third batches have squeezed out the qualified people in the Rain country who are willing to be ninjas, and most of the other ordinary villagers in the Rain country just want to live a peaceful life. It's not stipulated that everyone has to be a ninja. If that's the case, with so many people in the Fire country, hundreds of thousands of ninjas must be pulled out. This is obviously impossible. More people are content with being ordinary. Not everyone wants to live a life of life and death like being a ninja. Don't be so excited. I'm talking about the enrollment issue, but it's not the 4th batch of enrollment issue as you think. Seeing Konan's big reaction, Lin Xiang looked at him with a little surprise, but he still slowly explained to him. Now, those who have the qualifications of the domineering system and the breathing method system can be said to have been selected by me. Now there is no one in the Rain country. I understand it very well, but what I am talking about this time is, I plan to call back the first and second batches of graduates from the Zushin Dojo and train them for another month. Lin Xiang also made his purpose clear. Recall. However, they have all been arranged now. If they are recalled, then the operation of the Hidden Rain Village will be in big trouble. Konan frowned and said. During this period of time, she has already assigned the tasks that these people should do. Recalling. Isn't it equivalent to dismantling a car? If too many are dismantled, it will completely affect the normal operation of a car. I know, but I just trained a group of graduates. I will temporarily put them in the positions of the first 2 batches of graduates to temporarily ease the pressure. It only takes 1 month to complete the training. That's it. Lin Xiang said to Konan. This. Konan had a bit of a conflicted look on his face. If the positions were changed so casually, those who were assigned to the new positions would probably not even have time to get comfortable in their new positions. If the positions were changed back and forth like this, if one person was not handled properly, it would cause a big problem. In 1 month, I will make them all reach the level of a Jonin. Lin Xiang naturally saw the worry in Konan's heart, so he directly spoke and gave him a strong dose of medicine. This sentence directly shocked Konan's head. All Jonin level. Konan also widened her eyes and looked at Lin Xiang. In her heart, she didn't believe what the other party said. The Jonin level is not so easy to achieve. If it is a little difficult to train a person with the combat power of the Chunin level, then it is quite difficult to train a person with the combat power of the Jonin level. You know, even in the 5 major countries, the number of ninjas with Jonin level strength in their own villages is at most about 100. For such a large village, most of the ninjas in their hands are Genin and Chunin. The Jonin can almost be said to be the most important pillar of a village besides the cage level. And Lin Xiang actually said such a thing in front of her. If she hadn't seen the other party train so many ninjas with the combat power of the Chunin level 3 times within a month, her reaction would probably be that the other party was bragging. However, with the other party's 3 achievements, she couldn't help but look at Lin Xiang deeply, looking directly into his eyes. Are you sure? Konan looked at him seriously and asked. Of course. Lin Xiang laughed. Of course he was sure. He really thought his cheat was for nothing. 100 times training acceleration card, this cheat is like riding a rocket. If it is not level 3, then those guys can just swallow feces and commit suicide. His answer also made Konan silent for a while. Just look at him. For a long time without saying anything. For a moment. Okay, I'll help you transfer them out. Konan thought for a long time, and she still chose to believe Lin Xiang and agreed to his proposal. However, what made her feel a little relieved was that there were nearly 200 people in the 3rd batch of graduates trained by Lin Xiang's Zushin Dojo. By transferring these people over, there would be no one available. In a month, you will see a surprise. Seeing that Konan agreed, Lin Xiang also got the result he wanted, and smiled. He now seemed to see the more than 310,000 cultivation system points waving in front of him. When he thought of this, his heart was thumping. He was so excited. As long as he could get this amount of cultivation system points, his strength could quickly enter the 4th level, and he felt that he even had extra money to exchange for the Ghost Dao encyclopedia that required a full 100,000 cultivation system points. However, this is just a thought now. If he wants to turn this into reality, he still has to work hard to train these people well in the next month. Afterwards, he chatted with Konan for a few words and left. The other party had too many things to deal with. And there was no point for him to stay here, so he went back and waited for Konan to send people to his Zushin Dao pavilion. But this process also takes time. After all, the change of positions also requires newcomers to use a certain amount of time to get used to it. In any case, it is estimated that it will take 2 or 3 days. So, he waited in his own gym for 3 days. Finally, on the 4th day, the familiar Rain Ninja Jonin came with the 1st and 2nd batches of students who had graduated from his gym. There were 315 people in total. It was a lot of people. However, after the expansion, his gym could accommodate 1,000 people. There were only more than 300 people. It was easily accommodated. Hello, teacher. Times after seeing him, this group of people also greeted him loudly with great respect. In their hearts, Lin Xiang deserves the title of teacher. After all, everyone present has either been instructed by Lin Xiang or trained by Lin Xiang. And this scene almost made Lin Xiang's DNA move. He almost said directly, "Hello, classmates." Fortunately, he resisted this thought. "I think you should have heard the purpose of your visit before you came." Lin Xiang looked at these people and said, "Teacher, can you really make us have the strength of a Jonin within a month?" Someone in the group asked this question. When they came, someone told them the reason for returning to the Zushin gym this time. The reason was that Lin Xiang promised to let them come back and train for another month so that their strength could be improved to the level of a Jonin. This news really shocked them all. As Rain Ninjas, they were not rebels. Of course, they obeyed the orders of their superiors and came back one by one. All 315 people were not missing. And their eyes were shining as they looked at Lin Xiang. They wanted to get a positive response from Lin Xiang. "Yes. Next, you will go through a month of extreme training, and then I will take your strength to a higher level, to the level of a ninja. It's just that you must follow my orders for the next month. If you don't want to be ordered by me, you can leave now. The gate is right there. If you want to leave, just go directly. I will never stop you." Lin Xiang also looked at the group of people and said loudly. But obviously, after he finished speaking, no one present wanted to walk out of the Zushin dojo. This time, they first obeyed orders, and secondly, they came with the idea of improving their strength. Therefore, the order was combined with their ideas. This can be said to be a voluntary act. In the ninja world, how many jonins are there? Not many. This is inevitable. At least, in the Hidden Rain village, the number of jonins is only a few dozen. If they can have the strength of jonins, then their status can be said to be absolutely improved. When performing tasks, or at the beginning of the war, they may be less likely to die. So, such a good opportunity, an opportunity that others can't even ask for, if they refuse, then they are idiots. Teacher, you can rest assured to train us, we can handle it. Come on, if I say I'm tired, you can beat me, teacher. Teacher, stop talking so much. We can't wait any longer. Why don't we start right now? They smiled and talked excitedly. They seemed to be impatient. Very good, I like you like this, it would be best if you don't complain about the hardship or tiredness in the next month. Lin Xiang looked at the smiling faces of these people, and he also laughed and said. He had already prepared the training schedule for the next month for this training. The daily training volume was full. Compared with the 12 hours of training time a day for these people to learn the first and second level domineering system and breathing system, it has increased by a full 4 hours, 16 hours of training time a day. Sleep for 6 hours, and there are 2 hours for convenience, washing, and eating, as well as a short rest time. This training plan can definitely be called a hellish training schedule. Welcome the 7-day National Day holiday and have fun reading books. Recharge 100 and get 500 VIP points. Recharge now, activity time, October 1st to October 7th. Chapter 54. He exchanged for a 100x practice acceleration card. The duration is 1 month. Also, because of this exchange, he also spent 10,000 practice system points. At present, there are 19,250 practice system points left in his account. But hard work always pays off. With the blessing of the 100x practice acceleration card, the effect is amazing. And Lin Xiang also improved the qualifications of everyone present in a certain ability. After all, he couldn't expect that some people in the domineering system would have a single-armed domineering qualification of 60 points, while the observation domineering qualification did not even have 60 points. Naturally, he would train those with higher qualifications. At least in these 30 days. Under the effect of this 100x practice acceleration card, it would be best for him to break through their strength to the 3rd level first. Otherwise, if it is not achieved, his 100x practice acceleration card would be wasted. The hell training schedule that almost filled their time was so full that these people wanted to die. Originally, they were full of confidence and thought that as long as they could reach the combat power of the upper ninja level, it would not matter if they suffered a little. But, a week had passed. They wanted to escape so much. This training was not only aimed at improving their own physique. In addition, there was also Lin Xiang's actual combat training. If it was just relying on the training of their own physique and the domineering use of skills, the improvement would undoubtedly be relatively slow. There is also a faster way to improve. That is actual combat. Of course, there is also a faster way to improve than actual combat, that is, the battle of life and death. That is definitely much faster than actual combat. However, Lin Xiang would naturally not choose to use the battle of life and death to improve the strength of these people. After all, this is a leak. The battle of life and death? This completely affects his earning points for the training system. Is NT this burning his own money? No. Absolutely not. What's more, if he really did that, then, Konan and Nagato would probably come to him directly. So, he could only improve himself in actual combat. He would do it himself. His strength was at level 3, level 3 domineering, level 3 breathing method, level 3 spiritual pressure. Apart from anything else, with this strength, he could completely crush everyone present. However, his attacks were naturally of varying severity. If he targeted the domineering system, he would naturally choose melee combat. Of course, he would control his strength to be about the same as the opponent's, and fight against the opponent, forcing the opponent to fight him with all his strength. And in the battle, he would instruct the opponent's shortcomings, and let the opponent realize his shortcomings, so that the opponent would understand and strive for a breakthrough in strength. As for the breathing method, he could only fight these people with a wooden sword. Otherwise, if something unexpected happened, he would lose 1,000 points in the training system. They were also instructions in battle. Of course, some injuries were inevitable. Fortunately, the Hidden Rain village still has medical ninjas, but for this matter, it is estimated that 80% of the medical ninjas in the Hidden Rain village are arranged here. It can be seen that Konan supports him. This is why he is not worried about some minor injuries in actual combat. If this happens, what does it matter? There are already more than 30 medical ninjas waiting nearby. As soon as the training is over, people will be taken over for treatment, and then they will undergo high-intensity physical training. Anyway, Lin Xiang will not give them so much rest time. What's the rest? Only the dead need to rest, and the living, of course, will fight to death. 1 month passed quickly for Konan and the others. But for the graduates who were recalled from the Zushin Dojo to accept Lin Xiang's hellish training plan, it was extremely painful. Every second seemed so long to them. But fortunately, time will always pass. 1 month of training is finally over. And in this month, ding! Someone has learned the level 3 breathing method. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 training system points. Ding! Someone has learned level 3 domineering. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 training system points. Ding! Someone has learned the level 3 breathing method. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1000 training system points. Lin Xiang often heard the reminder from the system. To him, this sound was really wonderful. Every time such a reminder sounded, it meant that he earned 1000 cultivation system points, which made him feel that it was indeed more profitable to train some high-level ones. For him, the price of exchanging the third-level domineering system and the third-level breathing method was 10,000 cultivation system points respectively. As long as he taught one of the two systems, he could earn 1/10 of the income. So, 315,000 cultivation system points. In this 1 month, he directly got this astonishing amount of cultivation system points. Add the cultivation system points he already had in his account. Total, 334,250 cultivation system points. More than 330,000. This can be said to be the most money he has on hand since he crossed over. However, Lin Xiang temporarily put this behind his mind. Because today, someone came to the Zushin Dojo. Konan came in person. She naturally came here to see the results of Lin Xiang's this time. After all, a month ago, Lin Xiang boasted to her, and she came here to see if Lin Xiang really did it. But she was not the only one who came. In addition to her, there was another person who came. He had orange hair and a black stick on his face that could connect signals and conduct chakra. Especially his eyes, there were circles of purple eyes that looked like a circle inside a circle. This person was the puppet created by Nagato using his friend Yahiko, Tendo Pain. In the Hidden Rain village, Nagato always appeared in the image of Tendo Pain because Nagato wanted Yahiko to be the leader forever, whether he was alive or dead. Therefore, in the Hidden Rain village, Tendo Pain was undoubtedly the leader, whether in Nagato's heart or in the eyes of the ninjas and villagers of the Hidden Rain village. The appearance of the other party surprised Lin Xiang a little. Because, this can be said to be his second time meeting the other party. The first time was when his Zushin gym opened. The other party brought people from the Akatsuki organization. This time, he met the other party again. He welcomed Konan and Pain in. After all, these 315 people were still inside. It was useless for him to say that these people's strength had reached the level of Jonin. He still had to let them see it with their own eyes. Lord Pain. Lord Konan. After Konan and Pain walked in, everyone in the Zushin Dojo immediately reacted and said respectfully. Everyone in the Hidden Rain village was very aware of Pain's existence. But for most people, this kind of close contact was really the first time. That's right. Pain glanced at the people present. Although, in his eyes, some of these people have chakra in their bodies, and some don't even have chakra, but this does not mean that these people are weak. He has naturally seen the talents cultivated by Lin Xiang a long time ago. Therefore, he did not find it strange to see such a group of people who did not even have chakra in their bodies. On the contrary, this group of people just standing here gave him an invisible momentum. This momentum is definitely not possessed by the combat power of the middle ninja level. These people, perhaps as Lin Xiang said, really have the strength of the Jonin level. Otherwise, how could they have such momentum and oppression? Although, compared with him, it is still a little bit short. But it is already very amazing. 315 people have reached the Jonin level in at least one of the domineering system and breathing system. Lin Xiang also said to Pain. You can tell. Pain nodded. He could basically tell the momentum. Let them show their strength. Lin Xiang said. If they don't show it, how can they highlight his excellence? Then let's go up, Masato, and pick an opponent at random. Konan on the side also said. She assigned a Rain Ninja Jonin to go up and pick a graduate of the Juten Dojo to fight. She wanted to know whether the strength had reached the Jonin level. The easiest way was to fight a Jonin on equal terms, or to defeat a Jonin. In this way, after a while, when the battle was going on, she could also see. Yes. The assigned Jonin, Masato, also walked out and walked to the center. He was just an ordinary rain ninja in the hidden rain village, but he was not selected by Lin Xiang to train in the Zushin Dojo. However, he also knew that Lin Xiang's training was very strong. In just 1 month, a large number of Chunin-level combat forces were trained. However, he was a little skeptical in his heart that Lin Xiang could train hundreds of Chunin-level people to Jonin level in just 1 month. But whether he believed it or not, he had to choose his opponent now. If it was bragging, then this bragging would be exposed by him immediately. Chapter 55. Let's choose you. Yuren glanced at everyone present, and finally, he chose a young man who was 18 years old. He knew the other party. Before Lin Xiang came, he was already a Chunin of the Hidden Rain Village. And after training with Lin Xiang, his strength increased a lot. At the stage of Chunin, he can basically be said to be top-notch. It is precisely because of this that he chose the other party. No matter what, he saw how much Lin Xiang's existence contributed to the Hidden Rain Village. Therefore, he didn't know whether Lin Xiang could really train all of them to have the combat power of the Jonin level within a month, but he felt that he should give the other party some face. For example, the person he chose. After the last training by Lin Xiang, he already had the strength of the peak of the Chunin level. And this time, after another month of training by Lin Xiang, he felt that the probability of the other party entering the Jonin level was more or less high. For this reason, he chose the other party. Good boy, Nakamura, you were chosen. You are lucky to be able to perform well in front of the leader, Konan, and Lord Lin Xiang. I'm so envious of you. Good boy, show me your full strength when you get up there, don't embarrass Master Lin Xiang. The other people in the Zushin Dojo looked at the selected Nakamura and cursed. Obviously, these people were still very confident in the selected Nakamura. Or, in other words, everyone present knew that Nakamura's strength would not be weaker than that of the fighting Masato. Then I won't be polite. Nakamura also stood out from the crowd, and the others also moved around to leave enough fighting space for the 2 people who were ready to fight. Masato-senpai. Nakamura nodded at the other party and said. In terms of seniority, the other party was much older than him, and his position was also a Jonin, so he could be said to be his senior. It was not wrong for him to call him that. Nakamura, come on. Let me see how much you have improved in this month. Then I won't be polite. Nakamura nodded and said. This is just a competition. If he is really carrying out a mission, or a life and death battle on the battlefield, then he will never talk about etiquette with the other party like this. After all, in a life and death battle, it is either you die or I die. If there is a chance to sneak attack the opponent, it is definitely a good thing. If you don't talk about etiquette like this, it will only make the enemy think you are stupid. Navy 6 styles, shave. Instantly, Nakamura directly launched an attack on Yato. He directly used the mobile moves of the Navy 6 styles. Almost in an instant, after a bang like a firecracker explosion, his figure rushed towards Yato at a high speed. This surprised Yato a little. But it was only a slight moment. After all, although he was not selected to study in the Zushin Dojo, he still knew something about it. The Navy 6 styles. Although he didn't know why it was called the Navy 6 styles instead of just the 6 styles. However, he knew what the moves of the Navy 6 styles were. It can be said to be a pure physical skill. Purely, relying on the strength of one's own physique to perform the moves. Shaving, moon step, paper painting, iron block, storm kick, finger gun. A total of these 6 moves. He didn't see all of them on one person. If he saw these moves performed on some individual people, he would finally ask them and find out that they were the Navy 6 styles. Therefore, he also knew what these 6 moves were. Almost in an instant, he decisively performed his own moves. Substitution technique. For a Jonin, performing a substitution technique usually only requires one seal to perform it. Some who are strong enough don't even need to perform a seal. And Nakamura, who was close to him, punched Masato in an instant. His fist was in a state of hardened armed color domineering, and it fell on Masato. It was like a fist made of iron. However, bang! In an instant, Masato was directly blown up by Nakamura's punch. He was really blown up. And this explosion! It was a ball of water. It was a water clone. What was blown up by Nakamura was just the water clone that Masato performed. And he himself. Water style, water wave. He had already appeared not far away. He had already finished the seal, opened his mouth, and spit out a stream of water like a waterfall, rushing towards Nakamura. Ninjutsu. As long as it is performed by a ninja, it is bound to be strong and weak. Even if it is a sea-level ninjutsu, the power of a genin and a jonin is definitely different. Therefore, his water style, performed by him as a jonin, the power is still quite amazing. However, his opponent is Nakamura. As the second graduate of the Zushin Dojo, he has come back to experience the destruction of a month of hellish training plan again. His strength is no longer what it was a month ago. 6 styles of the Navy Storm Kick Haki Dance. He raised his foot and kicked out at the same time, followed by a flurry of kicks. As he kicked out one by one, he launched a series of vacuum slashes. The point is that this move of his directly attached the power of armed color domineering. This is an extension of the power of storm kick and armed color domineering combined together. It can be said to be an innovative move. The vacuum slashes with armed color domineering are like raindrops. The amount is very large. Within a dozen seconds, Nakamura directly kicked out more than 20 vacuum slashes. But at the same time, the storm kick that pursues speed and quantity will be slightly lacking in power. Fortunately, with the blessing of armed color domineering, the lack of power of this move has been compensated a lot. After watching, Yuren felt his scalp tingling. Because he felt threatened by these attacks. If he didn't dodge, he would definitely feel bad if he got hit. So, he quickly formed a seal with both hands. Wind style, vacuum jade. He was good at many ninjutsu. As soon as he opened his mouth, the chakra accumulated in his mouth turned into bullet-like attacks and flew out like a machine gun. The power of each of these should not be underestimated. If you underestimate the opponent, you will probably be beaten into a beehive. However, the reason why he used this move was mainly because he felt that this place was not suitable for dodging. The opponent's attacks were relatively dense. If he wanted to dodge, it was not impossible for him, but there was a risk of being hit. Who asked Nakamura to use the storm kick attack, which almost surrounded him. Dodging became difficult. So, he chose to break it directly in front of him. Whoosh! One after another, chakras that were like bullets were also flying fast and accurately landed on the vacuum slash. Boom! The collision of the two moves directly produced explosions. The sound was very loud. But for the people watching the battle, it had no effect. After all, if such a battle would affect them, then they might as well go home and raise pigs. However, Masato's attack was effective. But he underestimated the power and number of Nakamura's storm kicks. Therefore, he dealt with more than 10 storm kicks from Nakamura that he carefully aimed at, but what he did not expect was that Nakamura had already secretly kicked out 2 more storm kicks mixed with armed color domineering attacks. Swish! In an instant, the attack came at a high speed towards Masato. Wind style, vacuum wave. Yato used the wind style directly, and a breath similar to that of a sickle weasel directly collided with the vacuum slashes from the 2 land kicks. However, the next moment, Navy 6 styles, slash, run. Bang! In an instant, Nakamura's figure moved extremely fast, moving straight, but every 3 or 5 meters, he would change direction, which made it difficult for people to catch him. Of course, this is not important. What is important is that after Yato dealt with Nakamura's storm legs vacuum slash, Nakamura had already moved at high speed through the slash and came to Yato's side. Navy 6 styles finger gun. Nakamura's index finger fell towards Masato like a bullet. Masato also reacted, and finally formed a seal with his hands and turned his head quickly. Finally, Nakamura's index finger touched Masato's forehead. I won. Nakamura said with a smile. He naturally held back his strength, otherwise, he could definitely use his index finger to pierce the opponent's head before the seal was completed. He was still confident. You kid, you're really awesome. I lost. Yato also gave a bitter smile, and at the same time, he also admitted his defeat. However, the opponent had reached such strength in such a short time. This really made him feel very complicated. And at this moment, pa 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 pa. Tendo pain controlled by Nagato and Konan beside him also applauded.